Chapter 151, Odd Village, Encirclement and Escape. This entire village stinks. Morita sighed as he sat down on one of the uncomfortable mats that were provided to the infiltrating team. His voice was as quiet as a whisper, clearly not trying to attract any attention from the outside. Bull and Akio both seemed to agree with him, silently nodding and looking at the wooden door behind them. It was not the type that could obstruct sound, although relatively new. It was clearly not built with that much care. This incentivized the ones inside to make as little noise as possible. Or at least it incentivized the ones that were there in secret to keep things quiet. That food was so good. Yu huffed as she rubbed her belly. Of course, none of them had actually eaten any food, they were just speaking amongst each other to avoid rousing any suspicions. They had sneakily sealed them in a small seal within their mouths and always pretended to swallow it. It could have certainly been a lot worse. Momo played along as she looked at the door with narrowed eyes. It wasn't quite clear before, but now it was obvious that someone was listening in on them. They could only notice darkness through the keyhole of that door, signaling that either the lights were turned off in the inn or someone was obstructing said light. It was not that late yet, and the people below were still making quite a bit of sound, so the answer was rather obvious. Unfortunately for the one peeping into their room, they could only really get a good look at Bull's cheeks, as he stood with his back to the door, covering the line of sight of anyone peeking in. The conversation that ensued was mostly written from that point, except for the disguised team carrying out a normal conversation to maintain their cover. Tatsuksho and Morita made sure to inform Yu and the others of what they had found. And they had managed to observe quite a bit in the time that their group was pretending to eat. For one, the patrolling guards were indeed very well spread out and structured through the village, to the point where it was hard to navigate it slightly. Any one of their weaker/less trained siblings would likely have not been able to sneak around that place undetected. But their structured patrols weren't the only thing of note. The most deafening and alarming thing was the absolute silence that engulfed the rest of the compound, the way that the guards wordlessly shifted their positions and almost robotically patrolled the same areas consistently. Tatsuksho and Morita could both swear that the men were constantly retracing their steps to the millimeter. It was simply not natural. Their consensus for now, especially after realizing that most of the other houses in the village were empty of both people and furniture, was that the village itself was fake. There was no village to speak of, there was only the inn, its regulars and its guards. This place is either a zone for some sick-minded experiment or a trap set up by either the Green Forest Union or a rogue group of shinobi. At the moment, they were more inclined to believe that they were dealing with shinobi, as the Green Forest Union was unlikely to have that many perfectly trained guards. But even then, they were left with a lot of questions. What exactly is the point of this trap? It was not only a rather obvious trap to even a less than adequately trained eye, but it was also full of some rather glaring flaws that gave away the fact that it was a trap. Not only that, but after Tatsuksho's and Morita's teams entered the village silently, the guards patrolling became more vigilant near the walls of the compound, making it more difficult to escape unnoticed. They could still deal with that, but it was just bizarre. It could be just chalked up to the guards becoming more vigilant due to the known guests now residing within their village, but even that felt too convenient. The guards became more vigilant the second everyone from their collective teams was within the village walls. It just felt fishy. So, what do we do now? Yu asked, her face contorting a bit as she wondered about simply giving up on the investigation and massacring everyone within the tavern and leaving. Well, I say we go to sleep, and we continue our journey tomorrow. Momo made a few secret gestures and gave her an in-character response as she then pointed to the window. Tatsuksho and Morita looked at each other, both understanding the plan for now. They both turned into blurs and vanished through the window, leaving behind no traces of ever having been in that room. Shortly after, Bull finally stopped leaning on the door and slowly walked over to his bed. Someone was still looking at them, their intentions unknown, but they paid no mind to that. As soon as they put out the lantern in their room and went to bed, the person looking over them also vanished. and the people that had been making a ruckus below became quiet all at once. Acting as if they were puppets on strings, they started moving in unison up the stairs and towards the room of the inn's guests. The inn owner didn't stop them, instead, his lifeless eyes continued staring at and wiping some glasses. The group of men and women that climbed up the stairs shortly arrived in front of the doors to the guest room. All of them crowded it for a few minutes before one stepped forward, placing his foot right towards the door and kicking it wide open. In seconds, the people in the hallway rushed into the room, their eyes darting around and their hands grasping at all of the sleeping residents. One of the larger men grabbed at the nearest person, immediately pulling up the blanket with force. But instead of a sleeping and defenseless young woman, he was now faced with a pillow that seemed to be made out of paper bombs. He didn't even get to make a sound as the entire room was engulfed in flames, and an eardrum-shattering explosion reverberated through the village. The entirety of the inn was engulfed in flames, its walls blown to splinters. In the distance, Yu and her team were all wearing the Dark Brotherhood garb, currently lying on some wooden roof tiles and looking at the scene from a distance. Surprisingly, none of the guards changed their patterns to check the site of the explosion as they had hoped. Instead, they tightened security all around the walls of the compound. At that point, they were left with only one path: regrouping and strategizing a way out. That was really their only choice. The guards seemed to be less than interested in the raging fire that was currently spreading in their village, and more interested in making sure that the perpetrators didn't leave. At that point, Yu gestured for the others to follow her, and they all dashed towards one of the empty homes off to the side. They managed to avoid the gazes of the guards, at least none gave any indication of spotting them. Inside that empty home, they regrouped with the rest of their siblings and decided on a course of action. "I say we all concentrate our efforts to break through one point," Morita suggested as he crossed his arms and looked towards a window at the fire raging in the distance. "How about we try going underground?" Akio suggested as he remembered that some of their siblings present were relatively proficient in earth style. "They're on high alert now. All it takes is a decently ranked shinobi to take notice of us, and we'd be left in a vulnerable position underground. The guards are still acting as if nothing serious happened, so I think escaping won't be as effortless as you'd think." Tatsuksho decided to give his 2 cents on that, quietly looking out for any other plans they could use to escape. They had the option of transforming into small animals and trying to go unnoticed, but again, a more skilled shinobi would be able to sense them whilst they were using transformation jutsu. It seemed more and more that their only option was frontal assault. Or at least on paper. "I say we treat this as an assassination more so than a frontal assault. They're likely not sure how many of us there are, we can use that to our advantage." Yu smiled mischievously as she seemed to make up her mind on a plan of action. She quickly explained it to her comrades and they all prepared. Yu's team, alongside Bull and Akio, all walked out of the house with confidence, heading straight for the most obvious exit. The gate. At the gate, there were already around 6 guards gathered, and they soon noticed the group approaching. In an instant, a hail of kunao and shuriken flew towards the guards, who immediately jumped into action and started batting the projectiles away with their spears. One of the men also took out a horn and tried to blow on it, but a well-placed momo made him drop the horn in an instant. Bull, Akio, and Yu all dashed towards the men, each brandishing a different weapon. Bull carried a large 2-handed mace that looked like a large metallic ball stuck to a rod. Akio brandished a sickle connected to a chain that was tied up around his wrists. And Yu showcased her very own legendary blade. The sewing needle that had once belonged to Mist. The guards seemed to react accordingly, moving at speeds that far surpassed regular humans as they engaged the trio. The guards all swung makeshift spears, blocking or dodging the attacks of the trio with surprising ease. One of the bigger guards clashed with Bull, the wind from their clash sending dust flying all around them. Bull scowled and tried to apply more pressure, but the guard was more than prepared for that. He shifted his makeshift spear slightly, allowing Bull's attack to slip off to the side. What the guard didn't seem to expect was Bull to open his mouth and blow a dart into his eye. It was so sudden that he had no way of defending himself. Green veins bulged around his eye as he fell backwards, foaming from the mouth. Two more of the guards quickly moved to intercept Bull. But one seemed to fall asleep as soon as he stepped forward, courtesy of Momo, who stood back and kept things in check. In the meantime, Akio was also fighting a rather skilled opponent. His sickle had yet to scratch his opponent, who was consistently swaying away from his attacks and dodging constantly. The guard in question stabbed at Akio's head with a confident stride, only to be blocked by a rising length of chain, which seemed to wrap around his makeshift spear almost like a snake. At that moment, Akio pulled, forcing the weapon out of his opponent's hand while also pulling him forward, right into the edge of the young assassin's sickle. The sickle pierced right through the man's chin and out the other side. As he finished off his opponent, Yu also sighed and looked at hers. Two men had approached her, and now two men were ensnared in her wires. It wasn't even a fight, it didn't feel like one anyway. It was easy. Too easy. Just as that thought surfaced in her mind, she felt her wires being tugged. A tug was turned into a powerful pull, and Yu's eyes widened as she noticed that the men were actually using her traps to pull her closer to them. As if. She felt indignant, immediately digging her heels into the ground and clutching her wires tighter. She didn't stop even as her fingers bled. But her opponents were strong, much stronger than her. And they didn't seem to mind the cuts that were constantly forming on their bodies. Just as they were about to pull her into their spears, a few puffs of smoke appeared behind them, and they both felt blades entering their backs. Looking back in their last moments, they couldn't help but observe that some of the projectiles they had deflected before now turned into people. And those people proceeded to take out any other remaining guards swiftly. Yu huffed as she looked at the two men dying in front of her, behind them standing both Tatsuksho and Morita with rather serious gazes. "We'll talk about this later," Tatsuksho said before he gestured for all of his siblings to flee the scene. And just like that, they all ran towards the woods. As soon as they left, the people they had killed turned into puddles. And a masked man walked out of the village with a pen and notebook in his hands. A very good performance overall. Certainly far above expectations for regular Chunin. The Anbu proceeded to note down the grades of the Dark Brotherhood's competing teams before nodding and turning into a puff of smoke. From that point, it was the clear road for the Dark Brotherhood participants. Their next stop was Konoha, and the Anbu simply moved forward to await them there. Chapter 152, Plan, Negotiation, and Test Results. Out in the green mountain ranges of an obscure land within the elemental nations, there was a mountain fully shrouded in smoke. It was so thick that no regular human could see it through, it held a distinct smell of ash, but there was no fire to be found within the forests around it. Within that smoky mountain was a great network of caves, one so expansive and well hidden that it would surely go under the radar of even the most experienced sensory-type shinobi out there. Within that cave network was nestled the headquarters of the so-called Green Forest Union. One of the higher UPS got the news that one of their larger looting parties had disappeared, believed to have died after following some rumors regarding some wealthy merchants. That was the full extent of the association's knowledge for now. But calling them an association was not quite right. Despite gaining a more efficient structure, they were still bandits. Only the one leading them was different. The man's actions were shrouded in about as much smoke as their mountain range was. While the smoke was a regular fixture within the land of ash and a natural occurrence due to active volcanoes within the area, the unclarity that shrouded their four-eyed leader's actions was anything but normal. But even so, no one dared to question him. No one tried to defy his orders or question his actions. He was the one to provide them with structure, and he was the one to give them all the opportunity to band together and come up with the strategies they constantly used. They relied on their leaders so heavily that they didn't even question the fact that, from time to time, people would just go missing from within their compound. Yep, people who disagreed with their leader even slightly, as well as those who were friendly with them, would just constantly disappear at night, with no signs of conflict. Their leader made it clear that those matters were to not be investigated in any way either. The bandit higher UPS also chose to ignore the muffled screams of pain that rang out through the restricted parts of the cave system at night. All of them did come to a rather good conclusion thanks to those screams, however. Leader is scary. But for all of their fear and reverence towards their leader, the tattooed four-eyed man couldn't be bothered to even spare them a second glance. Even now, he was off minding his own business, standing in front of an operating table where one of his captives was currently lying, unconscious and split open. Various seals littered the captive's body on different organs. The leader of the Green Forest Union was none other than Issei Hideaki, former head priest of the Jashin cult and one of the world's last remaining curse technique masters. The man had had it rough after escaping from his main headquarters within the Land of Lightning. Admittedly, he had gotten a bit cocky when deciding to set up his headquarters in such a powerful country. He had figured that the constant war would provide him with a good cover, but it seemed that such things didn't matter at all since they had happened to catch the ire of the Red Dot. Issei had learned about the fact that Ken and the Dark Brotherhood were connected to his downfall, but he was smarter than to get involved with those groups. He only really cared about furthering his research into immortality. He only saw his altercations with the Dark Brotherhood as setbacks at first, and he was content with just continuing his experiments in silence. But after making his most successful immortal in Akira, he had never quite been able to gain the same results. It felt as if he was trying to contain lightning in a bottle, almost as if his previous success was nothing more than a fluke. But at the same time, it wasn't like he had not at all made progress in his research. His projects were in fact becoming more and more successful up to a point. But none could even get close to the near-perfect immortality that he had bestowed upon Akira. The issue he faced now was regarding being stuck facing a rather insurmountable bottleneck in his research. Now, Issei had made some efforts to track down his most successful experiment, as he believed it would serve as a way to break through said bottleneck. It wasn't hard for him to read about the immortal Third Blade of the Dark Brotherhood. It was clearly his test subject now free to wander the world and shock others with his brilliant existence. But how exactly do I even go about getting my test subject back? One thing was for sure, Issei wouldn't have been able to get anywhere if he stuck to the cult of Jashin, so he decided to merge it with as many bandits groups as he could find from all over the elemental nations. And thus came the birth of the Green Forest Union. Issei didn't start dreaming about facing the Dark Brotherhood. He instead wanted to get to a point where he had enough power to negotiate with them. But the four-eyed leader didn't yet feel ready to face Ken for said negotiations. He needed a few more experiments by his side just to feel safe when around Ken. At the very least he wanted a small crumb of assurance that he'd at least be able to escape if things went down. But for now, he was not interested in anything other than furthering his research, so he didn't pay much attention to the ongoing investigations or any squads missing within his newfound organization. Thankfully for the younglings of the Dark Brotherhood, nothing else happened on their way back to Konoha either. They managed to not catch the attention of anyone else during that time. They were only really observed by the Konoha Anbya from a very safe distance. He stuck around to them to make sure they didn't run into any issues, but there was no need for him to interfere with anything. Still, regardless of his safe distance, Tatsuksho seemed to be aware that he was watched, something that the Anbya found quite impressive. A young teen already able to sense my presence. I guess the Dark Brotherhood's methods are more impressive than one would expect. But the Anbya was in no way concerned. He was among the best that the Leaf had to offer after all. He was one of Lord Sakumo's most trusted followers, so while the children were skilled, they were still quite some ways away from being able to seamlessly detect him. And when they finally reached the village gates, Anbya finally decided to show himself. He appeared in front of the children, causing all of them to take a step back and become wary. Finally showing yourself. That was all that Tatsuksho said as he caught a glimpse of the man who had been trailing behind them for so long. Why, of course, I am still quite surprised that my presence was noticed, but it didn't alter the results of the test, so all is fine in the end. The Anbya shook his head before taking out his notebook. Test. Bull asked as he rubbed the back of his head with a bemused expression. Well, I guess it's quite obvious at this point. But our entire journey here was likely part of the exams, right? You looked towards the Anbu for confirmation, which she received instantly. Indeed. I am pleased to inform you that you have all passed this first part of the exams. Just getting here usually means passing, but you folks were quite impressive. For the most part anyway. The Anbu silently started going through his notes once more. You are all already at least at the level of fully fledged chunin in everything it seems. From deductive reasoning to character and composure as well as your combat prowess. The challenges you have met along the way were meant to test every aspect that is needed in the life of a shinobi or assassin in your case. I mean, those were some interesting challenges. Did you just set up a village for us to destroy midway? And people to kill? Morita seemed a bit confused, feeling that the test had gone a bit too far. Well, the people within that village were either clones or convicted inmates waiting for their deaths placed under genjutsu to follow orders. The Anbu seemed amused by the group's question. The test may have seemed far-fetched to the children, but for a hidden village like the Leaf, it was very easy to get the resources to set up such a test. All the other groups traveling towards Konoha had gone through or were currently going through very similar tests. Their results were to be compiled and compared to one another, and those that had performed worst from the groups would be disqualified. So you made us clash with a group of the Green Forest Union? Isn't that a bit dangerous for just a test? They may be just bandits, but they're a pretty sizable group that may become a nuisance to the Dark Brotherhood. Tatsuksho crossed his arms, his eyes narrowed slightly at the Anbu. That was to test your awareness of the world stage, as well as your ability to act for the greater good of the organization you represent. Not all of you were informed, sure, but you had someone to share that information with you, so as a group, I can say that you've passed here. Had you failed to cover your tracks properly, I would have made sure to burn everything there myself. The Anbu started walking towards the village gates and gestured for the masked child assassins to follow him. There are really few things that I can point out as mistakes. Right now the only one to make mistakes was the bloody princess. You scowled when hearing that. She did somewhat expect it, but that didn't mean she was happy. Sure, she had an issue with her temper. She found it hard to always act calm and collected like her beloved master. Whatever. She muttered under her breath, gaining a few gazes from her comrades and the Anbu. I'm assuming Lord Red Dot had already assumed that this would happen given your attitude. But you are the only one to have failed in this assignment. Everyone from the Dark Brotherhood, except for Tatsuksho and Morita, stopped at that moment, looking at the Anbu with startled gazes through their masks. You herself seemed beyond taken aback. The other two squad leaders from the Dark Brotherhood seemed to be expecting that already. So they only sighed in acceptance. What? You immediately took a step forward and was about to try and assert herself, but Morita stepped out in front of her. Now. You should have expected that. Your actions in the village put yourself at risk, and by extension put your team at risk as well. Morita patted her on the shoulder and sighed once more, this time a bit more regretful. He is very much correct. Not only were you about to lose your temper whilst undercover, but you also overestimated your strength and almost got severely injured because of it. The Anbu shook his head and pointed at the ground. In a real mission, you could prove to be a genuine burden to your team by acting like that. Your strength is certainly decent, and your fighting style and skill are impressive, but that won't be enough to cut it at all times. You seem to become more and more disappointed by the second. That is the only elimination within the Dark Brotherhood teams. As I've said, impressive results overall. You will be led to your accommodations, you will be given around a week till the next round starts. The Anbu led the Dark Brotherhood participants to a nice small compound with quite a few rooms. And what am I supposed to do now? You asked, looking at the compound with a rather unsure gaze. Well, you can remain here to cheer on your comrades. The Anbu gestured for her to go on in as well, before turning into smoke and vanishing from sight. And that concluded the first part of the Chunin exams for the Dark Brotherhood participants. Chapter 153, Temperament, Lessons, and Small Reunion. Ha! A long but quiet sigh left my lips as I stared out the window of my small room. I was not expecting some huge penthouse, but at least I hoped that I'd get a larger bathroom for myself. Whatever, I got accustomed to living in smaller spaces with the Dark Brotherhood. I guess I'm just not used to staying in other villages yet. Still, I feel as if I've come here for nothing in the first place. I mean, this entire journey was bullshit. We weren't even told that we were being tested, but we were expected to act our best. It just feels unfair. Yep, that's the word. Unfair. And that stupid Anbu had the gall to say that teacher knew I'd fail. As if. Teacher trusts me and knows I'm strong. If anything, I'm sure he'll protest this when he gets here. Yep, I just need to wait for him to show up and this misunderstanding will be cleared up. In the meantime, I should at least continue training. Not like I have anything else to do in this dump of a hidden village. Unbeknownst to you, Ken was already within the Hidden Leaf village. He had seen the entire scene that you had made with the Anbu in charge of her examination. He also knew of her failures in that first phase of the exam. Inexcusable mistakes that could have put her entire team in danger had it not been for the other members of the squad. First, it was Bull, who acted quickly and prevented a large bloodbath from occurring in that inn, which would have ruined their infiltration. Then it was Morita and Tatsuksho, who saved her from gaining a grave injury and becoming a burden to the rest of the squad. He couldn't help but become disappointed in her slightly. It seemed that her talent for killing didn't quite extend to a talent for assassination or shinobi work in general. Or it was more fitting to say that her princess-like upbringing affected her attitude and temper towards certain things. Sure, she was the most patient and perfect student Ken could ask for, and acted as nothing but nice around him. But in general, despite her talent and strength, she made for a rather lackluster assassin. Morita and Tatsuksho were very good examples of perfect assassins. Both assassins were extremely talented, extremely hard-working, and deserving of their ranks within the Brotherhood. They were leaders, born and bred. Bull was also a better assassin than you for the most part, despite his ferocious style of fighting and lackluster stealth skills. His strength was in his body, but his mind didn't fall far behind either. His temperament and patience were far better when compared to you. And patience was crucial for an assassin. Overall, the Brotherhood had plenty of great prospects, and they were all abiding by Ken's teachings for the most part when out on missions, even mock missions. Yu was the only example that Ken could find. She often went on a limb and started doing her own way. And it often endangered her needlessly. Now, against easy opponents like bandits, it wasn't such a big deal. It was a mistake, sure, but it was not life-threatening. She could afford to show off and display her art when fighting nameless goons and bandits who didn't know which end of their swords to hold onto. The problem came along when she started displaying her attitude in more serious fights. In the war, Ken had to learn that Yu's life was saved at least twice by the Raikage before all of the children were told to no longer engage in the war and retreat further into the ruined compound. The Raikage helped a lot more of the children than just Yu. He had essentially crushed all the runts of the Shinobi Alliance with his bare hands whilst he was resting after fighting a tailed beast. But Yu was the strongest among the children that the Raikage had to help, and that in itself spoke volumes of her carelessness. What a mess! At least this Chunin exam will be a good lesson for her. People weaker than her will be advancing without any issues, while she's stuck watching on the sidelines. Strength is not everything in the world. That is a lesson that she needs to learn urgently before she gets herself killed. The blind assassin did feel that he was lacking, to not have been able to instill that lesson into her properly. But it was not exactly a lesson that could be taught easily either. Yu always nodded her head and agreed with him on anything he said. She always looked to please him and keep up appearances. If she knew that, besides the Anbu, Ken was also observing them during their journey, then she likely would have acted her very best, acted like the best assassin in the world would want her to act. But that was the exact reason why Ken decided to observe their exams. He needed to know just how bad the situation had gotten with her. It seemed that the older she grew, the more arrogant she became. Ha! Teenagers and their hormones. I'll admit that I was uncontrollable at that age, but still. I'll have to address her flaws next time when I meet her officially. Ken decided to start making his way towards the Hokage's office after he finished studying his students. He walked through the streets of Konoha for a few good moments, his civilian disguise allowing him to waltz around unhindered. "Sir Ken." "Or so you would think." Ken tilted his head as he turned to the side. He had felt a familiar presence within the crowds, but he wasn't expecting it to be one of the few people who could recognize his disguise. "Minato." The blind assassin walked towards the young teen with a warm smile on his half-covered face. His large bangs swayed from side to side, sometimes revealing small glimpses of his features underneath. Minato sweated a bit as he felt the man approach. Despite focusing so much on him, he couldn't even hear his steps. It was a bit unnerving. The young teen did end up learning that Ken was the strongest assassin and bounty hunter alive after all. A figure on par with their great Hokage. Not only that, but he was strolling around in the streets freely without any shinobi tailing him or observing him. Of course, none of those details kept Minato from feeling excited. "I was so sure that was you. It's been so long." Minato shook his fists, a wide and warm smile spreading on his face as his spiky hair moved around wildly. The blind assassin took a short pause, realizing just how much energy the young man in front of him had. "He seems to have gotten stronger. I guess I can talk to him for a bit. He is quite the interesting child after all. It's been quite a while, yes. Let us talk over some ramen." Ken patted the young teen on the shoulder and pulled him off to the side. Minato nodded and smiled, walking alongside the infamous assassin without skipping a beat. "Actually, I know just the place. I was heading there right now." The two of them chatted a bit as they walked to the ramen shop that they both knew best. Ramen Ichiraku. Ken sighed as he felt it. What a small world. He felt that the world was even smaller when he realized that another familiar presence was at the ramen shop. "Minato. You're finally here." A girl with flowing long hair, dressed in the clothes that a young kunoichi would usually wear, complete with the headband firmly tied on her forehead. Ken felt her chakra, he immediately recognized it. Both hers and the beast within her. "Kushina. Kushina. You won't believe who I've run into." Minato ran forward and immediately sat down near his crush. Ken trailed right behind him, stepping through the blinds and revealing himself to the people inside the small stall. Kushina seemed to size him up for a moment, displaying some suspicion and disappointment. It didn't take long for her to recognize Ken though, and her suspicion immediately turned to happiness. "Oh! It's Lord Ken." She sat up and ran to the bounty hunter with excitement. She seemed to want to hug him at first, but stopped herself right before that, standing in front of him and bowing slightly without saying anything. "That's certainly a reaction. What are you doing?" Ken asked as he felt emotions swirling within the young girl. "Thank you," she shouted as she continued bowing her head. "For what?" Ken tilted his head, confused for a moment. "For keeping your promise and telling my brother to visit me," she affirmed, her gaze still fixed on the ground and her emotions still like a whirlwind within her. Despite her being filled with thankfulness and positivity, Ken could also feel another source of emotion within her, and that was only filled with malice and hate, all directed towards him. Why does the nine-tailed beast hate me? Jayaki, 8 tails, seemed just fine with my presence. Ken pondered that for a few moments, before realizing that Kushina was still in front of him, bowing her head. "Oh! Girl, just raise your head. There is no need for this. I am relatively friendly with your clan, I had no reason to refuse your request." Ken immediately placed his hands on the girl's shoulders and pulled her up, shaking her a bit before turning her around and pointing towards the chair she had been previously sitting on. Thanks anyway. I mean, you didn't need to help me, but you decided to do so anyway. So I appreciate it. Ken sighed and just shook his head. Muttering a short "You're welcome" then before walking up to a stool beside Minato and sitting down. Kushina nodded her head and went back to her seat. The shop owner looked at Ken for a few seconds but didn't react to him outwardly in any way. Minato immediately ordered a bowl of ramen for each of them, saying that it was on him. Still, I wasn't expecting to run into you here. The little girl sighed as she turned her head towards Minato. Then, under her breath, Ken managed to hear something else as well. I mean, it was supposed to be a date. At that moment, Ken's head snapped towards Minato. Kid. Say, did you perhaps plan to meet up with Kushina here before running into me? The blind assassin felt the need to confirm that. I mean, yeah. She just returned from a mission and I figured we'd spend some time together. But running into you was great. She wanted to thank you for a while now. Minato exclaimed as he looked back at Kushina, who nodded. Well. There's not exactly any need for me to stick around in that case. Ken slowly stood up, patting his shoulders and nodding towards the shop owner. Wait. I figured we could spend some time together. Chat a bit, you know. Minato didn't seem to want his friend to leave just yet. Kid, I hate to break it to you, but I dislike being the third wheel on a date. Ken tilted his head at the boy's insistence and decided to just be straightforward about it. Date. Minato's tone was filled with confusion, and instantly Ken felt the atmosphere turning. The ramen shop owner also stopped cooking for a moment to look over at the boy with a concerned gaze. Kushina stood there, with a stiff smile on her face. Ken now felt the girl's emotions match that of the tailed beast trapped within her. I honestly feel bad for this kid. He's just that oblivious, isn't he? And here I thought he was a romantic, going out of his way to track her down and save her. Look kid, the point is, I ain't sticking around. You can spend some quality time with Kushina, yet. Ken clapped his hands and turned around to leave. But I already ordered you a bowl. Don't care. Ken walked off without saying anything else, and Minato seemed to become a bit discouraged. It's fine Minato. Kushina immediately moved to comfort him, patting his back. Oh. Right. I forgot that you eat a lot. I guess it's fine then. The shop owner then looked at the boy with a bit of pity, before shaking his head. Needless to say, Minato went from being patted on the back, to being punched in the face. And Ken, who was still nearby, couldn't help but rub his forehead in frustration. What a mess. I feel sorry for the little Jinchuriki at this rate. Ken shook his head and decided to head elsewhere, taking his stroll further away from those embarrassing scenes. I'll go and rest somewhat soon. I still have that meeting with the Hokage in the morning. Chapter 154, A Village's Situation, Meeting, and Ties. The Hokage took another huff of his long tobacco pipe. His tired gaze washed over the large and expansive leaf village as he stood at the window with one hand behind his back. Many weeks had passed by, yet he still felt restless. Somehow he felt that the village elders were breathing down his neck more and more after Danzo had been disposed of. Hiruzen truly disliked having to kill his old comrade, but at the same time not killing Danzo would have brought more and more issues to the leaf. After all, he had bared his fangs against Ken and the Dark Brotherhood, and that in itself had the potential to bring about the end of the Leaf Village. It was clear that it wasn't just the Dark Brotherhood they would have been up against, but the Cloud and the Land of Iron as well. The Leaf was strong, the strongest hidden village even, but their walls were not strong enough to stop such rising tides. It was tragic in the Hokage's eyes, but at the end of the day, the Leaf took priority over any personal relationship. And that was why Hiruzen joined the Three-Corner Alliance. Joining hands with the people that would have otherwise been a danger to the Leaf. The Hokage still needed quite a bit of time to come to terms with losing his friend, but the world had to continue moving on. An Anbu with spiky white hair, a wolf mask, with his body mostly covered in a long coat, hiding his features. Sakumo. Are they here already? The Hokage glanced back at his Anbu captain, the man who was now in charge of management for the current first phase of the Chunin exams. The White Fang was certainly overqualified for the job, but as they were currently in times of peace they could afford to give him such a task. There was also the fact that this was the first joint exam of the alliance, and the Leaf had to make sure that everything went as smoothly as possible. Yes, Lord Hokage. The leaders of the alliance are also here. Lord Ken has also been located and interacted with our Jinchuriki earlier this week. Sakumo had already received all the reports necessary. After the last debacle, Kushina was constantly under surveillance by several Anbu. And while they didn't recognize Ken at first, Minato and Kushina calling him by name was enough for them to realize who they were looking at. One of the Anbu reported that Ken had turned his head towards one of them and nodded, so it was safe to assume that the Dark Brotherhood leader was announcing his arrival as well. Well, it's concerning that he's managed to infiltrate so easily. I wonder if it's space-time ninjutsu. Hiruzen immediately speculated, his hand moving from his back to his beard, stroking it in contemplation. He didn't even bother to worry about their prized Jinchuriki being near Ken since they were allies, and Ken had already saved her in the past. If anything, she was 10 times safer with him around. But it was concerning that the assassin could come and go wherever he pleased. It's possible that he is using space-time ninjutsu of some sort. It is better to ask him in person since it could be an exploitable hole within our defenses as well. Sakumo seemed to be quite curious as well, but his curiosity was laced with a bit of concern. We will ask him soon. Call the leaders for a meeting, and make sure everything is perfect with the following stages of the exam as well. The Hokage waved off the Anbu captain's concern and sent him forward to continue his mission. Sakumo nodded and vanished to continue his job. They could not afford to skimp on any expenses, they needed everything to be perfect. Of course, although the Hokage called it the first phase of the Chunin exams, the other two were going to be a lot more straightforward and simple to plan. One would be a written examination questioning the shinobi on their general knowledge of the world, and the other would be a tournament, deciding the 3 genin that were to be promoted to Chunin. Of course, the top 3 were going to be promoted in the tournament, but those who had distinguished themselves properly were also going to get a chance to get promoted through missions afterwards. That was the arrangement that the villages had come up with. After all, the war had drained them all quite a bit and they needed to get their forces back on track. The Chunin exams needed to no longer be the only way for genin to be promoted. From that point onwards, it all needed to be dependent on performance. A village like the Leaf needed to have at least around 1,000 shinobi over the level of genin constantly doing C-rank and B-rank missions in order to sustain itself. The Leaf had a total of around 2,700 shinobi, ranging from genin to Anbu. Most Anbu were out on a mission for the village, so they were not really generating revenue as they were generating security. Aside from Anbu, Chunin squads were also constantly patrolling the village streets and keeping the peace. This left the active shinobi going out of the village on missions to be a bit under 2,000, over half of which were not even Chunin. The ranks of genin varied in strength, of course, but each year dozens upon dozens of children graduated from the academy, which contributed to the number of shinobi in the village. But only a few Chunin were promoted each year, which was where the discrepancy in numbers came along. It didn't help that there were quite a lot of people who simply didn't have the talent to rise above the rank of genin. Overall, to run a large village like the Leaf consistently without war, they needed to rely on something more than just missions. Which was the subject of the current meeting between the leaders of the Three-Corner Alliance. The Hokage strode forward confidently, walking through the long and winded hallways of the Hokage building. He eventually reached a wooden double door, which he opened up with both hands, smoking pipe still in his mouth. Inside was a rather large and well-lit meeting room, with the leaders of the Three-Corner Alliance all already waiting at the table. The Land of Iron was represented by Mifune, the Dark Brotherhood of course by Ken, the Reikage had personally come as well, and Yorihiko was in the village specifically to be there for his daughter, but he also attended the meeting. All of the people present were dressed in formal clothing, each cage wearing the attire showcasing their status, hats included. The Reikage now wore a rather sizable golden cuff on his only wrist. He wore a very simple vest and a pair of loose black pants and sandals underneath his white cage coat. The Uzukage's attire was similar to that of a regular shinobi, with the large symbol of the whirlpool on his back, covered only by the two large blades that were sheathed on his back. Mifune, the samurai general, wore his armor, with the symbol of the Land of Iron proudly placed on his chest. He didn't wear any hat, he only wore a bandana with the Land of Iron symbol. His regular-looking katana was resting on his belt, like usual. And Ken wore his usual attire as well, a mask with a large red dot in the middle. He was quietly sitting in a corner, playing with some strings. "Gentlemen, I thank you all for agreeing to meet at such a late hour." The Hokage eyed everyone present with an appreciative gaze. "It is my pleasure," my daughter spoke fondly of her time in the village, "so I am quite pleased with the situation up to this point." Yorihiko, the Uzumaki leader, nodded with a wide smile on his face. Ken and Mifune both nodded, greeting the Hokage formally as well. "No need for the posturing, Lord Hokage. We are all allies at this time, of course, we'd show up." The Reikage was still not on the best of terms with either the Leaf or the Whirlpool. He didn't like acting all friendly with either of them, but they were still allies at the end of the day. No need to put it quite as rudely. We all share a common goal here, and are working together to achieve and maintain it. Ken immediately made sure to put him back in his place. The Reikage was not quite prone to clapping back at the red dot, so he ended up just grumbling and looking to the side. The Hokage gave Ken an appreciative gaze before deciding to get to the meat of the issue. "As some of you may have noticed, missions have been getting less and less frequent. There are still quite a few present, and not quite enough appropriately ranked shinobi to do them, but their number seems to be on a downward trend." The Hokage immediately pointed out the biggest issue, one that they all expected going into their alliance. "Foreign noble houses and even the nobility from our lands are more reluctant to give us work now that we've essentially unionized." "Hey!" Ken sighed as he found the situation quite funny. No matter what world he was in, it always seemed to work out in similar ways. "We do need to fully stabilize our economic situations, we need to continue building the infrastructure between our lands and establish proper trade routes." Yorihiko crossed his arms and spat out his piece, already knowing that their only real choice was to work harder to establish the trade routes faster. "I mean, at some point, the smaller villages around us will be too slumped with work that they can't even achieve, so the nobles will be forced to direct some business our way." The Reikage huffed for a second, quite annoyed at the station at hand. "That will take a while and would certainly drain our resources further. The Land of Iron can provide, but we also rely on experts. Thankfully the other lands are dependent on us for the most part when it comes to metals, so they can't afford to cut us off. But missions within our land are mostly handled by the Dark Brotherhood, and there are barely any traces of outlaws left. We can help with establishing trade routes. I will speak to the daimyo to try and expedite the process in any way." Mifune stroked his short pointed beard while speaking in a rather long-winded way, although he did have a lot to say in general. During such meetings, he was the only representative for the entire Land of Iron. Their exports and imports, and their expertise and missions were all his to talk about. When it came to work for the other villages within the alliance, there really was little that Mifune and the Land of Iron could help with. "Well, our people won't starve at least, and peaceful times will allow our agriculture to flourish. The nobles won't deny us trade and commerce with our own nation at least." The Hokage sighed, a bit disappointed, but also somewhat expecting to hear that from Mifune. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was not exactly pleased by the Three Corners alliance and the war ending either, but at the very least his land was being defended, so he was willing to at least continue giving some support to their hidden villages. This was the same for the Whirlpool and Lightning as well. It was hard for their pride to accept that they now had a lot less control over the hidden villages within their lands though. Well, at least the ones with good land for agriculture won't starve. The Reikage sighed as well, even more disappointed. The Hokage was right in saying that his people won't starve anytime soon. If anything, they had reserves for the following years and were not likely to run out of food. But the land of lightning was vastly different. There were very few things that could grow on their hard and rocky soil, and the few areas that could be used for agriculture were usually at the border of their land, where the battlefields once were. So it would take a lot longer for the Cloud Village to fully recover and become more self-sufficient. Thankfully, they were in an alliance, so as long as the others had resources, the Cloud was not going to run out either. I believe there's no reason for us to worry about resources. But the decrease in missions is a bit more concerning to me. The Uzumaki leader blinked a few times and looked around the table. Most seemed to agree with him. Peace could also be a factor for the decrease in missions. It's hard to tell at this stage honestly. I can't quite see that far. Well, not that I can see much in general. The Reikage snorted loudly for a second. Ken had managed to break the heavy atmosphere with a rather good point, accompanied by a joke as well. I'd give you a hand with that, but I'm kinda missing one myself. The Reikage immediately joined in the fun, not quite bothered by his disability either. The other leaders present could only smile for a few seconds. Well, everything will be all right, I guess. Mifune sighed internally before slowly shaking his head. Before he even noticed, the conversation moved forward to the next topic. The Chunin exams. Chapter 155, Chunin exams, Aidendes and personal talk. The talk about the next few phases of the Chunin exams was not quite as eventful, nor was it as important. The real reason they were there was to speak about finances and the states of their villages. Still, a few good points were brought up during the discussion about the attendees. I feel as if the situation is a bit unfair. All things considered, people like the one-legged devil of the Dark Brotherhood shouldn't really be competing with rookies. The first one to bring it up was none other than Yorihiko, the leader of the Uzumaki. His concern was certainly well-founded. Tatsuksho was not only the most skilled among the Dark Brotherhood recruits, he was also already on par with plenty of the Jonin who were supposed to supervise the exams under Sakumo's orders. Well, I heard the Leaf's Jinchuriki is participating as well. Supposedly the girl's quite powerful, even if barely, she seems able to tap into the tailed beast's chakra. And I've heard that a user of the adamantite sealing chains is participating as well from the Uzumaki side. Hell, even we have brought the Two Tails Jinchuriki over for her to gain some experience. Despite her young age, she's already able to almost fully control a cloak of chakra. A continued, speaking with a bit of pride as he talked about the recruits that he was bringing over as well. I guess it is fair to say that all of us have brought our best. I also brought only the most talented children along, but they are mostly already able to completely coat their blades in chakra, and one can even use flying wind slashes with some degree of proficiency. Mifune sweated a bit as he felt somewhat inadequate. It was true that the samurai trainees he had brought were decent in strength. But compared to some of the other competition, they were indeed lacking. It seems that we all figured it would be okay to send our best. They are still just recruits, lacking experience much like the rest. Some of the more inventive recruits may be able to overcome a difference in power. The life we lead isn't all about frontal combat at the end of the day. Ken sighed as he found the entire situation to be interesting. At the very least, the Chunin exams would be interesting to watch. Even if the final significant phase of the exam was a tournament, it was still not bound to end as the strongest winning. Shinobi tended to always fight using tricks, the same for Ken's assassins. Mifune's samurai were also likely coached on what to expect when faced with shinobi as well, so the results weren't bound to be as cut and dry. Things could turn out interesting this year. The Reikage smiled as he looked at everyone present with a bit of excitement glinting in his eyes. The first one to leave was Yorihiko, especially after learning that his daughter was supposedly out on a date. Poor Minato had no way of knowing what was coming his way. Ken did put in a good word for him, not that it would have been needed. Kushina was likely stubborn enough to fight with her father, especially if he tried to reach out and get involved with her love life. Despite technically being the princess of the Uzumaki clan, she didn't have any political ties to the whirlpool except for her bloodline, so there was no such thing as an arranged marriage or anything for her. After his abrupt departure, the meeting didn't last much longer. The Reikage and Mifune left rather quickly, each tending to their own business. The Reikage did invite Ken for a drink, but the blind assassin had to refuse, stating that he still had some business with the Hokage to sort out, much to the surprise of said Hokage. The young assassin's interactions with Hiruzen had been rather scarce throughout their meeting, and subsequently even after it. Jiraiya did return to the Dark Brotherhood to continue learning from Ken, but that was about the extent of Ken's interactions with the Leaf. No one knew about Ken's extracurricular activities within the Leaf either, as he had been extremely secretive about contacting the leader of the Information Guild. Hiruzen was a bit confused, but he just assumed that Ken likely wanted to speak about the arrangements with Jiraiya and the length of his tutorship when it came to senjutsu. Which was quite convenient for him, as he also wanted to speak to Ken at some point regarding that. Jiraiya had already improved by leaps and bounds in a relatively short time. He had been stuck for a long time, not being able to become a perfect sage, but with Ken's help, he had already achieved that state and could maintain it for at least 2 minutes even without Ma and Pa's help. It was monumental progress for someone with as little talent as Jiraiya. Senjutsu was admittedly very difficult to master, but Ken's teaching methods were so out there and revolutionary when compared to the Toads, that even someone with lacking talent could become a perfect sage. Ken was such a great teacher that Hiruzen thought about sending more people for him to train. Of course, it was going to be with a trade. Hiruzen was aware that he would likely end up paying a steep price, but having more people capable of senjutsu in the village was never a bad thing. After Mifune and the Reikage left, the Hokage gestured for Ken to follow him to his office, a more private setting. The blind assassin obliged, getting up and heading for the office while swaying from side to side rhythmically. "Hey, one of you should go call the current leader of the Uchiha." The assassin craned his neck to the side and looked at some of the people clinging to the ceiling in the hallway. The Hokage was once again surprised, but he nodded and waved for his Anbu to listen to Ken's request. "Do you perhaps have a job for the Uchiha? They are quite skilled in various affairs, so I would not be surprised." Hiruzen remembered Fugaku Uchiha, the young head of the Uchiha, quite fondly. The Hokage saw him as yet another promising figure residing within their village. After his encounter with the Tsuchikage during the last war, he also gained a rather fitting nickname. Wicked Eye Fugaku, after he had tortured the Tsuchikage into unconsciousness through ocular genjutsu. Relations between the Uchiha and the village were also at an all-time high now that Danzo was not around to sow any discord between them. Ken and the Hokage reached the office promptly, and Hiruzen immediately sent all of the Anbu in the room away with a wave of his hand. The blind assassin was an ally, so there was no need for protection in that regard. Fugaku also reached Hiruzen's office quite quickly. The man seemed to be quite dutiful. "Lord Hokage, Lord Ken." The Uchiha clan leader bowed his head slightly as he entered the room before he proceeded to stand by the Hokage's side with his arms crossed. Ken sat on a comfortable chair in front of the Hokage's desk, and Hiruzen himself took his usual seat. "Now then, what is it exactly that you want to speak about? And why did you request for Fugaku to be present?" Hiruzen spoke as he slowly replaced the tobacco from his pipe. "Well, first off, you may want to refrain from smoking for now, as you may choke on the smoke after hearing what I am about to tell you." Ken slowly leaned into the table and took off his mask, revealing a rather amused smile. I doubt I would lose my composure in such a manner." The Hokage responded with a slightly amused smile of his own, while Fugaku just eyed Ken with a wary gaze. The clan leader was still quite wary of Ken, especially since the man seemed to have a way of getting into the village at will. "No need to be too stressed for now, since we're allies. But this is still quite concerning. Alas, there wasn't much the wicked eye could do except for listening on as Ken opened his mouth to explain a few things. A small part of my plan that I had not mentioned previously during the war that signaled the founding of our alliance. I had used the opportunity granted by you all and your assistance to go after the true perpetrator behind it all. The Hokage seemed a bit taken aback. He had wondered what Ken had done during the war specifically. He did know that Ken was also facing a rather difficult opponent, but he was not aware of any details. Still, he listened intently as he filled his pipe with new tobacco. I managed to run into someone I'd rather call a relic of the past. I'm sure you would agree. A hunchback old man with long spiky hair, his eyes bore the Sharingan, and he claimed to be named Madara Uchiha. Herzuan immediately coughed out, as he had been inhaling when Ken had spoken Madara's name. Fugaku's eyes also widened, before narrowing and becoming judgmental. Madara Uchiha? As in, one of the founding fathers of the Leaf Village? The very same man that had sought to destroy it afterwards. Hiruzen immediately asked for some further clarification. The very same Madara Uchiha. I was unable to find any records of Madara's death, nothing besides the fact that Hashirama had returned to the village injured one day and that he had claimed that Madara was dead. When I visited his supposed grave within the leaf earlier this week, it was also empty. At this point, I am inclined to believe him. Ken spoke in a rather eloquent tone. He had done his research, he had exhausted every avenue that he had when it came to finding out more about how Madara had survived, and how he was still alive to that day. And he had not managed to find much, which was why he found himself in front of the Hokage and Fugaku. And judging by their reactions, Ken doubted that he'd get much more new information from them. So, Madara Uchiha was not only alive but in good enough health to orchestrate such a large-scale war. Hiruzen's entire face seemed to be twisted in discomfort. Well, his health at that time is debatable. He was in no state to fight anyone, let alone someone like me or you. But he was alive and kicking, his vitality seemed to be constantly being replenished by some weird statue or construct that I buried alongside him. Ken crossed his arms and slowly reached into his sleeve, taking out a small scroll. This is all of the information that I could find. It is not much, and that statue is currently still buried there. I figured I would reach out to you for help excavating it. We may also look into and find Madara's body. I can very much confirm that he is dead this time around regardless. Ken placed that scroll on the table and slowly leaned back into his seat, crossing his arms and finally allowing the two men in front of him to speak. That's a lot to take in. Fugaku seemed to also be quite shocked at the turn of events. Hearing about a supposedly long-dead ancestor of the Uchiha clan still lurking in the shadows with ill intentions was certainly concerning. If Madara had gone ahead and somehow turned the entire world against him, he would have brought a lot of trouble to the Uchiha clan as well by extension. Fugaku, as well as the Leaf, were rather fortunate that Ken was the one to actually find Madara. I'll also have to look into this personally. We can talk about excavation afterwards. I will look through some old records. I'll contact you soon if I find anything. The Hokage sighed and slowly started to look over the information that Ken had given him. It was indeed not a lot, but at the very least he was able to deduce with some confidence that he had spoken to the real Madara. I'll leave the two of you to mull over this information. Maybe the two of you will be able to find out more than I have. We'll keep in touch. Ken then vanished from the room, heading elsewhere to handle a different commotion. Why does you have to start acting up at a time like this? Chapter 156, Concern, Tantrum Spiral, and Punishment. Mifune hummed slightly as he walked through the streets of the Leaf Village. He was closely surveyed by Anbu that worked directly under the Hokage, but they didn't restrict him in any way, they were there mostly to ensure that he was not getting lost. Mifune didn't need protection from anything within the Leaf, they were in allied territory. The Hokage also had no reason to be wary of him, as the Iron had already proved to be a great ally of the Leaf. But right now, he was in no real danger of getting lost, he was going exactly towards the apartments that the Dark Brotherhood disciples were resting in. His aim was specifically to see his granddaughter. This was also a big part of the reason why he took the job of representing the Iron in that meeting. He had already heard that you had been the only one to flunk the exams from the Dark Brotherhood. It was a rather stark contrast to the other villages. A team had failed from both the Uzumaki and the Leaf. The Cloud also had a team disqualified, and the team of Samurai was forced to return and failed halfway through the exam, with their death staged for the rest of the examinees. Clearly, the Dark Brotherhood had sent the highest quality of recruits over. But everyone had essentially sent their young powerhouses to compete as well. But to Mifune, it was already clear that the Land of Iron's participants weren't going to be winning. Hell, the chances of them getting into the finals were extremely low. Alas, there wasn't much they could do. The Land of Iron was built on hard work and discipline. It took him decades of hard work to get to the level that he currently was. He had no shortcuts to take. Talent played a part in all of it, of course. However, the training for samurai was fundamentally different from shinobi, and it also started later in life. Only the children of noble families were sometimes trained earlier, but they were sorely lacking in experience. Yu herself was also trained from a younger age than most, but her real training technically started only after she went away with Ken. Mifune was extremely proud of her progress in such a short time. He had actually hoped to see her compete as well, as he knew that she was strong. Alas, her hot-headedness had gotten in the way of the exam. It was to be expected. What Mifune didn't expect upon reaching the Dark Brotherhood's resting area, was to find her having a loud argument with what he assumed were her teammates. The only one I recognize at first glance is the one-legged devil. Mifune already knew some of the children of the Dark Brotherhood, but he didn't really know all of their names. He of course knew Tatsuksho as he was the most powerful among the recruits, and had even made a name for himself already. But he had no knowledge of the names of any other of the top 10 or even top 5 within the recruits. It wasn't like you spoke too much about their names with him, so it couldn't be helped. "I'm telling you that I'm coming with you all tomorrow." Yu screeched at the top of her lungs, anger boiling underneath her soft skin. No, you are not you. It's just a written exam, you can't accompany us to speculate there. Tatsuksho shook his head, his arms crossed and his gaze seeming a bit saddened. "I told you that I am not spectating shit. Grandpa and Master are both in the Leaf right now. They'll definitely let me compete." Yu seemed to be really sure of herself, so deep in her own delusions that she didn't think to check over her shoulder to see the disappointed gaze of her grandfather. I guess she has always been more on the spoiled side. Even when she started wanting to murder people, we kinda let her do her own thing and even provided her with a personal tutor. No matter how much discipline Ken tried to instill in her, she still reached her rebellious phase. Mifune silently shook his head, giving a rather disappointed sigh internally. He also gave an apologetic glance towards the Anbu that were surveying them. It was normal for contestants to not like the results of a test, but too much such a scene out of it was simply disgraceful. Well, her father was also like that once. No, I hear he was even worse. So I guess the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The beheading general still found some amusement in the situation as he walked forward. It wasn't long before the others noticed him, even Yu turning around and gaining a wide smile on her face. He shot the others a rather arrogant glance and quickly put on her nicest act. "Grandpa." She ran up to the old man and hugged him. Normally Mifune would have been elated at such a thing, but he already knew that Yu was just looking to gain something from him. "Yu. It seems you were having an argument earlier. What happened?" Mifune was not about to beat around the bush with her. He shot the children of the Brotherhood a glance, almost apologizing to them in a way. He did truly feel responsible for the sense of entitlement that Yu had. It wasn't like he was jumping about and trying to make sure she wasn't spoiled rotten by her father. But in between his own training and his duties as a general and figurehead for all samurai, he didn't have much time to take a closer parental role. Well, we were just arguing because they couldn't understand that I was going to compete either way. I mean, there's no way you or teacher would allow me to be kicked out during the first phase of the exam." The little princess voiced out her frustrations almost instantly. You, in all of her delight at seeing her grandpa and her delusions that he'd fix everything for her like all adults in her life tended to do, didn't seem to notice the look of slight disappointment that he shot her. Mifune sighed deeply as he looked at the children from the Brotherhood. All of them seemed to be displeased with Yu's behavior. She always liked to spout the mantra that Ken had taught everyone, but out of everyone she was the one breaking it the most. "You, look at me." Mifune decided to not beat around the bush with her either. He immediately grabbed her shoulders firmly. He lowered his gaze and looked down into her slightly confused and expectant eyes. "You are not participating in the Chunin exams anymore. You failed, you disappointed both me and your teacher. You put your entire squad in danger and were nothing more than a liability during the most important parts of the exam." Mifune knew that it was a bit late, but he decided to take the tougher approach. After all, Yu was likely not willing to listen to others telling her the truth, but she wouldn't try to gaslight her grandfather that she hadn't made major mistakes during her exam, right? Yu seemed to look down for a moment, mulling over some thoughts before turning her head back up, her eyes shining in the moonlight as she gave Mifune a look he never thought he'd see in someone he had held so dear. "That's not right. You suck, Grandpa. Dad will hear about this, and teacher will surely help me." She slapped away Mifune's arms from her shoulders and took a step back, keeping that same spiteful look on her grandfather. Hell, her hand was even reaching for the needle blade that rested on her waist, seemingly out of instinct. "I guess I should have expected that." Mifune sighed, this time looking genuinely concerned. "Not for his safety, of course, but rather for you. She's always acting all nice around us, she never tells us what's actually on her mind. Maybe she's truly growing up into a spiteful child. There was no place in the world for a spiteful child. If she was let loose, then she would likely bring about her own demise sooner than anyone could predict." The old general couldn't help but feel disappointed, but this time not in her behavior, but in himself. Sure, he didn't have the time to discipline her, but he could have talked to her Yuichi. He could have talked to Ken. But he didn't. He just figured that everything would be just fine. Ken likely also was too busy with other things to notice. He had 100 other children to look after as well at the end of the day. And he was also apparently constantly plotting behind the scenes to bring about world peace. The Red Dot was an extremely busy man. Or rather teenager. Maybe we sent her away into training a bit too soon. Maybe we should have continued teaching her etiquette, and she would have turned out fine. Or it would have happened as Ken suggested, and her desires eventually got the best of her and she did something stupid. Mifune was truly conflicted, unsure what to make of things, what he could have done to make things better. He was many things in his life. A great warrior, an honorable samurai, a man that many looked up to, but he was ever a father to his own child. He had become some sort of a surrogate grandfather to Yu due to often finding himself by her side. But he didn't have any experience with children of his own. Yu continued to gaze at him with those eyes, and that was about the same time that the teacher also arrived. Looking almost as if he had stepped out of Yu's shadow, his masked face tilted and his long spiky hair flowing in the wind. The children behind Yu noticed him immediately, their gazes lighting up in either awe or reverence. He moved one of his hands, his cloak moving to reveal the pristine blood-red samurai chest plates underneath. The blind assassin immediately grabbed Yu's shoulder. His fingers gripped her shoulder muscles with force. Yu immediately grimaced and was forced to take a knee, her hand shooting up and grabbing Ken's immovable wrist. Mifune forced himself to look away, not wanting to see the slightly pained face of his beloved granddaughter. "Yu, what is the meaning of this tantrum of yours?" Ken's voice was cold, unforgiving. It didn't have the caring tinge that Mifune's had. Teacher. It all a misunderstanding. I didn't fa. I don't want to hear any more lies from you." Ken immediately interrupted her, knowing that she was likely looking to proclaim her innocence and that she was somehow not deserving of failure on her first exam. You know what you did. You know that without others cleaning up for you, you would have either died or gotten someone else killed in your stead. When the safety of the children within the Brotherhood was concerned, Ken was not quite as friendly towards those who put it at risk. That's not, it was just an exam. No one would have died. But you didn't know that it was an exam at the time. You simply showcased your incompetence in a life or death situation, even if the situation turned out to be a simulation. You was speechless really, she couldn't even begin to try and lash out at her teacher. And by the way, he was forcing her to kneel. It was rather clear that no honeyed words or sweet lies would make things easier for her. She had gone and done it, made her teacher truly mad at her. And since she blew up at her grandfather, he was also not interfering. Ken scowled underneath his mask as he felt the little princess's emotions twirling. He could sense plenty of them within her, but he couldn't sense any shame or regret. From now on you are no longer allowed to go into any missions. When we get back to the Brotherhood you will be confined to your room, you are no longer allowed to train, and all you will do from now on is read and write. Ken shook his head and decided to hit you exactly where it hurt her most. Missions were always an outlet for her, a way for her to display her art. Teacher. That's too much. The princess immediately retorted, her eyes watering a bit as Ken let go of her shoulders and she turned around to face him. If you are going to behave like a child, then you are going to be punished like one too. You will be reading books about how one should conduct himself in society, and writing everything you have learned. I will task Tasho to periodically check on your progress. But for how long do I have to do that? You asked as her tone took a rather drastic turn. She couldn't bring herself to act spiteful or angry with her teacher. Unlike Mifune, if she bared her fangs at Ken then he'd just rip them out. He was the one who gave her fangs in the first place after all. Until I am satisfied enough with your behavior. And no, you will not be allowed to go visit your father or Mifune during this period. Ken then pointed to the apartment rooms behind him. Now get back to bed. He didn't even give her a chance to respond, not that he would have cared to hear her opinion on her punishment anyway. He needed to take a harder stance on her behavior as it had already spiraled out of control. You seemed to tear up even more, before shaking her head and running to her room while crying. Ken sighed as soon as she left, and Mifune also looked at her apartment as the door closed behind her. Sorry that you had to bear with that, children. I may have underestimated how difficult it would be to raise a child born in nobility. Ken then addressed the other children, who seemed to not blame him at all. No, it is completely fine, father. Rather, I am a bit worried about her. Tatsuksho sighed as he also looked at the others, who seemed to share his sentiment. More than worried about her, I am more so concerned that she'll be driven to do something stupid. Morita was among the few that saw the situation differently. Ken turned his head towards him and nodded. Very well. You can go ahead and keep an eye out for her. Ken seemed to very much understand Morita's worries, and gave everyone one last look before turning around and leaving. Let's go get some ramen, Mifune. Ken walked up to the general as the other children headed back to their rooms. He tapped the older man on the shoulder, but stopped when he felt the slight depression welling up inside of Mifune. After all, having his granddaughter almost point a weapon at him was no pleasant experience. Or rather, let's get something to drink. The blind assassin immediately changed the destination and dragged the samurai along. This is going to be a longer night than I had anticipated. Chapter 157, Drinking, Trouble, and Reputation. Mifune released a deep sigh as he looked at the bottom of the sake bottle in front of him. His mind was running in circles as he came to terms with the situation from earlier. He tried his best to wrap his mind around what you could have been thinking or feeling. And through it all, Ken was by his side, mask off and drink in hand. You know, I rarely ever see you be this relaxed. Mifune remarked, his cheeks slightly red due to excessive drinking. I rarely get the chance to have downtime like this. I certainly don't drink often, or at all usually. Ken shook his head as he slowly traced the corners of his glass with his nail. Mifune didn't really stop to think that he was essentially drinking alcohol with a minor, and the tavern owner who was serving them was certainly not going to refuse Ken's order despite seemingly knowing who he was. The night was rather quiet at the tavern thanks to Ken and Mifune being there. No one really dared to make a scene. Both the beheading general and the red dot were in one place. When they entered, the entire tavern stood still. Ken was wearing his mask, and Mifune was not hiding his face in any way. Even one of the two leaders would have been enough to make any two-bit troublemaker piss his pants. So no one really wanted to gain the attention of the two. Thankfully for them, neither Ken nor Mifune spared any glances at the people around them. Not that Ken could spare any glances to anyone. Ken, despite your youth, you have a lot more experience than I do when it comes to raising children, it seems. What is your take on this? What could be going through her mind? Mifune tapped his palm on the table in front of him, prompting the bartender to bring him another bottle of sake, which he proceeded to pour into his empty porcelain glass. I'm sure you've thought of this already. Entitlement befitting of an exceedingly young and spoiled princess. But it's just a product of her upbringing. In hindsight, I could have done a better job to iron out those behaviors during her earlier years. Ken just heaved a sigh and took one more sip from his small cup. He did acknowledge that he took part of the blame in how she had turned out. And he was going to at least try to set her straight with some punitive action. Of course, he expected a lot of pushback since she was already at the age where being rebellious was popular among puberty-experiencing children. But Ken was confident that he could deal with any tantrum spiral that she could throw at him. He had hoped for her to even become a blade one day after all. It was the reason why he allowed her to keep the nuiberi, the sewing needle. But as things stood, Morita and Tatsuksho were both shaping up to become sharp blades long before her. Funnily enough, despite not receiving much one-on-one training from Ken, Morita had managed to still rank above you by a rather good margin. The gap between the second and third ranks within the numbered was quite monumental in Ken's lack of eyes. It just went to show how much Yu slacked off when it came to training. She was infinitely more talented than Morsha, yet she couldn't get even a slight advantage when fighting him, even with the nuiberi. She was diligent and worked hard compared to some, but when it came down to it, she didn't put in enough work to stand out. Her natural talents were lifting her. No. There's no point in tossing blame around anyway. It's nice that you are willing to take responsibility, but at the end of the day, her upbringing is solely on us. Me and Yuichi both pampered her too much. Mifune bit his lips slightly as he spoke, likely sobering himself up using a slight tinge of pain. One of the many methods a man like him could afford to drink with. A man of his stature didn't have the luxury of becoming a drunken mess, lest he brought shame to the entire land of iron. Ken had no such reservations, however. He didn't have to fear shaming the Dark Brotherhood at any rate. But he also didn't have to worry too much about getting drunk. His regeneration didn't help with his resistance, but his brain was hardly affected by the alcohol he drank. He drank bottles upon bottles, piling them up on the bar in front of him. Each time he became even slightly dizzy, his mind recovered. I'll handle her. I doubt she's going to act up here again. The blind assassin yawned. Strangely, drinking did seem to remind him that he was still technically human. He suddenly felt like going to sleep for a while. Almost as if it was contagious, Mifune yawned as well. Well then. I'll trust you with this. I don't think I can face her for now anyway. I'll be going to get some sleep. Mifune shook his head and slowly stood up. He reached into his clothes and pulled out a moderately sized pouch. He shook it slightly, making it clear that it was filled with ryo. It's on me this time. The general nodded towards the tavern owner and turned to leave. I'll buy the next one then. Have a nice rest. Ken laughed a bit as he gave the departing samurai one last smile. Ken sighed as the general left the bar. He turned in his stool and wondered whether or not to continue drinking alone for a while. The momentary buzz in his mind told him that it was a good idea, but at the same time, he also felt like it was a waste of time. As he sat and contemplated that, a rather rowdy bunch seemed to be loudly proclaiming their exploits whilst kicking open the door to the bar. "Hey, watch it!" The tavern owner was not quite pleased with the new shoe mark on his wooden door, but the men who had come in were not quite bothered by him. "Haha! Can't believe that mission was so easy. God, I love peaceful times." It was just a group of young adult shinobi stuck at the genin level for now, and they were led by a chunin, who was even older than them. "I know, right? Just hunting some measly dogs is much easier than going out to war." Ken could tell that they weren't particularly skilled just by their constitution. It was clear that they weren't all that keen on training, their hands lacked any calluses and they weren't particularly filled with chakra either. The dogs they were referring to were also likely actual animals and not humans. Ken could smell the blood of some wolves on them. With a barely perceptible tilt of his head, Ken signaled to the tavern owner and the Anbu trailing him, subtly conveying his disinterest in the newcomer's antics. The tavern owner, catching the cue, promptly brought Ken another bottle of sake, prioritizing his comfort over dealing with the rowdy group. After all, making sure that nothing perked the red dot's ire was a lot more important than tending to some troublemakers. "Thank you," Ken muttered as he slowly reached for the next bottle and gripped it loosely. "Oi, boss! We want some liquor as well. Bring us a few bottles." The chunin leading the team immediately spoke up as he sat down only one chair away from Ken. His associates sat down on the other side. "We're out of harder stuff. I'll restock tomorrow, I can provide you with some mead in the meantime." The tavern owner slowly walked over to the counter in front of Ken and started cleaning up the stacked bottles. "Bah! Who wants that horse piss?" One of the genin sneered as they now also noticed the man that stood beside them, as well as the pile of bottles in front of him, and the last bottle in his hand. The chunin immediately turned his gaze to that as well, and he immediately analyzed Ken to the best of his limited ability. Without his mask, no one could really link Ken to the red dot. There was never any proper description of his face, just like his height seemed to always be different depending on the nation that reported it. Ken was a strangely public, yet also strangely mysterious man. And his strength wasn't something that could be gouged by a chunin. So the team leader had little chance. To him, Ken just looked like a creepy traveler dressed in a long coat and wearing some red samurai plates underneath his coat. And well, he felt like showing off to his team members for a bit. And so, he stood up, continuously looking at Ken with a mischievous grin. "Seems there is one last bottle left." The chunin sneered as he reached over to Ken. The tavern owner immediately froze upon noticing that, and before anyone could even blink, the chunin had 3 swords pointed at him. The grown man was suspended in place, all the blood and excitement drained from his figure as he was now faced with 3 anbu silently threatening his life. What one of the genin behind him muttered before falling asleep, alongside the rest of his squad, as one of the anbu did a very simple hand sign and placed them under a genjutsu. Now no need to go that far." Ken chuckled slightly as he shook the full bottle of sake in his hand. "I'm sure they were just a tad too excited about finishing their mission. I wasn't going to get mad for that, though your intervention was a nice gesture." Ken appeared behind the 2 anbu nearest to him and placed his arms around their shoulders, startling them slightly. The blind assassin's calm demeanor matched the power he was so infamous for. His mere presence commanded respect and fear alike. The anbu present could only gulp as they felt completely helpless at Ken's hands. They were tasked with essentially protecting him, but it was really more about making sure no one did anything stupid. The group that had come in had caught them off guard, but what surprised them even more was how relaxed Ken was about it. But they couldn't be blamed. Ken's name had been so demonized and bastardized at this point that most people forgot that he used to set up campfires and have dinner with random people while out on missions. Therefore, the relaxed attitude caught everyone who knew him was off guard. But that didn't make the atmosphere around him any weaker. Whilst the Anbu were still frozen, Ken turned his head towards the terrified Chunin and gave him a wide toothy grin, his bangs shifting and revealing his scarred face underneath. You could have just asked for it nicely. But here you go. Ken put the bottle of sake on the counter and slowly reached into his pocket, taking out his mask and putting it on. In that instant, the Chunin gulped and his eyes almost bulged out of his head. In an instant, all of the trembling stopped and he turned into a statue. Petrified completely. He didn't even dare to turn his head and look towards Ken's back as he left the tavern. A whistle echoed through the quiet tavern as the Dark Brotherhood leader left the premises without any fuss. The Anbu followed suit, not bothering to interact with the Chunin and his team any longer, though they were surely going to report the situation to the Hokage. But at that point, the Chunin really didn't care anymore. He was just happy to be alive. Chapter 158, Exams, Impressions, and Tournament. The written exam was a rather trivial affair for the children who had already passed through the strenuous first phase of the Chunin exams. It was not meant to be an eliminatory exam either, as individual knowledge could be learnt and developed through time. They just needed a basic understanding of the shinobi world to pass it. Getting full marks, however, was another beast entirely. Throughout the entire tenure of shinobi and assassins that attended that year, only 2 of them managed to get full marks. One of them was Morita, and the other one was Yujito Nii, the young two-tailed Jinkriki of the cloud. Nii was a rather quiet and brooding young girl, not even 11 years old yet already participating in the Chunin exams. She was also clearly stronger than all of the other cloud participants. It wasn't like they were weak, most of them seemed to have already reached the level of a Chunin. But the competition that year was far too difficult for regular people. Tatsuksho didn't bother copying, so he fell further behind. Bull was also not that bright when it came to written tests, even if they were mostly multiple-choice tests. Kushina was also not the best at the written exams, though she didn't get that bad of a score. The Uchiha members that were attending all seemed to have passed, likely using some special contacts to hide their Sharingan and copy more easily. The Uzumaki genin present was also not doing too bad, they didn't have any special method of copying, at least none that wouldn't have been noticed by the Anbu presiding over them. So they just took the exams normally, well most of them did. Uzumaki Takehiko, the young adamantite sealing chain user, didn't bother to write much besides answering the very basic questions. The rest he either filled in randomly or ignored. He spent most of the test sleeping, much to the annoyance of his team. No one chastised him though, as there were no rules against resting during the exam. The exam only lasted an hour anyway, so it wasn't like he had gotten to rest too much. The tests were then graded and then the tournament participants were listed. The first preliminary bouts were decided almost instantly. In fact, Tatsuksho was faced with someone called Matsumura Shigeru, a genin from the cloud. It felt a bit unfair, but the preliminaries were selected randomly. This was also one of the reasons why Morita ended up facing Bull. Momo and Uemi were also stuck facing each other. Kushina was fighting one of her brethren from the Uzumaki clan. Yujito Nii was also fighting someone from the Land of Iron, a young man called Raiden. He was said to be the strongest from the Land of Iron recruits. Akio, the sickle-wielding assassin of the Brotherhood, also ended up with none other than Takehiko. It was bound to be a difficult battle. The rest of the matchup was not quite as exciting. Naomi didn't even show up to the written exam and was disqualified. She was, after all, Yu's little shadow. She had decided to flunk out the exam as a form of protest since she was essentially the only one within the Dark Brotherhood who felt Yu was wronged. Her protest was of course ignored, and her stupidity was called out by some of her siblings. But she at least managed to use that opportunity to get closer to the spoiled little princess she idolized. Only time could tell whether or not her efforts were going to be worth it. For now, though, her protest was not that effective in making Ken reconsider Yu's disqualification. After the tests were graded quickly with the help of shadow clones, the participants were directed towards a large underground arena where the preliminaries were to happen. Only the finals and semi-finals were going to be a showcase for civilians and nobles alike. Of course, not a lot of noble representatives were present this year due to the Three-Corner Alliance's current standing in the world. Ken, Yorihiko, Hiruzen, and Mifune were all present in that underground area, all sitting on the side, sitting on the most comfortable chairs that the Hokage could find. The Raikage was not currently present as he had some urgent matters to attend to and had to return to the cloud. He was likely going to make it back in time for the semifinals. For now, Jonin were overseeing the cloud team. The Hokage proceeded to give a small speech for the attendees, one that Ken promptly ignored. Instead, he observed all of the participants with a tinge of interest. Kushina seemed to notice him sitting on the side with her father. She seemed excited to see the both of them. Yorihiko seemed to gain a radiant smile when seeing her, his wary gaze immediately turned warm. His usual act of a cold and calculating ruler seemed to fall apart in front of his daughter. Of course, Yujito Nii also noticed the leaders in front of them. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the masked assassin who leisurely rested on a large chair. So that's the red dot, hey. She couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. For a man that was rumored to be so brooding and ominous, he seemed quite ordinary in person. But that ordinary feeling made Nii somewhat fearful. All of the other leaders present seemed to exude power and pressure befitting their titles, all of them except Ken. The blind assassin was considered the strongest among them, but his presence seemed fleeting. If Nii took her eyes off of him, then she likely would not even be able to tell that he was still among them. Hell, even as the young girl peeled her eyes at Ken, it still felt as if he could vanish at any moment. Many had the habit of forgetting that, at the end of the day, Ken was more assassin than he was a fighter. He may have reportedly slaughtered armies of shinobi and split a tailed beast and a mountain in two. But at his core, he was still an assassin. The more Yujito felt that ordinary presence, the more sinister it felt. Of course, the tailed beast sealed within her seemed to agree with her completely. Don't let appearances fool you, young girl. That man is the furthest thing from ordinary. It's a good thing that the Raikage had the foresight to befriend him early on. Matatabi, the cat-like two-tailed beast within Nii was rather unnerved by Ken's overall existence. Its senses as a tailed beast were as powerful as all of its siblings. Even then it had issues sensing Ken. Nature energy converged around him and through him in such a way that it made it feel as if he was part of the environment. To think a human like this would ever be born. Much like most of its other siblings, Matatabi had somewhat forgotten Hagoromo's fears and didn't realize what Ken really was. Kurama, however, knew exactly what Ken was now, and it was even more filled with anger as he couldn't act and try to kill the tailless monster in front of him. Kushina gulped a bit and clutched her stomach as the fox-like beast trashed against its seal. But it wasn't going to break out. If it was that easy, then it would have broken out a long time ago. The Hokage eventually ended his speech, encouraging the next generation to do its best and letting them know that they were destined to inherit the will of fire or something. Ken was only half listening, curious about the whole will of fire situation. But he didn't get much context from the Hokage's words. And the fights proceeded after that. All of the participants and accompanying Jonin stood on a platform to the side of the arena, and the leaders continued sitting in the same place. The first fight was that of Tatsukusho. The one-legged assassin hopped down to the arena and stood in place, awaiting his opponent. Matsumura Shigeru didn't make him wait too long. The young man jumped down and immediately took out a rather unexpected weapon. A large metallic rod. I've heard plenty about you, one-legged devil. I can't afford to go easy on you. Matsumura muttered as his entire body tensed up. The young genin of the cloud was a rather tall and burly teen. Certainly above others his age. He had blonde hair and slightly tanned skin, a common trait shared among his comrades. Ken tilted his head slightly when sensing the young man. He is not half bad. The assassin felt that the metallic rod wielder was a child who took his training seriously. His calloused hands and sturdy stance spoke for themselves. Mifune seemed to have a similar opinion to Ken. It seems the Jinchuriki wasn't the only notable participant from the cloud. The general couldn't help but smile when seeing the spirited young man preparing for battle. But that smile fell just as quickly. It's just a shame that he got such an unlucky matchup. As soon as the referee shouted, "Go," Matsumura dashed forward, thrusting his metallic rod forward as it sparked with lightning. Tatsuksho blinked a few times underneath his mask, a bit shocked at his opponent's speed. But it was nothing compared to his own. Tatsuksho immediately turned into a blur, as the tip of Matsumura's rod just barely scratched the assassin's afterimage before it faded away. In an instant, the Cloud Genin turned around and took a large swing with his rod, aiming to close off any opening he may have left behind him. This forced Tatsuksho to hop backwards for a second, seemingly giving Matsumura a slight opening. The Genin's hands moved unnaturally fast as he pointed his palm towards the assassin. Lightning release, Panther. In an instant, a panther-like construct rushed out of the Genin's palm, its speed greatly surpassing that of any regular Genin or even Chunin. Unfortunately for Matsumura, he was not exactly facing a regular Chunin. Even though he was technically still in midair, Tatsuki seemed to move his leg in an odd way, finding his foothold in the air as he became a blur once more, dodging the jutsu and rushing towards Matsumura. The Cloud Genin tried to move quickly, thrusting the lightning rod forward and trying to pierce Tatsuksho. But his rod only pierced yet another afterimage. No hard feelings. The Cloud Genin didn't even get to react before he felt a palm on his abdomen. Wind release, Twister Palm. In an instant, Matsumura felt himself flying backwards, as a tornado emerged from Tatsuksho's palm and sent him hurtling towards one of the walls of the arena. The tornado didn't last too long, the jutsu itself was mainly just used to knock back an opponent. But it was so powerful that it had crushed Matsumura into the wall of the arena, knocking him out almost instantly. Winner. Numbered 1 of the Dark Brotherhood. It was a good time to mention that most people present didn't know the names of the Dark Brotherhood participants. The numbered were called out by their numbers, although Tatsuksho was still recognized with his moniker. Ken sighed when seeing how easily the Cloud Genin was defeated. That's the expected outcome. It's nice that Tatsuksho gave him some time to show off, he certainly showed skill surpassing his rank. Keeping up with Tatsuksho even momentarily isn't something a genin can do. Ken made a mental note to remember the young genin of the cloud and bring it up to the rakeage eventually, as it would have been a shame to let his efforts go unnoticed. The arena was quickly cleaned up, not that there was much damage to it yet. The next fight was going to be a bit more competitive, however. Morita. Number 2 of the Dark Brotherhood stepped into the arena. The young blonde assassin faced none other than the towering mountain of muscle that was Bull, number 4 of the Brotherhood. Although the distance between number 2 and number 4 was great, Bull still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve, and the fight was bound to not be anywhere near as one-sided. There was also a pretty significant factor. Ken was watching them. And this meant only one thing. Sorry number 4. But I'll be going all out. Morita uttered as he unsheathed his blade. I wouldn't have it any other way, number 2. Bull spoke, his muscles flexing as veins popped up on his hands as they gripped his large mace. Second match. Go. Chapter 159, Heated Battle, Assassins and Blue Flames. The two assassins squared off in silence, waiting for their opponent to crack and make the first move. Morita had a rather large advantage, he was considerably stronger than Bull in most aspects besides physical strength. It feels a bit strange to watch a fight that's already been decided. They are quite literally called out by their numbers. Yorihiko seemed a bit bored when looking at the matchup. In his mind, it was already over. One was number 2, and the other one was number 4. What he failed to account for was that the rankings within the Brotherhood didn't instantly constitute a difference in overall strength. They were, at the end of the day, Assassins. Morita was far superior to Bull as an assassin. But in a frontal confrontation, Bull was bound to have some advantages over Morita. Maybe he lost out when it came to speed, agility and skillfulness, but he did have one rather substantial advantage. And that was physical strength. Morita was always serious when it came to his ranking and fighting power. He was going to be even more serious now that Ken was observing their spar directly. There was no catching him off guard. But there was still one slim chance that Bull got the better of him. And he needed to do one thing in order to succeed. And that was to catch a hold of Morita. But of course, Morita's condition for a win was also relatively simple, and it was something that he was trained in the most. Turn the fight into an assassination. After a few more moments of silence, the first one to make a move was Morita. But he didn't approach. Instead, his wrist flickered and he sent a few dozen shurikens towards Bull. The number 4 assassin huffed some sun-raised air from his nostrils and scoffed. With one hand, he swung his large two-handed mace at the air in front of him. The shuriken were immediately blown away by the strong gust of wind created by Bull's strike. Dust immediately rose up and Morita used that opportunity to jump into action. Using a smokescreen is always an effective way to go about things when facing a stronger opponent. But I'm afraid it won't work in this situation. Ken smiled as he leaned forward slightly, his eyes firmly planted on the two contestants. Morita approached Bull through the smoke in a very skillful manner. He moved with such a speed that it was almost as if he was flowing through the air, his feet gliding through the smoke almost as if they were sliding on it. Before anyone knew it, Morsha was already behind Bull, his blade swiftly thrust toward the muscular young teen's lower back. But just as that happened, Bull thrust the handle of his mace backward, intercepting his blade in a skillful manner and batting it to the side with excessive force, almost forcing it out of Morita's hand. The number 2 assassin's eyes widened for a moment as Bull seemed to turn at a rapid speed, his shoulder bending at an odd angle, and his burly arm hurtling towards Morita like a whip. His speed seemed to have increased exponentially in that split second, and it managed to take the number 2 assassin by surprise. Morita's eyes widened for a moment, his eyebrows furrowing as the world seemed to move in slow motion for a few seconds. He acted immediately, putting his guard up, raising his dagger and bracing for impact. A boom was heard through the arena as the smoke cleared and Morita was sent flying to the side, crashing into the wall without much grace. Ha! Morita panted a bit as he patted the dust off of his shoulders. Looking down, his blade was bent, its edge completely broken and ruined. Morita had turned the blade at the point of impact, hoping to injure Bull and use the momentum of his strike to back off without much injury. But he failed to account for the thick layer of scales that now covered Bull's arm. Sage mode, something that all of the children within the top 5 of the Brotherhood had mastered already. The number 4 assassin's strength reached an entirely new level, going far above those achievable by normal humans. I didn't think you'd have time to use that. The blonde assassin narrowed his eyes before reaching for his wrist, and taking out another blade. As well as a kunai. I can't afford to go easy on you, brother. I'm serious about winning this. Bull huffed as he took on a half-perfected sage mode. His strategy had been a gamble. He banked on the fact that Morita wouldn't use sage mode from the start, and that he'd be able to gather enough nature energy during the start of the match and while waiting in the smoke screen he had purposefully raised. The dust he had raised helped a lot in hiding his transformation. Of course, he had forced himself to enter an imperfect sage transformation, allowing the natural energy within his body to overwhelm his chakra momentarily. While it was a dangerous tactic, it at least provided him with greater strength and durability. Hey! I guess I was a bit fast to rule this off. Yorihiko smiled as he observed Bull's body, which was now looking like a half-human half-lizard hybrid, with only the right part of his body being covered in scales. Well, it was a smart move. One that I would also make in his situation. A gamble, sure, but it had the opportunity to reap a lot of benefits. Ken craned his neck as he observed the situation from a rather critical point of view. Had the opportunity? You may want to get your lack of eyes checked, Ken. Number 2 appears to have taken quite a bit of damage. Mifune smiled and stroked his beard, getting a bit fired up watching such an interesting matchup. No, it failed. 2 was hit, but most of the damage was mitigated, and although overwhelmed, he didn't even get any broken bones. The Hokage squinted a bit, also noticing what Ken was referring to. He didn't know the children of the Brotherhood that well, but he was called the teacher for a reason. His analytical ability was unmatched when it came to fighting styles and techniques. Indeed, that type of strategy only works once, and number 4 just lost his chance at landing a critical blow. Yorihiko smiled as he crossed his arms, the 2 blades on his back clanking against his cushioned seat. Mifune would have likely noticed that as well had he not been overtaken by the youthful excitement of the 2 contestants before him. But for now, he was just left mumbling a few apologies to Ken and continuing to observe the bout, this time more closely. Morita had already stood up and seemingly recovered from the strike, but Bull was not about to give him any breathing room. Within seconds, he was already in front of Morita once more, both hands on his large mace as he swung it down towards his cornered opponent. Morita, however, didn't seem too panicked. He immediately rolled to the side, dodging underneath Bull's mace and leaving a gash on his scaleless leg as he passed by. Bull's mace still hit the ground and caused a large enough bang that most of the contestants were forced to cover their ears. The arena itself trembled, the wall in front of him cracked and the ground underneath him splintered. Web-like cracks spread throughout the arena as Morita and Bull dashed from side to side, exchanging blows. Each time Bull moved, his mace thundered through the air, breaking the sound barrier and causing even more damage to the almost collapsing arena. Each time Morita moved, his blades whizzed through the air at speeds that were difficult to follow with the naked eye. Each strike left a new wound on the scaleless parts of Bull's body. In each exchange, blood would splatter onto the broken ground, new wounds would open up and old ones would deepen. Eventually, it all came to a close, not with a loud bang, but with a metallic clang and bone-chilling silence. The one that fell in the end was none other than Bull. In the very center of the broken arena, with one knee planted firmly on the ground and his mace dropped by his side, he stood with bloody wounds covering most of his body. He was already out of sage mode, but only one half of his body seemed to be injured, as Morita had not aimed for the part with scales at all. Morita stood in front of him, bloody Tonto and Kunao held firmly in both of his arms. He was mostly unscathed, the arm that he had used to block the initial attack was swelling up a bit, and he had some odd few bruises here and there, but he was otherwise just fine. It was a good fight. The number 2 assassin spoke to the unconscious figure of his sibling. Although Bull's back was still straight, and his muscles seemed to still be flexing and contorting, he was already passed out. The light in his eyes was gone. Morita simply turned around and walked away, as the Jonin in charge announced the winner, albeit a bit slower than expected. Winner of the match is number 2 of the Dark Brotherhood. He was somewhat shaken up by the scene, as medical nin all rushed towards Bull, who looked as if he was in critical condition. That was a lot better than I expected. There are a lot of monsters in this brotherhood of yours, Red Dot. Yorihiko was truly entertained by that fight, and Mifune seemed to nod in agreement. Well, they both worked extremely hard to get where they are at now. I would lie if I said I am not proud of the men they are slowly turning into. Ken just smiled warmly underneath his mask. The Hokage and the Uzukage were both a bit taken aback by Ken's caring tone. They had not expected to hear such a thing from him. Still, number 4 was injured quite badly. I figured you'd be a bit more worried. Yorihiko commented as he waved one of his palms around with a cheeky smile on his face. His eyes tracked the medical shinobi that were currently carting Bull away towards the nearest hospital. No need to be worried. Bull is strong. And number 2 did avoid hitting vitals. If this was a fight to the death, it would have ended a lot sooner. Ken shook his head internally as he pictured some other ways a battle between Morita and Bull could have ended. A fight to the death would have ended sooner if Bull had used the same strategy to fight a Morita who was gunning for his head. But that was unlikely. Bull had used his strategy with this being a spar in mind. It would have been drastically changed if they were to fight to the death. Normally the Chunin exams are meant to be fights to the death. To get the genin used to this type of life. But I guess it's fine in this case since both number 4 and number 2 surpass most Chunin. The Hokage sighed as he slowly waved his hand and ordered some Anbu to start fixing up the arena and fill in the cracks that had spread. With some earth-style ninjutsu, they were able to do so quite quickly. Let's see. The next matchup is also just from the Dark Brotherhood, right? Yorihiko smiled as he looked over it. Momo and Yumi, the two girls that remained from the Brotherhood, were now stuck competing against each other. Well, the fight between them was not quite as intense as that of Bull and Morita. No Sage Mode was used, and the fight happened mostly through a few taijutsu exchanges. Momo seemed to have a slight advantage during those, leaving a few nicks and cuts on Yumi. But she didn't seem to be able to do more than that. What she did manage to do was to trap Yumi a few times using feints, which just showcased that she still had more experience than her younger sibling. The climax of the fight happened when both Yumi and Momo spat out the largest jutsu they could muster. Water style, crushing tides. Yumi spat out an ungodly amount of water, all forming gigantic waves that threatened to crush Momo into the other wall of the arena. Wind style, vacuum breath. Momo answered with the strongest jutsu she had in her arsenal, sucking up all the air around her and blasting it forward in a stream of pressurized air aimed right at Yumi. The wind and water clashed in the middle, at first, evenly matched. But the nature of Yumi's jutsu formed tides. The pressure on Momo's stream of wind became stronger and stronger with each wave, and it eventually led to her downfall. She was unable to break out of the stalemate or roll to the side, so she was simply crushed under the weight of the tides. Of course, Anbu rescued her the moment she lost consciousness. The next few rounds rolled by just as quickly. Kushina won over her opponent with a bit of difficulty. She did not have to access any chakra from the tailed beast within her at all. Not that Ken had any idea if she even could do that without a cost. The next round was a bit more interesting, however. Yujito Nii, the young Jinchuriki of the two tails, fought against Raiden, the strongest that had come from the land of iron. Raiden was surprisingly skilled. Ken easily saw Mifune in his blade. It was clear that the young man was personally trained by the beheading general. His chakra blade was sharp and he could even release flying slashes, which he used to scar the arena constantly throughout the fight. It was just a shame that his opponent happened to be Yujito of all people. The young girl was agile, matching Raiden in speed. She was able to dodge most attacks, her cold eyes tracking his moves with rather unprecedented talent. Her fire-style jutsu all were using frames that felt much hotter than regular ones. Only from Mifune's exclamation did he find out that it was blue fire. It seemed to be a side effect of the tailed beast within her, but the young girl's fire-style jutsus were a lot more destructive than usual. Raiden was able to cut through a few fireballs, but he was quickly overwhelmed by dozens upon dozens of them. The positions were reversed and he was forced to dodge around to the best of his ability. But the fire style that Yujito used was anything but ordinary. The fireballs that Yujito spat out were small, but they combusted into large explosions when they came into contact with something. That much was manageable, but what made things damn near impossible for Raiden was the fact that Yujito seemed to be able to remotely control the fireballs. This ended up being the small detail that won Yujito the fight and almost blew off Raiden's leg completely while he tried his best to send a flying slash toward her. As it turned out, the explosions of her fireballs could repel attacks as well. And of course, they didn't affect Yujito herself in any way other than forcing her to eat some dust. Raiden was saved by Mifune interfering technically, but Ken felt that the girl was already manipulating her fireballs to move away from the already defeated young samurai. In the end, it was a resounding victory for her, and it left the old beheading general quite pissed. No need to be too peeved about it. That young lass seems quite strong. I'd even say she's finalist material with that jutsu of hers alone. Yorihiko shook his head and gave Mifune a comforting smile. He didn't like the rakeage, but that didn't mean he was not willing to admit it when someone from the cloud was talented. Well, I did say finalist material. But she's still not going to win. Keep your eyes peeled for the next fight, the winner is going to show off a bit. Well, if you have eyes to peel anyway. No offense meant, Lord Ken. None taken. Ken murmured as he remembered the next matchup. Akio, the sickle-wielding number 5 assassin of the Dark Brotherhood, was up against the genin that Yorihiko was hyping up. Uzumaki Takehiko, the young shinobi that had already awakened the adamantine sealing chains. Let's observe how this plays out. Chapter 160, Sickle, Chains, and Generational Difference. Akio sighed, his grip on his sickle getting tighter and tighter as he stepped down onto the spotless arena. It had already been cleaned from the previous fight, and now it was ready for his. His sight was set on the opponent. Uzumaki Takehiko. The red-haired teenager was a lot less on edge by comparison. He was about the same size as Akio and built similarly. His weapon of choice was a pair of 2 sabers that were strapped to his back, similar to the blades that the Uzukage carried. He strutted into the arena with a swagger, his demeanor clearly displaying a certain level of confidence. Geez, it's finally my time. I was almost falling asleep out of boredom. The Uzumaki teen started stretching a bit, almost as if he was preparing for a light workout. I figured you'd use the opportunity to study your opposition a bit. Akio was not usually talkative, but in such situations, he needed a better understanding of his opponent. Opposition? These dregs? Ha! Don't make me laugh. I only came here to win. Takehiko seemed to hold back a laugh as he spoke. There was no follow-up to that statement, he just let it float in the wind. Nothing more than an offhand arrogant remark. But his confidence was odd to most of the leaders present. Well, it was strange for everyone but Yorihiko, who knew his limits best. This young man. He may wield a powerful bloodline, but that is not a good enough reason for such confidence. Mifune squinted a bit at the young Uzumaki. Humph, I assure you that his confidence is not unfounded. You shall see. Yorihiko was still overwhelmingly proud of the young prodigy their village had produced. Any shame he may have felt otherwise was erased by said pride. But the rest of the contestants that were paying attention all now stared at Takehiko with quite a bit of anger, Kushina included. Oh, but it is unfounded. Ken was thankfully there to pour a bucket of cold water on top of the Uzukage's head. Before the Uzukage could even respond, the blind assassin continued. Showcasing this level of confidence against opponents you have no information against is just foolish. You are raising him up to die, Yorihiko. Carefulness was something that Ken had deeply ingrained into all of his students to try and prevent such a demeanor from appearing. Not even Tatsuksho, someone who was leagues above all of his peers, showcased that type of confidence. Sure, Yu was somewhat similar to the Uzumaki child, but she was essentially the one failed student that Ken had. Tisk. We do have an idea of number 5's strength. We did see number 2 and 4 duke it out earlier. But you'll understand where his confidence comes from when the fight starts. He couldn't quite argue against Ken, as he respected the assassin's opinion. He hadn't forgotten the helping hand that Ken had extended towards him. In a sense, the survival of the Uzumaki clan was inherently due to Ken's interference during, what would have been, the start of the Second Shinboi War. Currently, Yorihiko was the only person to really know what had happened during that part of history. And he was willing to take that secret to his grave. It really was the least that he could do. But that didn't mean he was not the least bit annoyed that his Whirlpool village needed an outsider to assist it. Now, he wanted to showcase to him, as well as the other leaders of the Three Corners Alliance, that the Uzumaki were strong. He felt the need to prove himself in a sense. As even during the previous war his Uzumaki village had only gotten the chance to fight some dregs when coming to the Dark Brotherhood's assistance. Even if it was a large number of dregs, it was still nothing to brag about. He needed something better. The future generation of his clan overwhelming all others was a good way to go about this. Of course, no matter how great a talent he could foster, it was nothing compared to Ken. But at least he could come up with someone better than all of the people under the blind assassin. And that talent he found was none other than Takehiko. A young man who had proven himself to be above most other shinobi, not just from his generation, but throughout the Uzumaki clan, he was significantly powerful. And that was all thanks to the bloodline he wielded. The adamantite sealing chains were superior to all other bloodline limits. And Yorihiko wanted to prove that with the Chunin exams. Back in the arena, Akio was still a bit taken aback by his opponent's proclamation. But none of that was shown through his mask, he simply waited for the whistle to sound out, to signal the start of the match. And the moment that sound broke through the air, he turned into a blur. His sickle was already trying to harvest Takehiko's head within the first second of the match, making even the referee take a step back. The young Uzumaki was also taken aback, barely managing to take a step back to avoid getting his head sliced off. But number 5 didn't stop there, instead he stomped towards the opponent's chest, aiming to break off some ribs. Takehiko's response time was surprisingly fast however, as he managed to put his guard up in time. He was still sent flying a few meters off, rolling on the ground as he scrambled to take out his sabers. The two of them clashed blades a few times, sparks flying out through the arena as Takehiko struggled to keep up with Akio's speed for a few seconds, before eventually getting accustomed to it. Fire release, mist blaze technique. While fighting, Akio managed to make a few hand signs, and he slowly started spreading a special type of gas around his opponent. As the gas spread, the two of them continued to clash. The Uzumaki prodigy even managed to leave a few small cuts on number 5's clothes, showcasing his superiority when it came to kenjutsu at least. But as the invisible gas spread out around him more, Takehiko couldn't help but start covering his face, holding his breath as he felt that the gas which had been spread out was poisonous in some way. But oh, how wrong he was! Akio was not going to give him any time to figure that out however, he immediately made a few hand signs and brought a finger to his mouth. Fire style, blazing dragon. The young assassin immediately spat out a gigantic flaming dragon from his mouth, it twirled around in the air and headed straight for Takehiko. The moment the spark from the dragon came in contact with the gas that had already been spread around him, it sparked into a flame. A gigantic explosion shook the entire arena, causing most of the other contestants present to shield their eyes from the smoke. The ranks within the Brotherhood are not only calculated based off of strength, Yorihiko. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he slowly rested his chin onto his open palm. Well, that does make sense since you're all assassins, not shinobi. But how would this number 5 rank when it comes to actual fighting strength? The Uzukage's interest was piqued. He was still confident in his prodigy, but he was not one to ignore the truth in front of him. Competition was going to be fierce. If I was to give an estimate, then he is similar in overall fighting power with number 4. He just specializes in different things. Ken already knew that Bull and Akio were similar in both strength and skill. But the stark difference between them was their fighting style. One specializes in brute force and taijutsu, the other in agility and ninjutsu. The Hokage had also already noticed the difference between the two. It was relatively obvious at the end of the day. The Uzukage mumbled a bit as he pondered on those words. The scene in front of them all was still shrouded in smoke, both fighters were likely recollecting themselves. Or rather, Akio had managed to turn the situation into an assassination. As now his opponent had no way of knowing when he'd attack, and from where. Still, that doesn't mean he can win against the genius we fostered. Yorihiko's confidence was still not faltering. In an instant, Ken tilted his head. A loud clang was heard from the gigantic cloud of smoke, then the sound of chains unfurling and stretching rang out throughout the arena. In an instant, the smoke was blasted away by the sheer strength of the chains. It gave everyone in the arena a clear look at how the adamantite sealing chains manifested. A dozen golden chains had sprouted out of Takehiko's back as he panted. They whipped around the arena and broke everything in sight along with blowing away the smoke. Kushina couldn't help but sweat when seeing them. So that's our families. She had not awakened her bloodline limit yet. It was unknown if she even would. But seeing it in action did make her a bit fearful. Aside from Fuinjutsu, the adamantite sealing chains were the greatest strength of the Uzumaki. A skilled user could even tie down a tailed beast momentarily. A dozen users could indefinitely seal one in place. As a bloodline, the chains could only really be matched by the Sharingan of the Uchiha, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga. The only one among the leaders to be slightly impressed by those chains was Mifune. But Ken had already seen a much more skilled user of the Uzumaki bloodline in Uzumaki Kazue, Kushina's older brother. And the Hokage was already well aware of every recorded bloodline. He had also seen it in the past as well. The only thing that he found impressive was that the Uzumaki clan member as young as Takehiko had managed to awaken it. After all, despite its strength, it was such a draining move that even using it required one to reach above a certain threshold when it came to chakra reserves. I guess his bloodline is pretty pure. Hiruzen gave Yorihiko a sideways glance as he thought of that, unsure what to think of the conclusion he reached. Akio was however still nowhere in sight. The adamantite sealing chains were dancing around madly, breaking everything in sight, burrowing in the ground like snakes and lashing out towards the skies with anger. Coward! Hiding won't help you forever! The young prodigy shouted as he sweated in exertion. Even though he had unlocked his clan's bloodline ability already, that didn't mean he could use it for a prolonged period of time. He had managed to use them in time to avoid more serious injuries during the previous combination jutsu that Akio had used, but he had still received plenty of burns. Those injuries also had their toll on him, and he knew that he would not be able to keep up his current pace forever. In the real world, that would have surely spelled his death against a true assassin, someone like Ken for example. But he was currently in a tournament against others his age. Akio eventually had to strike back at the raging Uzumaki. He burst out of the earth from Takehiko's right side, his sickle covered in flames and aiming to slice open the Uzumaki prodigy's stomach. But Takehiko was expecting it. He turned his head to the side as soon as he felt the earth move. With a simple flick, one of his chains turned and struck the young assassin. It whipped him with force, before wrapping around him in an instant. Checkmate! Takehiko smiled as he made a hand sign and walked up to his opponent with a cocky smile. But before he could gloat further, the opponent he had caught turned into smoke, swapping with a log that had a paper tag on it. The Uzumaki flung the log away in that same instant. The log exploding near the wall of the arena harmlessly. The young Uzumaki then dug his chains into the ground, and quickly started vibrating them with force. The entire building shook, a spider web of cracks spread throughout the entire arena as the walls seemed to be threatening to give out once more. Found you! Takehiko shouted as one of his chains wrapped around and pulled up the broken form of his opponent. Akio had certainly seen better days, his legs were both bent in odd directions, his strategy had not worked at all. The earthquake had managed to gravely injure him. The outcome was clear already. Still, Takehiko raised his opponent to almost the roof of the arena, just like a cat gloating after he had caught a rat. Winner! Uzumaki Takehiko! As soon as the referee said those words, the chains around Akio unwrapped, allowing him to fall towards the broken ground. Ken's position became slightly less relaxed as he cracked his neck, almost breaking it from the sound of it. He seemed to be about to stand up, leap and catch Akio. But he didn't need to in the end. Instead, someone else intercepted the falling assassin in mid-air, before landing on the ground with a heavy thud, one knee bent. It was none other than the one-legged devil, Tatsuksho. His back was to the leaders as he slowly placed his brother on the ground and heaved a deep sigh. HOH! Number 1 came out to save his little brother. The Uzumaki prodigy spoke slowly as he faced off against Tatsukusho, the tension between them almost breaking the air around them. In an instant, a chain came out of Takehiko's back, and was immediately pointed towards Tatsukusho. At that moment, Ken finally decided to move. Before the leaders by his side could even blink, he was already in the middle of the arena, the golden chain that Takehiko had shot out caught firmly in his grasp. Hey! The Uzumaki prodigy was taken aback. He slowly glanced toward Ken's seat, where traces of his afterimage were still present. The prodigy couldn't help but sweat bullets when seeing Ken of all people stopping his attack. He tried to move the chain, but it didn't even budge against the grasp of the legendary assassin. Shit. I knew he was absurdly powerful, but he's still supposed to be part of our generation, right? I should still stand some chance against him, right? Takehiko was panicking greatly internally. But on the outside, he was still running on the high of winning his fight. The red dot in person is coming out to protect his students? That's so cut. Takehiko was about to gloat at Ken of all people, but his mouth was clasped shut by Yorihiko. Sorry for this one's impudence, Lord Ken. The Uzukage gripped his disciple's mouth and immediately dragged him off elsewhere. Ken just stared in their direction for a few seconds before turning around slowly. Thank you for the help, master. But we can take care of ourselves. Tatsukusho slowly bowed towards him, before disappearing. Ken himself turned into a blur and reappeared back in his chair. The Hokage gave the Anbu presiding over the match a stern gaze as he turned to Ken and also apologized. They were more than definitely going to interfere and stop Takehiko, but Ken was just a lot faster than them, and then Yorihiko acted fast enough to save some face. Regardless, the round had been a mess. But at the very least the preliminaries were over. Chapter 161, Reprimands, Break, and Powers. What exactly do you think you are doing, Takehiko? Yorihiko, the leader of the Uzumaki, started speaking as soon as he pulled his disciples out of the room. He clapped once, signaling all nearby Anbu and shinobi to screw off for a few moments. The young Uzumaki prodigy noticed that and immediately became uneasy, as if his mentor clasping his mouth shut and pulling him away from the field wasn't enough of a sign that he had screwed up massively. Still, he didn't personally feel that he had done something wrong. Well, I figured trying to challenge the best is the only way for me to grow. Takehiko's words didn't come out quite as confident as his thoughts were. He had certainly lost the spring in his step that he had during the preliminary exams. Grow. Needless to say, Yorihiko found his reason for challenging Ken to be quite lackluster. I mean, if the red dot was able to grow this strong and he's about my age, then that must mean he's still within my reach, right? Immediately as he heard that question, Yorihiko's face twisted into a frown. In that entire short exchange he didn't quite like his pupil's direction. Competing with a friendly nation was all well and good, but he had been downright disrespectful to Ken. Sure, that disrespect was born out of confidence. There were few shinobi in the land of whirlpools that could defeat Takehiko already. He was immensely talented, more so than any other genius that the Uzumaki clan had produced. But what is a genius, even the greatest genius, compared to a monster? Yorihiko thought that he had hammered that point in nicely to his pupil. He had spoken many times about the accomplishments and strength of the young Dark Brotherhood leader. Hell, Ken was at the point where he was freely able to change the shape of the world politically. So it wasn't just physical talent that made him excel, he was a monster through and through. He had spoken in length about that to Takehiko, about just the type of monster they now luckily had on their side. But it seemed that the young Uzumaki took his teacher's words as praise for another genius, rather than the recounting of the accomplishments of a genuine anomaly. In the mind of the young and impressionable pupil, it seemed as if his teacher was comparing him to another talented child. The admiration that Yorihiko had for Ken's accomplishments was twisted into the form of pride in the mind of the disciple, a pride that Takehiko was looking to compete for. Yorihiko couldn't help but sigh as those realizations rolled into his mind. He was well aware of how the mind of a young shinobi worked, all Cage needed to know at least that much. But he had been so focused on other things to notice the flaws in his pupil before. It seems you've misunderstood quite a few things. Thankfully things didn't escalate any further. From now on do not interact with the red dot. Yorihiko knew that it was still a matter that he had to address, so he just sighed and turned around, ignoring the frustrated and surprised look in his pupil's eyes. He simply walked back into the arena for the preliminaries, where the matches for the finals were currently still being revealed. He walked up to Ken, who was still sitting down, resting his head on his palm while looking over everything. Yorihiko, are you done talking to your student? The Hokage was the first to greet him upon his arrival. Yes. And I now have a request, for all of you. The leader of the Uzumaki looked at all of the leaders present with a narrowed gaze. And what might that be? Mifune slowly straightened in his chair, his eyes slowly narrowing at the Uzukage. There seemed to be quite a few overly confident children taking the exam this year. I propose for us to show them a glimpse of how the top of the world fights. An exhibition match, if you will. Yorihiko grunted as his eyes landed on Ken for a few seconds, trying to judge his reaction. Overly confident children. There's only one that I can think of. Mifune couldn't help but scowl. However, he didn't voice out his thoughts so as to not disrespect his fellow alliance leader. I doubt there is a need for us to step in ourselves. Showing them the fights between Jonin should suffice. Mifune voiced his disagreement politely. I doubt it, most of them have already seen how Jonin fight, they must feel that it's still very much within their reach. Yorihiko's point seemed to resonate with Mifune, as the old general stopped to ponder for a few seconds. Well, I guess that can be helpful to the children. Especially since we have quite a few talented ones this year, they would never be easy to impress. The Hokage seemed to be rather welcoming to the idea. He wasn't one to skip over a good chance to teach the fledgling shinobi a life lesson. Most of the Dark Brotherhood already know what the top of the world looks like, but I guess it could be a good experience for them to learn more about the other powers of the Three Corners Alliance. The blind assassin was also in agreement with the Uzumaki's proposal. Seeing that, Mifune couldn't deny the request either, even though he was still a tad reluctant. Among the leaders of the alliance, he was arguably the weakest. Although he could hold his own against just about everybody and survive, winning was a different story. He was arguably the second strongest swordsman in that group, falling short of only Ken himself. Although his skills could be argued to be better due to age and experience, they were a tad too straightforward. Mifune was a samurai at heart. In pure swordsmanship he was better than Ken, but pure swordsmanship was never going to be enough to match up against the Red Dot. That issue arose against all of the other leaders of the Three Corners Alliance as well. But, what a swordsman like Yorihiko had in exchange for more lackluster swordsmanship was a bloodline that was powerful enough to hold down any tailed beast, as well as an absurdly high level of mastery over Fuinjutsu. The Reikage was no swordsman, but his body was just as strong as a blade, and he was a master of it. His speed far exceeded that of anyone other than Ken and could be argued even to exceed Ken's in short, unsustainable bursts. The Hokage was a master of the staff, Ayu. His contracted summoned beast was also one of the strongest, said to be comparable to even the great Toad Sage. Hiruzen also had the advantage of monstrous versatility, having mastered all ninjutsu that the Leaf Village had to offer. Thousands upon thousands of jutsu, an arsenal that was feared throughout the shinobi world, truly worthy of the nickname God of Shinobi. Mifune was no slouch, but as the beheading general there was little he brought to the table compared to the others when it came to personal strength. And now that all of the younglings he had brought from his homeland failed, he didn't want their spirits to be dampened even further by him losing to his peers. But despite his apprehension, it was already set in stone. An exhibition match was to be held among all of the leaders. Random match UPS were going to be drawn after the Chunin exams ended. One thing was for sure. No one really wanted to be the one to fight Ken. With the exception of maybe the Reikage, but he was not present to give his opinion on the matter. Against each other, they still had some chances, but Ken was an absolute monster. They had seen his strength in the past, but he was still young, younger than even some of the contestants in the Chunin exams. He was surely still growing somehow. At this point, would he be comparable to the first Hokage? No, that isn't very likely. Hashirama was the man that captured every tailed beast in the wild. His power was unprecedented. Hiruzen had quite a strong opinion of Ken. All of them acknowledged how powerful the blind swordsman was. But he also knew Hashirama's power and knew that Ken hadn't quite reached that level. Still, it's fair to say Ken is as powerful as the Nine Tails, but his techniques and methods put him even further above that. In short, there was no one who could individually stand up to Ken in their current time. At the very least, a force similar to all of the leaders of the Three Corners Alliance would be needed to defeat him. But such a force revealing itself was not only unlikely but improbable as well. Thankfully, this was still just a duel, not a fight to the death. So none of them would be going all out, just enough to make a point. So Mifune still had the chance to put on a good show and restore the confidence of his fledgling samurai. Mifune didn't dwell on the exhibition match between the leaders for much longer. The semi-final participants in the Chunin exams were selected, and the match UPS were confirmed. Tatsuksho was up against Kushina. Morita was stuck facing Yujito Nii. Both Jinchuriki were going to get the chance to go all out. Their opponents were both among the strongest participants this time around. The most concerning matchup was certainly Uemi, the youngest participant of the Dark Brotherhood, who was to fight the genius of the Uzumaki, Takehiko. The matchup made quite a few of the Dark Brotherhood participants stare at the screen in concern. After all, Uemi was not stronger than Akio in any way. Her only advantage was a better mastery of Senjutsu, but the adamantite sealing chains were a lot stronger of a trump card. Unbeknownst to the other people present in that small arena, Ken was also already contemplating that match. I guess I should prepare Uemi for her match. I have 2 weeks to get her prepared to fight and counter the adamantite sealing chains. It would be a good lesson for that Uzumaki brat if he lost to her. Chapter 162, Analysis, Curiosity, and Strange Occurrence. It has certainly been a while since Uemi has become one of my personal pupils. In all honesty, all children of the Brotherhood are my personal pupils. They are all learning techniques that I either created or perfected. But she is one of the few that I have been teaching personally for a while. Her talent for Senjutsu can only really be described as monstrous. Aside from me, there is no one in the Brotherhood able to match her in that aspect. But she is still too green to win against that brat Takehiko. The adamantite sealing's chains have the ability to suppress anything, including Senjutsu. We know that thanks to Kazue, who so kindly showed us how the adamantite sealing chains worked during spars. Of course, he only ever fought against some of the blades. He never quite got around to challenging me to a fight, but I'm sure he'll gain the courage to do so eventually. Hopefully, within the meager time he has left to stay with us in the Brotherhood. Regardless, his frequent spars with Akira have managed to showcase some of the strengths of the sealing chains, and to say they are powerful is to put it lightly. Things like the Sharingan and its evolution into the Manjiki Sharingan are powers that one must unlock and work hard to strengthen. However, the adamantite sealing chains will always be overwhelmingly powerful as long as one has an inexhaustible supply of chakra to feed them. Of course, the more mastery one has over Fuinjutsu, the better one can use it and the stronger it technically becomes, as the chains can intertwine to create powerful arrays and barriers. But its raw power alone is enough to press any jonin, let alone regular genin. It is very safe to assume that this Takehiko kid doesn't have the Fuinjutsu knowledge to use his bloodline limit to a level even close to being comparable to Kazue. However, it's still safe to assume that the chains would suppress all energies of the one they bind. So, worst case scenario, the moment Uemi is trapped within those chains is the moment the fight ends. In that case, I have to teach her some tricks to give her at least a chance. Even if she can't win, she at least will be able to take care of herself and maybe even give that Uzumaki child a run for his money. Well, Training her is going to be my priority in the following days, but for now, I can't help but direct my attention inward. Something within this hidden village has once again caught my attention. As my feet stepped onto the tiles of a house, the cold air brushed past my hair, and leaves danced around me. As I felt the trees around me dance in the wind, I couldn't help but feel an omen. A smell of blood wafted through the air, so neutered that even the most trained hound would have not been able to feel it. Someone is certainly trying to hide it. Blood was mixed with other substances, disinfectants, pesticides, and venom. All of those aromas merged into one, making it seem almost sterile. This is the type of smell that I would expect to feel in Saburo's laboratory, or within a hospital, not in the middle of Konoha in what seems to be a residential area. I guess I should take a look into this, hey? Like all men, Ken was very much driven by his curiosity at times. Usually restrained and hampered by his carefulness, but after he had grown so strong, he had no real reason to keep his guard up at all times. Even if all of the other leaders of the alliance were to band together against him, Ken was still confident that he'd be able to escape with his life. This self-confidence allowed his curiosity to flow unrestrained, which led to him finding a rather strange scene this time around. A house that looked populated on the outside, maintained, was completely deserted, with no signs of life. A few alarm seals and formations were placed around the home, but it was a breeze for someone with Ken's skill to bypass them even without disabling them. It was also not difficult for him to find traces, a scent that led him to a hidden door, one that could only be opened by a specific seal ingrained by someone's specific chakra signature. Ken could try to replicate it, but it was a lot easier said than done. So he went with a more direct approach. Earth style, hiding like a mole technique. With a simple hand sign, he burrowed into the ground, slightly breaking some of the wooden flooring of the house, but leaving otherwise small traces behind. Hidden in the ground, he found it easier to navigate towards the room that the hidden passage would have led to. It was by quite a large room, walls made of compressed dirt. It seemed to be filled to the brim with objects, shelves, and tables. There was only one person conscious in the room. A rather tall person, dressed in what Ken assumed to be a coat, long pants, and sandals. He or she also seemed to have long hair. The doctor was carrying out an operation that Ken couldn't quite make out the purpose of at first. He observed the situation for a while, allowing his senses to wash over the room whilst staying encased in a cocoon of dirt within the walls of that small laboratory. If he were to describe the operation to anyone, then it was akin to a doctor trying to implant cancerous cells into another man's body. As his enhanced senses washed over the many canisters and tissue in the room, he discovered many appendages made from the same cancerous cells, and they all had one thing in common. Why are these cells so receptive towards nature energy? The fact that they seemed to be almost made out of nature energy, similar to his own body. Not the same, of course, but still similar. Rather than like me, I guess it's closer to those white Zetsu beings that Madara ordered around. It was when Ken made that realization that he decided to make his presence known. He stepped through the wall in front of him steadily, and the doctor immediately became alert when his foot touched the ground. I'm sure I didn't make any sound. I guess that snake on the ground alerted you? Quite skilled. Ken muttered as his masked head tilted to the side, his long hair shifting slightly. The doctor seemed to almost hiss as he exuded an ungodly amount of killing intent towards the shadowy figure that had stepped into his sanctuary. But as that shadowy figure stepped into the light, his killing intent turned to fear, and his hateful scowl turned into a startled one. The familiar figure of a tall cloaked man. A pristine white mask with a blood-red dot in the center. It was unmistakable. Say, I did think you felt familiar, but I think I've smelled you before. You are one of the Hokage's pupils, aren't you? The blind assassin's voice rang out like a wind chime, soft yet booming. Friendly yet authoritative. Demanding respect. Our red dot was all that Orochimaru could muster before he froze completely, his skin wrinkling in fear. In that instant, Orochimaru felt someone pass him, as Ken walked forward and traced his fingers along the operating table, where a man was still lying with his belly wide open. Indeed. I believe you are one of the Seinen, right? Jiraiya's comrades. Ken's back was completely turned to Orochimaru, but even in that position, the snake Seinen felt as if he was the one vulnerable in that room. That is correct. My name is Orochimaru. With a sigh and a narrowed gaze, Orochimaru finally composed himself. He seems to be here on his own, no Anbu tailing him. The Hokage likely doesn't know anything about this then. Although composed on the outside, the Seinen's mind was running on overdrive. He couldn't quite afford to get caught so soon. He was already forced to severely downsize his operations after his main backer, Danzo, was executed for treason. His research was at a pivotal point now, he couldn't afford any distractions. So, Orochimaru, would you mind telling me a bit more about this little science project you are conducting here? Although Ken's voice sounded friendly, his face was completely neutral underneath his mask. He examined the victim on the table and determined that it was likely a bandit or outlaw of some sort. Raw gut and unkempt features, a lingering smell of grass and leaves, bulky frame and scarred body. Of course, Ken doubted that Orochimaru cared about the man's innocence. The snake Seinen stared at Ken for a moment, as if weighing his options before responding. Well, I am merely working on a hypothesis. Say, Lord Ken, have you ever been interested in attaining immortality? In the end, he decided to lay all of his cards out on the table. He was still somewhat young, and a bit brazen, but he was not foolish. There was no silencing Ken, fighting him was not an option, and sealing him was not something that Orochimaru alone could ever hope to accomplish. The only thing that the snake Seinen could really do was to try and bring Ken to his side. To make the blind assassin see his cause. I can't say I have. Ken lied with a straight face and a smile on his lips. There was no man who never once thought about the concept of immortality or desired it. Ken had already heard stories about people achieving such a feat, like the hermit who had managed to reach immortality through genjutsu. Ken himself had a good chance to be immortal thanks to the fact that tailed beasts were known to not really ever die. Well, I for one am very interested in this, and I am pursuing it seriously. The samples you likely sense all around you are all special, materials that may help one reach immortality. Or at least a longer lifespan. Orochimaru didn't go too far into his reasons, but it was self-explanatory. The dream of any doctor was to find the cure for everything, and immortality was that very cure. This is the second mad scientist I've found at least in some way interested in immortality. Ken felt that twist of fate rather amusing, but he didn't let that distract him from what interested him the most. So, what exactly are these cells? Chapter 163, Remains of a God and Experiments. So, what exactly are these cells? Ken's voice was laced with curiosity as he walked over to one of the shelves and took one of the jars in his hand. He couldn't completely feel the shape within that jar, not that he was trying all that much, but he could tell that it had those special cancerous cells within it. These, Lord Ken, are what I refer to as Hashirama cells. These are extracted samples of DNA from the first Hokage, the first god of shinobi, all grown and mutated into body parts and organs and skin tissue in a rather laborious process. Orochimaru answered with honesty, rather glad to hear Ken's curious tone. After all, it meant that Ken was much more accepting than his teacher. Maybe his young age makes him more impressionable. Doubtful, from what the teacher said he has been playing the political game for quite a while now. He's a powerhouse in both strength and cunning, rather creepy for a teenager. Alas, who am I to judge? If I remember correctly, he is touted to have been as strong as the infamous Madara Uchiha, correct? Ken took a few seconds to remember the few history books that had been read to him by his first blade. Well, Konoha's more guarded texts go further in depth about how their final fight had gone down. And to call them equal would be quite strange. Orochimaru stroked his chin, a creepy smile spread across his face as he spoke. Strange? They were both said to be the founding fathers of Konoha, it wouldn't be strange if they were similar in strength. Care to enlighten me? The blind assassin tilted his head to the side in confusion. Ken's head was directed towards Orochimaru, almost as if he was looking the Senen's way. A rather unnerving action for someone famously lacking eyesight. WL. In their final battle, Madara and Hashirama faced off, and it was said to be quite equal. But in truth, Madara was also controlling and fighting with the help of the Nine Tails at the time. Without the Nine Tails, it could be argued that Madara is a significant bit weaker than the first Hokage, as even with the Nine Tails, Madara still lost. Orochimaru remembered hearing his teacher talk about that fact at some point while he was drunk. Hiruzen had after all been a direct disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama, Hashirama's younger brother. Tobirama had likely filled his head with quite a lot of ideas regarding both Madara and the Uchiha clan. Thankfully, Hiruzen didn't quite share his late teacher's hatred towards the Uchiha, otherwise, the situation within the village would have been a lot more dire. Orochimaru went on to explain a few more intricacies about the fight between the two legends, thinking that maybe Ken was rather interested in the Leaf's history. Unbeknownst to him, Ken had already somewhat stopped listening. Instead, he directed his attention to the jar in his hands. With the slightest strength applied, the blind monster squeezed the jar in question, and cracks spread throughout the glass's surface for a second. And in the very next second, glass shards flew everywhere in the room. Ken's hand was now directly in contact with the Hashirama cell-created body part, which Ken could now tell was a liver. The organ seemed to almost have a life of its own, as it reacted strangely to Ken's touch. The blind assassin's body was constantly filled with nature energy, and for some reason, it seemed that the Hashirama cells within the liver were trying their damn best to attract the nature energy from their surroundings. Seems somewhat similar to me. But on a much lesser scale. Orochimaru didn't ask any questions nor did he make any effort to stop Ken, not even as a glass shard flew by his head and left a thin red line on his cheek. Hashirama cells are wondrous indeed. If an implant is successful, then one is bound to gain an increase in their chakra pool, slight regenerative abilities and a much greater and enhanced strength. The snake Seinen continued with his explanation, his long tongue coming out of his mouth for a second to lick his bleeding cheek for a second, stemming the blood flow with his saliva. But perhaps the most important factor. A truly successful implant within a compatible patient could lead to them gaining the fabled wood release, the bloodline limit which made Hashirama the strongest in history. Ken couldn't help but smile when hearing that. Wood release, hey? I may have met some of its offshoots, now that I think about it. The blind swordsman clearly remembered the grass release he had fought against when destroying the village hidden in the grass. Of course, grass release was nothing but a pale imitation of wood release, not even coming close to a fraction of the original's power. Ken was well aware of that. Hell, the hidden scroll containing the grass village's techniques was still with the Dark Brotherhood, how couldn't he know? One of Akira/the Third Blade's many contributions to the Brotherhood. Still, from what Ken could feel, Hashirama's cells were much weaker than his own. If he were to try and implant some to gain wood style, then he would likely make his actual body and nature energy control weaker. It was not a trade-off that Ken was willing to make. He did consider if it could help some of his children in the Brotherhood, but he needed to know a bit more about the procedure first. And how often is a compatible host found, and what is the success rate of the operation? It was only at that question that Orochimaru went silent. He scratched the back of his head for a second before sighing. Well, the operation can be successful, but results may vary depending on the person as well. If one is incompatible, then the body would reject the Hashirama cells, leading to a rather bad case of necrosis as the body would essentially start trying to fight the cells. That usually leads to the death of the test subject. That drawback immediately took that idea out of Ken's head. The only person that he knew they could risk for something like that was Akira, and that was just because the Third Blade was bound to survive one way or another. Even then, it was not like Akira was guaranteed to be compatible with the cells. If he wasn't, he'd still suffer a lot. Before Ken could comment that he had lost interest in the surgery, Orochimaru continued. I've only really had one person gain wood release. It was a mission I was carrying out for Danzo, a child named Yamamoto, I believe. Whether or not his wood release is as powerful as that of the first Hokage, then that's still left to see. Orochimaru sighed as he looked over some documents off to the side of his desk. The results of the operation were abysmal. He still had some time to improve before, as Danzo had not yet requested his operation. With Danzo out of the picture, Orochimaru no longer had a timeline, fortunately, but his funding and backing had also vanished. But upon hearing Orochimaru, Ken was not exactly thinking about funding. So, you experimented on a child? Ken's voice sounded just as curious, with no hint of malice whatsoever. Outside of Orochimaru's view, however, Ken had clenched his other hand into a fist. Well, it was an organ transplant. The child was a sick orphan from what I remember. He was strangely compatible with Hashirama cells. I believe the new organ helped better his health, although that was not exactly the purpose of the experiment, I admit. Orochimaru was as honest as he could be. He truly hadn't cared about curing the boy in question. It just so happened that the two things aligned, and Orochimaru accidentally helped the young child and saved his life. Unbeknownst to him, that small twist of fate also had now saved his life, as Ken nodded with a smile and unclenched his fist. The Hashirama cells on his arm were still acting strangely. Ken just placed the liver on a shelf and shook his head. It feels odd holding a disembodied organ that feels so alive. Ken sighed and slowly turned towards other shelves. Says the assassin that had once ripped the still beating hearts of others from their chests. Of course, Orochimaru refrained from commenting. He still very much valued his own skin. Ken looked over a few of the other shelves before walking back towards the door. He only stopped when he reached Orochimaru. He patted the snake Seinen's shoulder as he left him with some parting words. Well, it seems that everything is normal here then. Make sure not to harm innocents in your research. You'll be in trouble if I find out you do so from now on. If you ever require funding, don't hesitate to seek me out whenever I get back to the Dark Brotherhood, after the Chunin exams. With that, the assassin vanished, and Orochimaru was finally able to take a deep breath and sigh in relief. Despite explaining things so earnestly to Ken, he was a tad too afraid to even breathe loudly in his presence. His offer is nice, but if I am ever to talk to him in the future, I have to be prepared to at least hold my own in case negotiations break down. I guess I should start experimenting on myself now. And just like that, the immortality-obsessed Seinen got back to work. Ken walked out of the hidden laboratory without making any sounds, and he left the premises undetected just as he had come in. He also had to get to work now. Teaching UME had to take priority. Chapter 164, Arena, Atmosphere, and First Fight Start. Countless voices and cheers bled together as the arena started filling with people of all backgrounds, all potential investors taking an interest in the youth of the hidden villages. The Chunin exams were not just a chance for the children in the hidden villages to rise up the ranks and gain more benefits. The final stage of the exam was always a vehicle for said hidden villages to showcase their power and flex on competition. It was always good to showcase their prosperity through their youth, and this year was indeed stacked. Ken and the other leaders of the alliance all stood on the highest seat, overlooking the large arena with a greater vantage point. Not that Ken could appreciate the view in any way. I can't wait to see who wins. Competition's pretty tight this year, Hiruzen said as he slowly sat down, rearranging his red cage hat with a smile. Well, the most likely candidate to win would be the number one of the Brotherhood, the one-legged devil. We have yet to see his limits, despite the fact that he had fought a rather tough opponent in the preliminaries. The one to respond was a tall man with spiky white hair, wearing a regular Jonin's garb with a red headband. Strapped to his back was a blade. It was none other than Sakumo, the White Fang of the Leaf. He also had a great amount of respect for a person with enough mental fortitude to manage to turn an otherwise debilitating disability into a weapon. Well, Kushina and Yujito both have decent chances as well. They both can use chakra from their tailed beasts without losing control. Yujito especially seems to have already gained plenty of experience using the two-tailed beast's powers. Mifune also knew that the one-legged devil was the one likely to win, but he didn't want to write off the other competitors so quickly. That brat number 2 also seemed pretty decent, didn't he? And then there's that haughty kid from the Uzumaki, those annoying chains sure give him a decent advantage. The Reikage also had quite a few people in mind for the number 1 spot in the Chunin exams. It was only a matter of circumstance. It almost felt as if the competition could go in any direction. He knew firsthand how annoying the adamantite sealing chains were. Whilst he wasn't there to see Takehiko use them in person, he was still briefed on the outcome. I am still confident that Takehiko can win this for our Uzumaki clan. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yorihiko's confidence was still unshaken. Ken's senses washed over him for a second, and the blind assassin couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. You really have no idea what's about to happen. I almost feel bad for you. In his lack of eyes, even if Uemi lost to the Uzumaki prodigy, he would lose to both Morita and Tatsuksho, and that was something simply unavoidable. Number 1 and 2 were way ahead Indiana their training when compared to Uemi. In fact, if she were to face either of them, it wouldn't even be a fight. This was not the case when she was faced with Takehiko. Despite being written off by the other leaders already, the little girl had a decent chance of putting up a good fight, maybe even winning under the right circumstances, especially after Ken's training. The leaders of the alliance continued conversing with one another for a while. Much like the many people in the audience below, they were there to enjoy a good show. They were not competing with one another anymore, so they didn't have much stress at the prospect of fighting for the support and interest of investors. Through financial and political ties, those worries were all but annihilated. The Three Corners Alliance leaders had become a rather close-knit group, even if Yorihiko and the Reikage still didn't quite get along that well. The jovial atmosphere contained, the bustling sounds of endless conversations were almost grating to Ken's rather sensitive ears. But thankfully, everyone hushed down the very moment the announcer's voice was broadcasted throughout the arena. First fight of the day. Number 1 of the Dark Brotherhood facing off against Uzumaki Kushina of the Leaf Village. The two competitors walked out into the barren field. They had a lot of space, and the arena gave little opportunity for assassinations, as it was meant to be a dome for straightforward battle. It was not exactly the Dark Brotherhood's specialty, but Tatsuksho / number 1 could still manage. He walked into the arena, his relaxed smile hidden underneath his mask, most of his body hidden within a long coat, obscuring his hands and making it hard for his opponent to tell what his next move would be. Kushina also stepped out in the arena at around the same time, her deep red hair billowed in the wind, her outfit resembled that of a true kunoichi, and she wore the symbol of the leaf proudly on her forehead. The start of the match was announced, but neither party acted instantly. Kushina was quite wary, as she had seen Tatsuksho's past performance, and knew that his speed was rather ridiculous. Tatsuksho also hesitated, as he didn't know the extent of the Nine Tails power that Kushina could use. It was a battle of minds at first, each running simulations in their minds, for the worst-case scenario if they were to act first. In the end, the one that broke first was Kushina. She realized that she had no chance of winning on her own, so she immediately started using the accumulated tailed beast chakra that had leaked out of her seal. In an instant, a red bubbling aura surrounded her, a cloak giving her large fox ears and a chakra tail. Going all out from the start, "Hey!" Tatsuksho muttered underneath his mask, his guard was firmly up as his eyes darted around the arena. Kushina moved at quite impressive speeds, the chakra cloak around her fist seemed to expand, forming a large chakra claw which swiped at her opponent in an instant. Tatsuksho was not to be outdone, however. He dodged the swipe with a very simple move. He leaned backwards, shifting his center of gravity towards the ground. Kushina's eyes widened for a moment. It was rare that an opponent allowed themselves to fall to the ground after all. Someone with only one leg could not quite control their center of gravity as well. Unfortunately for her, Tatsuksho was the expectation to that rule. Before his back touched the ground, the solace on his foot lit up, and he immediately shot backwards with a shockwave. The sound barrier broke instantly, creating a deathly howl of wind. Kushina barely had the time to blink before 3 more howls were heard, and she instinctively leaned backwards as well, just as Tatsuksho's blade rushed past where her neck was just a split second ago. Kushina felt the tip of that blade graze her neck as she relied on her instincts to reel back and roll away. Earlier, in that short time span, Tatsuksho had used his flash step to swerve to the right thrice, ending up with his blade almost sliding into Kushina's throat. Had it not been for her chakra coat alerting her of the blade in that split second, she would have certainly been taken out. The young Jinchuriki grabbed her throat with a slightly frustrated gaze, a thin red line present there. That was too close for her comfort. The scratch didn't bleed, as her chakra cloak provided her with regenerative abilities as well, but it was still concerning, especially for Yorihiko, who had gripped the railing in front of him so hard that it cracked. "Ken, I hope your children understand that these are not supposed to be matches to the death." His words were filled with anger, and poorly suppressed killing intent too. "Calm down, Tatsuksho knows when and how to hold back." The Uzumaki leader was still rather miffed at seeing his daughter almost killed, but Ken's words managed to reassure him momentarily. Down in the arena, the 2 participants were in a world of their own. Kushina's gaze gained a serious and dangerous glint, whilst Tatsuksho looked at her with acknowledgement. "You're strong, Kushina, was it?" The one-legged assassin spoke out for the first time, not bothering to hide the curiosity in his tone. "That's right, and you better remember it. I'm the one that will become the first woman Hokage." Her boisterous voice reverberated throughout the arena, as she immediately punched the ground with both hands, digging her fists into it. Immediately, the one-legged devil shot towards Kushina like a bullet, breaking the sound barrier once more. This time, however, his path was intercepted by a large churka claw that sprouted out from the ground right in his path. 2 more sonic booms were heard, as Tatsuksho swerved around the churka appendage in an instant. Kushina sweated as she shouted in frustration. In an instant, an overwhelming amount of chakra exited her fists and entered the ground. The entire floor of the area was immediately segmented, and Tatsuksho was pushed back by the shockwave, but he recovered just as quickly, rushing towards Kushina just as she finished the jutsu she had been preparing. Wind release, rending gale maelstrom. In an instant, a great tornado seemed to surround Kushina. It spun in such a way that it pushed everything away into the corners of the arena. Rocks were picked up from the segmented ground, and they were thrown like bullets all over the arena. An S-rank ninjutsu powered by a tailed beast's chakra? Seems Kushina has grown a lot. Ken mused for a second, as the chaos below was almost destroying every wall of the arena through sheer force. How will you respond to that, Tatsuksho? Chapter 165, Winner, Calling Dibs, and Second Fight. How will you respond to that, Tatsuksho? Ken's senses focused on his star pupil, tracking him around the arena as he danced around the dangerous winds, sweat dripping from every pore in his body. Even though Tatsuksho was strong, he was now dealing with an attack that may as well have been dished out by a cage. An S-rank jutsu powered by the chakra of a tailed beast was not something that anyone would take on easily. It would even be annoying to deal with for some of the alliance leaders present. After all, not everyone was like the Reikage, who could likely just stroll into the middle of the cyclone. Currently, the winds were so chaotic that many jonin had to step up and put extra walls around the arena, extending it further as they tried to contain the damage as much as possible and protect the viewers. Eventually, the attack ended and the battered extra walls were taken down. After that, it only took a few moments for the gigantic cloud of dust to clear up, only to reveal a scarred and ruined arena. Maybe it was a mistake to have this fight be the first one. Didn't know Kushina had that in her, honestly. As the dust cleared up, the winner was revealed, the last person who was still conscious, albeit kneeling on the ground on his one knee. It was none other than Tatsuksho, looking like a wee mess. His robes were shredded apart, his mask was cracked and half missing, and his body was filled with cuts and bruises. The powerful winds had not been kind to him, but in the end, he had managed to withstand them. He then took advantage of the smoke to swiftly take Kushina out, knocking her out in the instant the cyclone around her disappeared with a chop to the neck. His body was filled with injuries that were bound to leave deep scars, but that was fine, they were going to serve as nice reminders of that battle. Needless to say, the crowd of potential investors were all left flabbergasted. It was clear that many expected Kushina to win after pulling off that jutsu, but at the end of the day, Tatsuksho was just more experienced than her. The number one of the Dark Brotherhood was both older and had already seen an all-out war. His speed was also a speciality and an advantage he held over all of his competition. He was able to leverage all of those to survive and win in the end. Your daughter is pretty amazing. Grudges and pride be damned, even the Reikage couldn't help but mutter that out as he stroked his beard. Yorihiko was filled with pride as he looked at the unconscious form of his daughter. It was a shame she didn't win, but at least she wasn't badly injured. The Hokage and Mifune were both seemingly stunned at the display. It was likely the first time they had seen a child use such a powerful jutsu. Indeed, Kushina had not just impressed Ken, all of the leaders present were shocked at her display. Sure, she had left her guard down after that large-scale attack, but the fact that she could pull it off in the first place was impressive. She was also smart as she did not give Tatsuksho any breaks. Unknowingly she had prevented him from entering Sage mode and ending the fight prematurely. Of course, Tatsuksho had also made a mistake by not gathering nature energy in the initial stare-off at the start of the match, but that wasn't inexcusable. Well then, the winner is indeed number one, of the Dark Brotherhood. The announcer finally got around to doing his job. Ken smiled as he felt the reaction of the other competitors in the Chunin exams. Fear, anxiety, admiration, it was a strange cocktail of emotions. But the most interesting was certainly that of Takehiko. Disinterest. Indeed, the Uzumaki prodigy found the bout uninteresting, and the jutsu that had even impressed the cage didn't seem to garner any reaction from him. To be expected. I guess he's at the age where he thinks he is untouchable. It was inevitable regardless of what Yorihiko did. Overwhelming talent left unmatched for too long would almost always fester into pride and arrogance. It was merely a fact of life. Unfortunately, no more battles were held that day, as they had to both rebuild the broken arena and make sure that it retained structural integrity after withstanding such an attack. Many were disappointed but at the same time glad. They would all need some time to process the scene they had witnessed. What a way to start the semifinals! Sakumo muttered as the arena was clearing out. It could have gone much worse, honestly. Thankfully the jutsu only really spread damage on the ground near the center of the tornado. Mifune mentioned as he looked at the shredded ground and the broken walls of the arena. It will be hard for the next match UPS to actually keep this momentum going. I guess we'll see tomorrow. The Reikage slowly stretched his arm and legs as he got up and started walking away. By the way, I call dibs on fighting Ken in the exhibition match, and I won't hear it otherwise. This display's really got my blood boiling. I need a good fight by the end of the week to calm me down. The Reikage's words were acknowledged. The cage present just nodded. For a moment, Mifune wanted to remind him that they had all agreed to draw slots for the battles, to make them random. But if he wants to fight Ken, then that's better for the rest of us. Maybe I'll get to show off a bit this way too. The next day came by rather quickly, the arena being rebuilt in record time with the help of the Anbu squad led by Sakumo. Earth-style ninjutsu was used all over to patch up the arena, and their architects and builders made plenty of safety checks and assured the Hokage that the arena was indeed stable. And as the Reikage had predicted, the following battles couldn't quite keep the momentum of the last one going. Kushina had really set some unrealistic expectations in the audience, as the most impressive jutsu genin could usually perform was a C rank, and maybe a B rank for those looking to actually get to Chunin, and not just competing for the sake of it. Still, some children were able to give quite decent displays of taijutsu, as well as inventive fights using special techniques, like the mind control of the Ino clan, or the shadow manipulation of the Nara clan. Eventually, however, the next big battle came along. Coming up next we have number 2, of the Dark Brotherhood. And Yujito Nii, of the Cloud. The announcer's voice broke the silence, and the expectations of the crowd immediately shot up, many sitting upright in their chairs as soon as the names were announced. Finally, something interesting. The Reikage seemed to be of the same mind as the public. The two competitors walked out. Morita was dressed similarly to Tetsuksho, and Yujito Nii wore rather simple clothes, with what seemed to resemble a grey jonin vest. Yujito was much younger than Morita, to the point where the NR.2 assassin felt a bit bad about the matchup. Still, he was going to show respect to his opponent. "I won't be going easy on you, as you have proved yourself by making it this far already." Morita's shoulders moved slightly, his actions hidden underneath his cloak as he seemed to either arm himself or rub his hands together. Yujito didn't respond, instead she merely prepared for battle, slowly lowering her body to the ground, and taking on the stance of a tiger. "Start!" As soon as the signal was given, a flame-like blue aura flared out of Yujito's small body, cloaking her completely. Morita started walking forward as well, marching towards her as the flames surrounding her took a strange form. A flame-like chakra cloak completely covered the young girl's body, as she slowly stood up. Two feline-looking ears adorned the coat, and two solid, fiery tails sprouted out of her back. The scene managed to confuse all of the cage present. She can unleash all of her tailed beast's chakra without transforming into it. Chapter 166, Jinchuriki's powers, close bout, and fatherly instincts. She can unleash all of her tailed beast's chakra without transforming into it. Ken observed the young Jinchuriki with a surprised smile underneath his mask. He hadn't quite met a Jinchuriki able to take on such a form. He also clearly felt that the tailed beast had given all of its chakra to Yujito. Is this what a full partnership looks like? But, if I remember correctly, Killer Bee was also a perfect Jinchuriki. The blind assassin couldn't quite put his finger on what made the little girl special, for her vessel to be able to use such a great amount of chakra without adapting any foreign features. It might have just been because the difference in chakra between the 8th and the 2nd tailed beasts was monumental, so their forms differed, but Ken hadn't done much research on them to know anything for sure. Regardless, her current form was certainly something to behold. She retained all of the nimbleness of a small figure, whilst also wielding the power of a beast. The Cloud really does have great contestants this year. The Hokage muttered. He still remembered Yujito taking out the most talented of the Land of Iron previously, but she hadn't gotten the chance to go all out back then. And her opponent was of the same mind. In an instant, black circles formed under his eyes, lines going from the corners of his eyes all the way down to his cheeks. That's Sage Mode. The Reikage muttered as he somewhat recognized the strange energy that was now shrouding Morita. It was the very same that Ken's entire being was made of. Indeed. Most of the top 10 within the Brotherhood have learned sage arts to some degree of mastery. Number 2 in particular is quite talented at it. Although far from the most talented in the top 10, he's certainly the most hard-working. Ken couldn't help but feel a bit of pride and appreciation rise up within him when he felt how perfectly Morita was managing to maintain his sage mode. And the next clashes also put a lot of things into perspective for everyone else in the arena. These semi-finalists. They shouldn't be competing for the Chunin rank at all. Both Yujito and Morita dashed towards one another, meeting in the middle where Morita's twin blades clashed against Yujito's fiery chakra claws. Morita's blades also flared up in flames of his own as he infused them with his own fire nature chakra, and the temperatures around the two of them rose exponentially. In a split second, both of them jumped backwards, regaining some distance, as they both fired off some ranged techniques. Fire style, blue flame bombs. Yujito's Chest expanded just as her chakra-coated feet touched the ground. In an instant she breathed out dozens upon dozens of dark blue fireballs, all homing in Morita's general direction. The number 2 of the Dark Brotherhood was also not about to let himself get outshined so easily. Fire style, bleak sword dance. Morita's figure disappeared and reappeared all around his surroundings, as he moved in a strange pattern. With each appearance he sent out flaming flying slashes towards his opponent. The 2 attacks collided in the middle, and the explosion that rang out was quite deafening for the civilians present. The cloud of smoke that arose from the attack was exactly what Morita was expecting, as he took that opportunity to rush forward, taking advantage of it as well as his stealth skills to get closer. What he didn't expect was for Yujito to randomly swipe her claws behind her at full strength just as he prepared to land a decisive blow. He barely managed to block the claws, but the sheer blunt force of them sent him flying like a bullet straight into one of the walls of the arena. Such force! It would have more certainly broken a few bones if not for Sage Mode. Morita's gaze was quite serious, his eyes now revealed from his cracked mask. The young assassin brought his hands together, moving them at hard-to-follow speeds in order to form a rather intricate jutsu. Lighting style, lightning clone jutsu. In an instant, a cloud of smoke burst out of his body, covering that small part of the arena. And when it lifted, where there was previously only one, there were now 4 Moritas for Yujito to handle. Even worse was that she couldn't quite tell which one was the real one. Morita had split up his chakra pool and nature energy evenly across his clones and himself, a move that required quite a bit of fine control. Of course, the young Jinchuriki had the perfect solution for that. If finding the real one is hard, then I'll just kill all of them. Tailed Beast Bomb, Fire Bullets. Her chest expanded to even greater proportions, as this time she spat out sharper, more solid blobs of dark blue, fire-like chakra. The shots rang out, whistling in the wind as they broke the sound barrier and headed like a hail of bullets towards Morita and his 3 clones. They immediately split up going in 4 different directions as they tried to avoid the hail of bullets. The fire bullets hit the walls of the arena and bloomed into full explosions. The Jinchuriki spun around and shot the fire bullets everywhere, to the point where the walls of the arena were on the verge of collapsing. And they would have, were it not for the Jonin on standby to reinforce them with earth walls. Within that chaos, ashes and dust, all of Morita's clones appeared to have died, and his body was filled with slight burns. Ha! Earth style, swamp of the underworld. In an instant, his palm dove into the ground, and the earth underneath Yujito became a sinking pit of sticky quicksand. Yujito simply inhaled a bit, and breathed out a mouthful of fire on the ground, burning and solidifying it. For a moment, her instincts screamed at her to duck, and she did just that, following their lead to narrowly dodge Morita's blade as it passed by her head. But just as she was about to turn and swipe her claws at the still airborne assassin, his body exploded into a gigantic net of lighting. In that instant, her body was paralyzed, and before she could recover her senses, 3 unscathed clones burst out of the still soft ground and all pointed their blades at her neck, forming a triangle around it. It was a good match. The young assassin that had just burst out of the ground patted the dust off his shoulder as he retracted his blade, and his other 2 clones vanished, this time without exploding and electrocuting the young Jinchuriki. That's not fair," Yujito said as she slowly started to move her paralyzed muscles once more. "You are very skilled for your age, you should be proud." Morita's voice sounded cheerful, not at all condescending. After all, he had gained quite a bit of respect for the small girl after seeing her put him on the ropes to such an extent. Winner. Number 2 of the Dark Brotherhood. The announcer had also finally caught up to the situation. Off to the side, Ken smirked a bit. He had observed Morita's strategy from the moment he had deployed that smoke screen. He had used the hiding like a mole technique to dig himself and 2 other clones into the ground, whilst the other 4 played the distractions. At the end, he instructed his clone to use the swamp of the underworld to soften up the ground around Yujito in order to make it harder for her to notice the movement under her feet as Morita's actual body and his other clones closed in on her position. It was all skillfully executed and nicely planned out. Of course, it was not perfect. If at any point the clones above failed to keep her attention, and she decided to unleash a tailed beast bomb at the ground, then Morita would have most definitely died. It was a high-risk, high-reward strategy, but it had paid out. The Raikage and the rest of the leaders had also noticed the entire situation from a vantage point. It seems that our second Jinchuriki also lost due to a lack of experience. But she was very skillful as well. Ken spoke out as he scanned the ruined arena. Yet. Good thing the walls of this place aren't flammable, otherwise this entire place would have collapsed already. Yorihiko muttered as he also studied the extensive damage done to the arena. Well, I'm a bit mad that Yujito lost, but at least the battle was hard fought. The Raikage shrugged, also appreciating the display of power from both sides. After all, regardless of the result, his Cloud Village looked very positive in the eyes of the investors thanks to the young Jinchuriki's performance. Still, the young Kuniachi appeared disheartened. With a disappointed and ashamed gaze, she looked up at the leaders, meeting the Raikage's gaze. Now, the Raikage had been strict his entire life to everyone around him. But after losing so much, he had mellowed out greatly. I'll make sure to get that child some cake when we get back to the Land of Lightning. The Raikage nodded appreciatively at Yujito, giving her a wide-proud smile and a huge thumbs up. Immediately, a small smile rose on the young girl's face, making her shake her fist slightly and leave the arena in a decent mood. Ken and the others all observed the interaction with smiles on their faces. It seemed that, despite losing a son, the Raikage's fatherly instincts were still standing strong. Now then, I guess it's time for the last fight. Good luck, little Ume. Chapter 167, Debt, Underdog, and Trump Card. Okay, no reason to get psyched out now, Ume. You've got this. The little girl thought to herself as she walked forward into the arena. Even among her peers she was exceptional, possessing a talent and will that allowed her to be sent into supervised missions earlier than others. Her overwhelming talent with Sage Mode and the ease with which she mastered it also made Ken trust her to take care of herself regardless of the situation. At the end of the day, most of the big players in the world were on the Brotherhood's side of the war table, so Ume could technically travel the world unrestricted with her strength. Although Ken was still only really allowing her to go on supervised missions within the Land of Fire. She was still far too young to go into the world on her own in his lack of eyes. But despite her youth, her will and character were far beyond her age. It was all due to her upbringing, brutally losing her parents right in front of her eyes during her formative years, then being passed around from foster home to foster home when they realized she was not normal. She was very young at the time, but Ken had never put an age cap on how young the children they recruited should be. The only real stipulation was for them to not be in diapers, as hiring a full-time nanny at the time was not something they could afford. It was thanks to the Brotherhood that Ume developed into a nice young girl. She met many like-minded people, others who went through what she did, and people who could understand her fully. And it was all within a positive environment which turned their friendly ties into familial bonds over time. Thanks to the wide support network she had gained in the form of her siblings, she turned out very well compared to what she could have become. And now, it was her chance to repay the slightest fraction of that indebted feeling she had towards Ken, their very own and real support pillar. Although young, he was the man who had decided to shoulder the weight of it all and create the Brotherhood. It was their eyeless father who had nurtured the Brotherhood, going out on dangerous escapades to help it grow, to provide them all with a good environment, to make sure they lacked nothing and had nothing to worry about aside from their very own competitive spirits. When put into perspective, the work that Ken had done over the years was monumental, especially in the eyes of the children. They couldn't help but feel indebted to him, even if that feeling was something that the Brotherhood actively discouraged. There are no such things as debts among family. But how could Ume turn down the chance to make their father happy? Father said that I don't need to win this, that I just need to knock him down a few pegs. But I'll do my best to do much more than that. I will prove to everyone that the Brotherhood is the best, and make father proud. She stepped into the arena with a proud smile on her lips, steeling her resolve. Even if she couldn't win, she was going to do her damned best. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Uzumaki Takehako's demeanor was not quite as relaxed as before. Two members of the Dark Brotherhood had competed previously. Both of them were able to win against the tailed beast vessels. Even if the Uzumaki prodigy believed himself to be above anyone in his generation, he still wanted to be a bit cautious, especially after seeing just how powerful Kushina and Yujito Nii both were. Still, if I remember correctly, the one I am facing is a higher number, which must mean that she is weaker. Hell, she should technically be weaker than the Dark Brotherhood assassin I took out in the preliminaries. She just got lucky to get to this point. The announcer immediately spoke up as the two contestants took their positions in the arena. Number 7 of the Dark Brotherhood will now face off against the prodigy of the Uzumaki clan, Takehiko. And only a few seconds after that, the round started. And this time, there was no deliberation or waiting. Takehiko's hands immediately moved, forming hand signs at quite impressive speeds as he finished by slapping both of his hands onto the ground. Earth release, great burial technique. In an instant, two slabs of stone closed in on Ume from both sides, crushing her just as quickly as the match began. And to finish it off, another wall was raised high towards the sky and broke off to fall directly into the congealed rocks. It was clear that Takehiko was aiming to crush anything that was left of his opponents. What he didn't expect was for his spine to gain a strange chill as his instincts flared up. In that same moment, he felt some movements from the ground underneath him, and immediately took to the air, jumping up towards the sky. The moment his feet left the ground, a thin and pointed tail-like appendage pierced through the ground and where his heart would have been had he not jumped off. The tail had such a straight accuracy and speed that it managed to slightly change its course and wrap around the Uzumaki's leg, immediately grasping it tightly as the rest of Ume also burst out of the ground. Her coat unveiled to reveal a scaly claw pointed directly at Takehiko's torso. At that moment, the Uzumaki prodigy still remained calm. Instead of panicking, he decided to do the only real thing he could in that situation. Adamantite sealing chains. The overwhelmingly powerful golden chains burst out from all over his back, instantly entangling Ume completely and stopping her in her tracks. The chains had such a powerful effect on her that they caused her grip on his leg to even loosen, as he was now able to kick at her head, which Ume blocked with a simple hand raise. The kick made full contact with her scaled wrist, and the ground underneath Ume's feet cracked. Bones were heard breaking as well, but it was hard to tell whose bones were breaking, as both contestants were flaring in pain. Takehiko then proceeded to use Ume's arm as leverage to push himself further away, as he panted for a second, pain still bursting from his shin. "You're tougher than you look, pipsqueak," Takehiko muttered as he slowly stood up. He couldn't help but scowl as he realized that Ume had managed to untangle herself from his grasp. Ume didn't respond to his provocation in any way, instead, she just backed away a bit further, dodging a whip of the Uzumaki's fabled chains. Father was right, whilst they may be strong, they are not as useful without powerful fuinjutsu to go along with them. Still, I can't get too close to him, his chains suppress my Sage Mode's benefits. Had it not been for that, my hand would not hurt from just a simple kick like that. Ume took a moment to calculate her next move, but in the end, she could only come to the conclusion to finally put her father's extra training to good use. "I guess it's time for a trump card, hey." In an instant, her hands moved at great speed, forming a flurry of hand signs. This immediately set Takehiko's alarm bells off. He immediately took a step forward to extend his chains towards her, but he was a step too late. Water release, sky droplets. With her technique prepared, Ume's chest inflated, and she immediately shot out a few large bubbles of water towards the sky, firing like a mortar and aiming directly for Takehiko's head. Tisk, useless. The youngster shook his head, his chains immediately turning into whips, cutting apart the water bubbles before they reached him. He, as well as the ground around him, still got wet, as the chains had turned the large bubbles into just regular rain. Takehiko was then about to try and catch Yumi once more, but before he moved the little assassin had already dashed to the side, a technique already prepared as she planted her hand on the ground whilst doing a cartwheel to dodge a few chains. Earth release, bottomless swamp. In that moment, Takehiko's sandals immediately sunk into the ground. The bottomless swamp jutsu was cast using the humid environment, which caused it to cost much less chakra to use. But Yumi was not quite done, as she used her opponent's sudden shift in balance to fire off another technique. Earth release, stone pummeling. This time, the little girl slapped both of her hands on the ground, and the earth in front of her immediately shifted, rising upwards and flowing towards Takehiko in a dozen of small, punch-sized pillars. Petty tricks. Takehiko's chains just swiped away all of the attacks, breaking them with ease whilst also holstering the Uzumaki prodigy up from the mud pit. Go ahead then, tire yourself out. I doubt you can maintain that strange form of yours for too long anyway. Takehiko's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, as he immediately formed a strategy to toy with his opponent. She can't get close because of the chains, and her ninjutsu can't reach me at all. So it's just a matter of waiting for her to keel over due to exhaustion. He normally would not have liked that type of victory. But, as he was taking the Brotherhood more seriously now, he decided to play it safe whilst also finding an opportunity to poke fun at his opponent and ruin their morale. Unfortunately for him, the morale part didn't quite work for Yumi. And he also walked right into her trap by becoming passive. In an instant, her hands moved to form another technique, this time a stronger one. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, the young assassin spat out a gigantic water dragon from underneath her mask through the pin-sized hole within it. The dragon spun in the air a few times, growing in size before rushing towards Takehiko, who just sneered, his chains already moving to whip that jutsu apart. As if that's gone a war. But he couldn't even finish his sentence, as his chains seemed to be batted off to the side with sheer force, as the dragon bullet slammed into his body head-on. The strong current immediately proceeded to crush Takehiko into the nearest wall, causing a tremor through the arena. What? Yorihiko immediately stood up, looking at the situation with wide eyes. Oh! So that was your plan? Ha 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 ha! The Raikage laughed out loud. He had already known that Ken was giving Yumi special training before the fight, but seeing the results in person was quite impressive. Had. Indeed. Nature Energy Enhanced Jutsu. Chapter 168, Battle Plan, Diversion, and Trade. So it's just that? That was the plan? To overwhelm the Uzumaki brat with Nature Energy Enhanced Jutsu. The Raikage's question seemed to resonate with the other leaders as well, as they all looked at Ken for answers. Well, I'd say it's better for you to turn your gazes back to the arena. Just using nature energy regularly won't win the fight in this case, so my pupil will have to get creative. Enhancing an attack with nature energy was never going to be a big deal for someone who was already considered a perfect sage. But the actually effective strategy was to overwhelm the Uzumaki prodigy with easy-to-defend attacks, followed by one enhanced with nature energy. It would be hard to tell the attacks apart for anyone who didn't practice senjutsu. And Takehiko specifically had zero training fighting against sages. How could he? Senjutsu users were almost non-existent in the shinobi world. Hell, the Uzumaki didn't even have one. But a simple water dragon bullet wasn't going to be able to take down a Uzumaki. That won't work twice. The prodigy's voice now sounded darker, a dangerous tone seeped into it as his gaze promised to take down Yumi, his younger opponent. Yumi didn't respond, instead she pointed a hand sign to the sky. Hiding in mist technique. In an instant, the entire arena was covered in a thick mist, making the viewing experience a lot worse for the regular folk present. The leaders could still track the children's movements within the mist, however. Some had a bit of difficulty, but Ken specifically didn't really have a problem with the mist. Not much of a gaze to obscure for him after all. Surprisingly, despite being passive most of the fight, the first one to move now was Takehiko. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, all of the mist was blown away by a powerful gust of wind which left Takehiko's mouth as soon as his jutsu was finished. In front of him were now 3 assassins instead of just one, and they were all rushing towards him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale palm. 2 of the clones formed a cooperative attack, one spitting out a gigantic fireball towards Takehiko, whilst the other pointed its palm towards the fireball and fanned the flames to a dangerous degree. The other did not use a technique, instead pulling out a scroll and jumping towards the sky, tracking out a multitude of different weapons and chucking them towards Takehiko from different angles using chakra threads. Both techniques that the other 2 clones used were enhanced with nature energy, so it wouldn't be that easy to bat them away. But Takehiko didn't even try this time. Earth release, earth-style wall. The Uzumaki prodigy spat out a monumental quantity of mud towards the ground, erecting a gigantic wall in front of him which immediately solidified and started cracking underneath the strength of the fireball. Despite being a rather basic jutsu, Takehiko had filled it with a lot more chakra than normal, making it both sturdier and bigger in general. Some hidden weapons were also blocked by the wall, but the ones coming from odd angles still managed to reach Takehiko. But they were just as easily batted away by the adamantite chains that were still bursting out of his back. The hundreds of hidden weapons were now scattered all around the Uzumaki prodigy, as he created a circle-like perimeter which no weapon crossed. As soon as the flames on the other side of the wall died down a bit, his chains flared up, smashing into the wall in front of him with great force and sending the burning debris flying towards the clones behind the wall. Like soldiers stepping on a landmine, the 2 clones were shredded apart by the sharpened rocks. Takehiko then smiled, seemingly remembering something. Doing that trick won't work here. Immediately, all of his chains plunged into the ground underneath him, and the arena's earth floor started to crack, as his chains slithered and whipped around underneath the earth. Uemi sweated a bit as all of the clones she had placed underground got crushed and were forced to dissipate. The leaders above also felt that, having paid attention to the ground as well after the last fight had occurred. It was hard not to after all. Unfortunately for Uemi, Takehiko had also been paying attention despite never looking quite engaged or interested during the fights. With the clones underground dead, there was only one assassin left in the arena. So that's the real one. Takehiko smiled as he looked towards the one that was still in mid-air, trying to throw hidden weapons towards him. Unsightly. With a wave of his hand, a chain shot up at breakneck speeds and pierced the little assassin right through the stomach. The assassin spat out blood, then her body immediately disappeared in a fiery explosion. What? That's not the real one. Takehiko immediately became on guard, his chains entering the ground once more and fragmenting it even further. Without realizing, he had also caused many of the hidden weapons that had been thrown at him to shift their position slightly closer to his bubble, to the point where some of them were within it. As soon as that happened, 2 weapons vanished in a puff of smoke at opposite ends of the bubble, both rushing towards the middle with swords stabbed forward. Takehiko didn't have much time to react. It was damn near impossible for him to tell which one was real, so he used his remaining energy to muster up 2 more chains, moving to pierce both. One chain passed right through, not feeling like it hit anything as the clone dispersed into an illusionary cloud of smoke, whilst the other felt like, and actually did hit flesh, as it pierced into Uemi's side and passed right through. The assassin was not deterred though, driven to strike back. Her arm immediately got covered in scales, and her claw extended to rip out a chunk of her opponent's torso. Takehiko hissed in pain as he whipped his chain with Uemi still attached to it, effectively throwing her a great distance away and sending her crashing into the wall of the arena. He then followed that up by entangling her in all of his chains, pulling on her every limb and seemingly almost wanting to rip her apart then and there out of anger. Takehiko of the Uzumaki clan advances forward. The fight got called at that moment, but the prodigy's chains lingered for another moment, wondering whether or not to choke the assassin a bit, as a parting gift for all of the humiliation. But before he could even seriously consider that, he felt a cold gaze on his back, one that made all of the hairs on his back stand straight. Looking up, it was none other than the gaze of his mentor. The look his teacher's eyes gave was quite clear. "If you do not put her down, I will make sure you suffer." It didn't matter how much Yoriko cared for Takehiko. If the prodigy was not smart enough to understand that antagonizing the Dark Brotherhood was a bad idea, then training him was already a waste of resources and time. But Takehiko proved that he was at least smarter than a rock, as he placed Yumi on the ground this time instead of outright dropping her. He then limped off, going back to his corner to tend to both his physical injuries and his hurt ego. The final exchange was something that everyone found impressive. It was clear to everyone that Yumi/number 7 was outmatched, but it was also clear that she had put up a valiant effort. The sheer grit it took to run towards your opponent whilst grinding your own insides whilst caught in their move was not something many could claim to have, let alone a child Yumi's age. Regardless, the finalists of the Chunin exams were now decided. And the following fights were going to be even more competitive. Let's see. The match UPSR. Hey! It seems like Tatsuksho and Morita will be going at each other first. Takehiko will be sitting this one out. Ken slowly stood up, his ears perking up before he stood up from his chair. Now then. To check on Yumi. Chapter 169, Monstrous Heart, Humanity and Vision. Yumi dragged herself out of the arena, a disappointed look in her eyes as she gave her father one last look before finally leaving. It was clear that she needed someone to talk to, so the blind swordsman finally stood up. Comforting people has never been my strong point. Throughout both of his lives, he had not been put in that position many times. His family seemed to be able to take him out of his comfort zone and broaden his horizons quite often. Hell, not so long ago he had even ended up comforting Mifune, who he considered a close associate. But even so, Ken felt quite strange himself emotionally. Even when he was comforting Mifune and dealing with Yu's situation, he felt a bit detached. At most, he had been there to help Mifune vent his frustrations, and he had been there to listen to him. Was he really human enough to properly comfort someone? He was so far gone that even finding out his real lineage didn't help him much. Just two random nobodies form a disconnected clan. He had yet to look into that thread, but maybe he would soon. Maybe that place would help him regain even a strand of humanity. For now, the only real anchor he had was the Brotherhood, which was once an organization meant to serve as his eyes in the world, was now the only thing that made him feel human. It was especially so since most of his associates, as well as the world at large, saw him as a genuine monster. Even the Reikage, who saw him as a friend, still barely treated him like a human. Though that might have just been the old Reikage's way of treating everyone on his level of strength, it was hard to tell. Regardless, it was clear enough that he had long departed from his roots. In a sense, Ken felt that the most telling factor in his dehumanization was none other than his fighting style. It was always brutal, aiming to dehumanize his enemies and strike fear into the hearts of any remaining opponents. The Scaled Sage mode, which was initially meant to be a trump card in battles and hard to maintain, was now feeling more like his true self. Even in regular fights, he tended to default to it. His monstrous scales and jagged tail, his leathery wings. He felt empty without them. And that had been the case for quite a few years already. Only in the beginning did he use the Scaled Sage mode in its initially intended way. Now, even when traveling, he had a habit of overloading his chakra network with nature energy and letting that form take over, always hidden underneath his cloak. No battle required him to go all out anymore. He had not wielded his sword seriously in quite a while, despite continuing to train it regularly. Regardless, he felt that his boredom would be sated thanks to the rakeage and their still unannounced upcoming spar. But that didn't mean he'd become any more human. That didn't mean he could relate even more to his children. Emotionally, he had never been human. And yet, he was now more human than he had ever been. So, when finding Yume, silently crying in the shadows of the long halls leading out of the arena, he knew exactly what to do. Even without experience, his body almost moved by itself. The little girl was also shocked when she felt her father's arm slowly pull her into a warm hug. She couldn't even react as one of his calloused hands slowly stroked her hair. "You did well, Yume. You made me proud. You made all of us proud." The blind monster couldn't help but slowly take this mask off and give his young daughter a sweet smile. Yume, upon seeing that, couldn't help but gasp, as her sobbing got even more intense. This time, however, they were not tears of sadness and disappointment. Rather, they were tears of happiness and contentment. In the corner, Tatsuksho also couldn't help but smile. He had also walked out to comfort his little sister. Doing his job as an older brother was something he would never stop doing, not even when all of his brothers and sisters grew into their own men and women. Still, the last thing he expected was to see his father to be one step ahead of him. After all, Ken seemed to have bigger concerns lately, and he figured that Yume's internal struggles wouldn't be something he'd worry about in the moment. "I guess he's always one step ahead of me." Tatsuksho simply smiled and walked back through the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel on the other side, were all of the Dark Brotherhood members still within Konoha, all waiting to comfort Yume in their own ways. Tatsuksho simply smiled underneath his mask as he walked past them, leaving them a bit confused. What they expected even less, was for Yume to come out with the widest smile they had ever seen on her young face. It only lasted a few seconds, until she put her mask back on, and skipped over to them. She was clearly in a chipper mood, but that didn't stop them from continuing their comforting plans, and they all headed to eat ramen together like a good family would. Ken observed them from a distance for a while, smiling as he did so, his mask still hooked to his belt. "Didn't expect to see that side of you." A voice rang out by his side as he rested on a rooftop right across the ramen shop they had chosen. A puff of smoke came right after it, as Ken's senses washed over the figure of Sarutobi, dressed in his Hokage cloak and official garb. The Leaf Village leader had followed Ken in the arena as well, looking for an opportunity to speak to him. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt such a nice moment with his presence, so he waited and followed Ken right after. And obviously, Ken was well aware of this. Well, a father can't help but act that way towards their child. Ken shook his head, a smile still present on his thin lips. "So you do see them as your children, hey?" Sarutobi's curious gaze washed over Ken, before scanning the children once more. The will of fire also taught him to see the children of the Leaf Village as his own, but there were quite a few degrees of separation, as all of them were, at the end of the day, supposed to be tools working for the village itself. "Of course I do. As I am right now, they are the most important thing to me." Although that was the first time Ken spoke about such a thing, the words flowed so naturally. He knew it wasn't a lie, he couldn't bring himself to lie about them. "You know, that can be quite dangerous." The Hokage couldn't help but sigh when hearing that. Ken tilted his head when hearing that. "Danger? How so?" The blind swordsman slowly turned towards the Hokage, now facing him directly as his long spiky hair blew in the wind. "Well, such powerful ties can be used against you, as you are a powerful leader. Not only that, you will one day be forced to make a choice." The Hokage slowly walked forward, now standing but a step away from Ken, his Hokage cloak blowing in the wind as well, as his pipe was extinguished in a powerful gust of wind. "Will you choose the safety, happiness, and stability of the non-combatant members of the Dark Brotherhood, or will you choose the safety and happiness of its trainee assassins?" It was a choice that all hidden villages reached after a while. Sarutobi could clearly see it with his own eyes, that the Dark Brotherhood was developing into a hidden village more and more with each year that passed. Even without Ken, they are bound to be able to compete against the 5 hidden villages within 10 years. That type of growth will lead to difficult choices, it always does. I like to believe that I am strong enough to be able to forsake such a choice. But if the day is to come when I have to make such a choice, then I will likely look for a different option. The Hokage blinked a few times, not expecting that type of answer from Ken. He didn't need to ask again for Ken to further elaborate, thankfully. There will always be a way, an in-between. After all, there is no such thing as true happiness and stability, if its cost is the well-being and happiness of others within the same family. Just some food for thought, I guess. The blind assassin couldn't help but give the still flabbergasted Sarutobi a wide smile. In an instant, the Leaf Village leader felt inadequate, standing in front of Ken, a man much younger than him. For a moment, he wanted to refute the young man's logic. To argue that Ken was still inexperienced and that his views would change with time. But was that truly the case, or was he just lying to himself to justify all of the things he had done in the name of the village? No. He is indeed young, but his experience and wisdom are undeniable. Maybe he is right. Haha, it seems that the world needs someone like him. A fresh perspective. Unbeknownst to Ken, in that very moment, he had won Sarutobi's respect to the highest possible degree, far above the respect one would feel towards a powerful ally. I see. In that case, I hope to see you succeed. And seeing your success, I hope that you will be able to open the eyes of many others, showing them that this peace is truly achievable. If it's you, you can certainly do it. At that moment, Sarutobi no longer saw Ken as an equal. It felt inadequate to him, to call Ken an equal. The blind assassin had risen to the level of Senju Hashirama in the Hokage's eyes. Powerful, determined, willful, and most importantly, although blind, a visionary. Chapter 170, The Finals, Effect, and Game Plan. A few more days passed before the finals of the Chunin exams started for good. The arena was just the same, but tensions were quite high. The first fight was not quite as difficult to predict in the eyes of the people, however. The number 1 and 2 in the Dark Brotherhood had to stand off against each other. It was clear that the one ranked higher would win, right? But where the question truly stood was whether or not Uzumaki Takehiko really had it in him to defeat either one of them. He struggled so much just with number 7, right? How exactly is he going to beat 2 or 1? I hear he defeated 4 or 5 or something during the preliminaries, maybe it was just a bad matchup. Who knows? Not like we've seen that match. Maybe he struggled even more back then. Every word, every jeer, every mocking insult or belittling phrase. All of them were like a small weight, all added one on top of another, all falling onto Takehiko's head, who stood off to the side and listened to everything. The public had somewhat lost their trust in his abilities due to his previous performance, but he knew he had a chance to redeem himself. Still, the fact that he had gotten pushed to that point by someone much younger than him was just plain demoralizing. His only real ray of hope was the fact that his teacher, the Uzukage, still trusted wholeheartedly that he'd win. Still, his morale had gone down drastically, and the haughty attitude he carried around the arena had all but vanished, so Yumi's efforts hadn't been for naught. Well, they would have meant something regardless, as she had done a great job of representing the Brotherhood on the stage, she had made both her father and siblings proud. But now that Takehiko was actually affected by the difficulty of his fight with Yumi, Ken felt more content with the situation, as knocking the genius down a few pegs had been the plan all along. Moving on from that, I wonder how this match is going to go. Ken's senses scanned over the arena, where the two opponents were already standing, facing each other with quite a bit of distance in between them. They were both dressed similarly, the only difference being that Morita carried 2 blades on his back, whilst Tatsuksho carried only one on his belt. They were both hidden underneath their clothes regardless, but Ken was well aware of their fighting styles. In a battle between the two of them, Ken already knew who was most likely to win, but not in that exact sterile environment. At the end of the day, the assassins of the Brotherhood were trained to fight in all kinds of terrains, but they all excelled in places where they could hide, misguide, and ambush their opponents, essentially turning fights into assassinations. Tatsuksho was certainly the faster of the two, his skill set better suited for confrontations like these, but Morita was also well accustomed to his speed, and he had a larger repertoire of techniques, gained through a lot of hard work. Whilst one spent time creating and polishing a technique to perfection, the flash step of Tatsuksho, the other spent that time enlarging their repertoire of jutsu and techniques. As Tatsuksho was gaining experience and mastery over a customized fighting style based on his created technique, Morita was gaining mastery over the jutsu he had learned, and adapting his own fighting style. The two were technically still a bit far off skill-wise, with Tatsuksho firmly outclassing all his siblings. It went to the point where Ken pondered on making him a blade officially. But Morita still had the chance to surprise everyone if he cooked up a good enough strategy to counter his opponent's fighting style. In essence, Ken really hoped to see something impressive. Well, not see. Witness would be a more accurate word to use. First fight of the finals. Number 1 of the Dark Brotherhood fighting against number 2. Begin. The referee's voice sounded out, and the entire arena became silent in an instant, transfixed on the two competitors. No words were spoken, but one thing was clear. Neither was going to be going easy on the other. In an instant, Tatsuksho shot forward like a bullet, surprising the audience once more with his impressive speed and forward momentum as he tried to deliver a spinning kick to his opponent's masked face. Morita was already expecting that, however, without any hesitation he landed backwards, the kick slipping above him. In the same move, he rolled to the side, as Tatsuksho used flash step to crush the ground where Morita had been previously, his one leg stuck into the ground with enough force to put fear in the hearts of some of the audience. Damn! So that's why they call him the one-legged devil. Some of the audience members had already heard of Tatsuksho and his reputation. Yep, no matter how many times I see him, his fighting style is just as incomprehensibly fast-paced. It seemed that the reputation coupled with his previous performance had garnered him quite a few fans among the audience. But that number 2 guy isn't bad either. Seems like he can follow the movements clearly enough. Morita's performances also didn't leave much to be desired, as he moved at impressive speeds as well, managing to react in time at the very least. Back on the already cracked ground of the arena, Tatsuksho had already dashed towards Morita once more, this time circling around all over the arena at breakneck speeds, both in the air and on the ground, breaking the sound barrier at many points all around Morita. The number 2 assassin seemed unfazed, his mask cleanly hiding whatever expression he had as intended. He simply stood still and slowly unsheathed his blades, pointing them towards the ground before doing something surprising. The second another boom was heard, Morita threw one of his blades at an odd angle, straight at Tatsuksho, who was dashing towards him. 2 more booms were heard, as the number 1 assassin dashed to the side and further away from his opponent, looking a bit confused. That's odd. Why didn't you try to attack me? Morita muttered as his hand still gripped the one blade he had on hand. I'm not in a habit of getting injured. Tatsuksho smiled underneath his mask as he slowly stretched the muscles in his body. There was only one exploitable weakness in Tatsuksho's technique. And that was the fact that it was too fast, which led to it moving in straight lines. It was also damn near impossible for the user to control it unless they had absolute concentration. That one weakness was what made the technique a bit predictable, at least to someone who knew it and had fought against it before. Anyone else would have just been overwhelmed by the speed and odd angles of attack. In this case, however, since Morita already knew the trajectory of the attack and had his blade ready, it would have been dangerous to continue on that same trajectory or any nearby angle. Of course, this weakness could only be exploited because Morita himself was no slouch, being as fast as a top-level jonin in reaction time. Morita's next move was also something to be expected. Water release, bubbles technique. The number 2's free hand moved quickly and formed a few quick handsings before he brought a finger to his mouth and blew out. Bubbles? Yep, around 100 small bubbles rushed out of the assassin's mouth. They immediately filled the air around him, forming something like a cloud around him. Some were close to the ground, but they never did touch it. Instead, they seemed to be controlled by the user, who made them hover in the air around him. I've spent a long time thinking about ways to counter your technique. This is the best I could come up with. Morita sighed as he looked at the bubbles surrounding him with a smile. Soap bubble ninjutsu was a branch of ninjutsu from the water release nature transformation. And normally one would need a special tool to release the bubbles. But Morita had already prepared for that, requesting modifications to his mask, allowing it to act as that tool. Tatsuksho's smile couldn't help but become wider as he also eyed those bubbles. He immediately tested one of the bubbles, sending a kunao towards it in an instant. The moment the metallic tip of that small kunao made contact with the bubble, it burst, and a small explosion was released, breaking the kunao apart and sending pieces of it flying back at Tatsuksho, who simply hopped to the side to avoid them. Interesting. The one-legged devil muttered before immediately starting to circle Morita using his flash step, likely looking for any blind spots or openings. Eventually, he spotted one, but he stopped himself before rushing in. There's no way he would fail to defend himself from that angle. He's just baiting me into a death trap. Both number 1 and 2 were experienced, and they knew each other's fighting styles and way of thinking well enough. So the situation turned into a momentary stalemate. Ken, from the top of the arena, couldn't help but smile underneath his mask. Let's see how this plays out. Chapter 171, Barrage, Blockage, and Winner. Ken and the leaders of the alliance weren't the only ones closely observing the situation from afar. Take Hiko, the Uzumaki prodigy, was also looking at the fight and taking mental notes of everything, including the weaknesses of Tatsuksho's techniques. The only real problem was that taking advantage of the one-legged devil's technique took a certain amount of skill. A skill that one could gain only by fighting against said technique. I can't possibly know all of number 1's tendencies and attack patterns from one battle. Especially when number 2 seems to be suppressing his fighting style so effectively. Regardless, in Take Hiko's eyes, Morita was shaping up to be an even more annoying opponent than Tatsuksho. At least the one-legged devil was easier to face in a straightforward battle, his attack patterns could still be studied, even if broadly. The adamantite ceiling chains could defend him from quite a few angles as well. But Morita's fighting style was a lot harder to discern, as it seemed to change a lot depending on the opponent. He may already have a way to go against the ceiling chains. At the very least he's likely to have paid attention to my previous matches enough to build up some type of strategy or plan. Morita seemed to be much closer to your usual shinobi, with so many tricks up his sleeve that it was hard to tell what he'd pull next. Even the bubble release was somewhat unexpected. I don't even know what chakra natures he has, and how many transformations he's mastered. But it can't be more than one, right? Even the most talented Chunin didn't have more than one nature transformation. Mastering an element to the point of being able to use a derivative technique of it was rare, especially so for someone in their age group. Hell, Take Hiko himself only knew some basic jutsu, but he had some powerful ones in his arsenal too, thanks to being a favored pupil of the Uzukage. But he was not yet a master in his chakra nature, which was also water. I guess I'll have to find a way to defeat either of them. At this stage it's hard to tell who'd win. Back within the confines of the arena, Morita and Tatsuksho seemed to be stuck in a stare-down. At first, the one-legged devil thought about using projectiles to pop all of the bubbles. He'd just make more. But I guess that would be a way of draining his chakra a bit until he decides to go on the offensive, which he may do regardless. In an instant, the number 1 assassin's instincts blared at him, and he immediately dashed to the side, just as a gigantic earth dragon rose from his previous position. Earth release, stone dragon bullets. Takehiko remained moving, dashing from one part of the arena to another as more and more dragons rose from wherever his feet touched the ground and continued to follow his trail. But the dirt dragons moved slow, too slow to ever catch someone like Tatsuksho. The one-legged devil was dancing circles around them, able to easily even make them smash against one another and cancel them out. Normally, the jutsu Morita used would make the dragons rise from the user's feet or an area near them. But it seemed that the number 2 assassin was somehow able to bypass that. No, rather, he's making the dragons travel through the ground and rise out right underneath his opponent. Ken could easily feel the subtle vibrations within the ground. Morita had likely coated the dragons in water to make them travel more easily through the fragmented arena. Tatsuksho sweated a bit as he dashed around, eventually reaching a position in midair where around 10 dragons were all headed directly for his body, virtually from every angle, likely exactly what Morita had planned. In an instant, the number 1 assassin finished a basic jutsu with one-hand sign. Wind release, breakthrough. It was a weaker version of the Great Breakthrough, but the fact that it was performed with one-hand sign was still impressive. It showcased a certain level of mastery, one that once again impressed Takehiko greatly. Still, would such a jutsu be enough to break down a dragon? Normally no. But at this moment, Morita had split up his chakra quite a bit, leading to the overall technique becoming quite a bit weaker. The gouts of wind that Tatsuksho spat out seemed to harm one of the dragons, cracking him slightly but not breaking him instantly. The current also pushed the number 1 assassin backwards slightly, which was what the one-legged devil was actually aiming for. With an unnatural burst of speed, the assassin twirled around and passed in between 2 of the dragons that had been closing in on him, dashing forward with a smile on his face. What he didn't expect, unfortunately, was for the area in front of him to be completely blanketed by water bubbles, which had moved in whilst he was facing the other stone dragons. He didn't have the time to rearrange his course before hitting 3 different bubbles head-on. He only really had time to raise one of his hands to defend his face/mask. The bubbles exploded immediately, and Tatsuksho was blown backwards just as the stone dragons all collided together, creating another explosion of rocks that threatened to skewer the one-legged devil. And for a moment, they seemed to be successful. Rocks broke into the number 1 assassin's back and dust rose to cover the entire area. Holy shit! The Raikage muttered, not quite expecting a fight between youngsters to be that engaging. The previous 2 had been against Jinchuriki, and whilst they were impressive they hadn't quite gone to that level of planning and skill, as both Jinchuriki were quite inexperienced. Instead of a fight between Chunin, this feels more like a fight between top Jonin contenders. The White Fang of Konoha also couldn't help but express his shock. He gave Ken a look filled with respect as he spoke. To think he could foster and grow such talents under him. Not one of the performances of the Dark Brotherhood has been underwhelming. The fight isn't over yet, however. The Hokage also spoke out, huffing another smoke of his tobacco pipe. He really is addicted to it, isn't he? Welp, at least he isn't smiling opium. Yet. As Ken thought that, the smoke in the arena had finally cleared, revealing a rather strange sight. Instead of a broken and severely injured Tatsuksho, it was him, being mostly intact aside from his cloak being completely shredded and his back having a few bruises. Only Ken really knew how Tatsuksho had managed to achieve that. And it had a lot to do with a certain seal currently on the number 1 young assassin's neck. A tweaked version of a chakra gathering seal. Instead of giving the user an accessible emergency pool of chakra usable for one jutsu, it gathers enough nature energy for an emergency transformation of a few seconds. It was something that Tatsuksho himself had devised, with some minor pointers from Ken and their resident Fuinjutsu teacher, Uzumaki Kazue. The seal itself was nothing too complex, but it was a lot more dangerous to use than the regular chakra gathering seal. It provided an instant boost in nature energy. If one used it whilst not having enough chakra in their body, they would just as instantly turn to stone. In this case, the chakra and nature energy within Tatsuksho's body were not balanced, and he grew scales much like his father would, shielding him from harm. By the time the sum dissipated, the scales had also vanished, as the nature energy from the seal was fleeting, a flaw that Tatsuksho hadn't quite managed to iron out yet. Tatsuksho immediately dashed towards Morita, who seemed quite winded from all of the jutsu he had used. He was surely running out of chakra at that point, or was at least closer to his limits than he'd want to admit. They were all prohibited from using the chakra of their siblings during the competition. It was a move made to keep things somewhat fair at least, so Morita's natural reserves were all he had. That and a few regular chakra-gathering seals, but only 3 could go on the human body before it messed with one's regular chakra network. Morita still had some bubbles left, quite a few of them in fact, but they were quickly dispatched by a few dozen throwing knives, shuriken, and kunao from Tatsuksho. Rather, the explosions being in close proximity to Morita only helped make things worse. Thankfully he came out rather unharmed, if a bit wet. Immediately, the number 2 assassin tried preparing one last jutsu, aiming to stop Tatsuksho in his tracks for good, this time whilst pushing the few bubbles he had left towards him. What he didn't expect was for Tatsuksho to stop right before reaching him and the bubbles, with his hands planted on the ground. Lightning release, spider net shock. It was at that point that the winded Morita knew things were pretty much over. The shock from the ground was nowhere near enough to knock him out, but it was enough to momentarily paralyze his muscles for a second or two. And a second was a lot of time for someone like Tatsuksho, who dashed towards him like a bloodhound smelling fresh meat. He easily sidestepped the few bubbles and reached Morita's side, with his tanto already resting on his opponent's neck. And just like that, the fight was over. Winner, number 1 of the Dark Brotherhood. The announcer wasted no time doing his job either, and the crowd immediately broke into claps and cheers. Takehiko also smiled. I may not know how he withstood that attack, but at least I'll still have a better chance to win while fighting him. The next fight will be the last, determining the winner of the Chunin exams. Ken smiled underneath his mask, somewhat anticipating the fight. Not quite the last one. We old-timers still have to put on a show. Mifune muttered, rolling his shoulder as he did so. Ha, of course. Don't forget that you have to fight me, Ken. The Raikage smiled, a lot more excited about the prospect. We can always do a free-for-all. Yorihiko muttered as he looked at the Hokage and nodded. Bah! You two would just gang up on me. The Raikage immediately shot the idea down, eyeing the 2 old allies with a cheeky smile on his face. Whatever, regardless of how things develop, they are bound to be entertaining. The Hokage also gave everyone a calm smile, smoke coming out of his mouth as he spoke. Indeed. Let's see, just how much Takehiko can back up his arrogance. Chapter 172, Comfort, Announcement, and Final Battle. Morita sighed as he walked into the dark tunnel leading out of the arena. In a sense, he was now in a similar position to Uemi, who he had quite literally just helped comfort a while back. But there was no gathering of siblings to comfort him for his loss. And he didn't take it quite as hard as Uemi did. In a sense, he and Tatsuksho had already fought numerous times. He only really won 1 out of 10 times. It was not pleasant, but the number 2 young assassin had to admit that he was somewhat outmatched. I still have so much room for improvement. He clenched his fists, his nails slightly digging into his plans as he continued to walk. I wouldn't recommend doing that. It's not like you have your father's regenerative abilities. A voice sounded out from behind him, making him turn his head slightly with a sigh. Come to glad a bit, Tatsuksho. The one that had come after him was none other than the very source of his current inner turmoil. Tatsuksho simply hopped over to him, shaking his head slightly and sighing. He didn't respond instantly. Instead, he used his speed to immediately reach Morita, and put his hand around his shoulder, somewhat supporting his legless side on him. We may compete a lot, as it is in both of our natures, but you are my brother at the end of the day. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Morita blinked a few times when hearing that. His mouth opened for a bit, but he couldn't cutie muster a proper response, so his lips just trembled a bit underneath his mask. Now, let's not get too sappy. Father said we're old enough to drink. Let's go to the bar. He said he'd see us there. I still can't get behind his jokes much, but I guess that's just because I have some trouble getting around in general, hee. Morita felt a vein bulge on his forehead. For some reason, he felt as if his night was going to be filled with jokes of that nature. I hate you both. Despite saying that, he supported Tatsuksho and walked alongside him towards the bar with a smile on his face. You know, I just realized, but aren't we older than father? Morita blinked a few times as he came to that realization. Well, yes. But are you going to say that to his face? Tatsuksho laughed a bit, also finding it somewhat amusing that their younger father deemed them old enough to drink. No. I doubt anyone would dare to say that to his face. The number 2 assassin just shrugged his shoulders and let the matter go. It wasn't like age meant anything to the children of the Brotherhood at that point. After all, they were struggling to get used to the Brotherhood in their earlier years. Ken was out there in the world making a living for them and gaining allies, all the while being younger than the children he was taking care of. It was hard to fathom what type of past someone could have to reach such a stage so early in life. But that was a common consensus all over the world, not just their Brotherhood. Everyone who knew of Ken held him in high regard, both due to fear and sheer respect. His presence simply demanded either one of them. So, when they reached the tavern, and the usually rambunctious people inside were all in silence, their heads dropped to the ground and leaning towards the walls of the room, they weren't shocked. Instinctively, they were doing their best to stay away from their still masked father, who was sitting on a stool with a round of drinks ready for them. They weren't surprised. Good job today, both of you. This night's on me. Ken took his mask off and smiled at the two of them, raising his cold cup of sake to them. Tatsuksho and Morita looked at each other for a moment, before they both broke into a smile. And the vibe lasted through the night. The tavern owner was more than happy to serve them, with the jovial mood even bleeding into the rest of the tavern as all of its usual suspects eventually calmed down. But the night wasn't that long, and eventually Tatsuksho had to go and rest, as he was still up for his last battle the following day. Morita followed him as well, taking his leave, quite tipsy as he had gone a bit overboard with the drinks. Ken hadn't stopped him, despite being the responsible adult there. A hangover is also a life lesson. The legendary assassin nodded to himself before slowly standing up, shaking the tavern owner's hand and leaving a decent tip along with his bill. Tomorrow is certainly going to be interesting. But Tatsuksho should be able to win. I trust his skill and judgment. Of course, Yorihiko would say the same about his pupil. I guess I'll just have to see it myself. Thankfully, the night passed quickly enough. And the arena had filled up much faster than the days prior this time. Everyone was rather excited to see the end of the Chunin exams after all. Final battle of the Chunin exams. Number 1 of the Dark Brotherhood will be facing off against Uzumaki Takehiko, a prodigy of the land of whirlpools. The words of the announcer rang around the walls of the arena, and the contestants were already there, staring one another down. Well, at least Takehiko assumed that it was a stare down. He couldn't see his opponent's eyes behind his mask. The bell didn't ring yet, however, and the Hokage slowly stood up and walked forward. That's odd. I thought he'd give a speech after a winner is decided. As we are faced with the final battle in this grandiose event, I just wish to take a moment to appreciate all of the contestants that have competed up to this point, both within this grand arena and the preliminaries before this. The investors in the stands all nodded at the Hokage's words. Regardless of who won, it was clear that all of the hidden villages in the Three Corners Alliance were bound to flourish in the future. The power of their youth was a factor certainly, but the abundance of talents alone was already impressive, especially from the Dark Brotherhood. But the Leaf, the Cloud, and the Uzumaki were all impressive nonetheless. The only thing that was missing was the samurai, but it was easy to assume that their strongest recruits had likely gotten bad match UPS. The strength of the Land of Iron was not something any of the people in the crowd could begin to doubt. It was steadfast and strong throughout history, unshaken even during the time of the warring states. They didn't need to prove anything, especially not when compared to the hidden villages that had been formed much sooner in comparison. It was hard to comprehend how there hadn't even been a full 60 years since the warring states period had ended and the era of the hidden villages had begun. But that was just due to how much their lands had developed. At this rate, I believe it is fair to assume that the next few decades will be filled with only prosperity for the Three Corners Alliance. Every noble and investor in the crowd came to that same conclusion in one way or another. And that only solidified one thing in their mind. Not doing business with the alliance will only lead to a net loss, even in the long term. As a show of good faith, and to show our younger generations what the top of the world looks like, we, the leaders of the alliance, have decided to put on an exhibition match. The fight shall be between two old friends. The Red Dot of the Dark Brotherhood, and the Third Reikage. That revelation made many of the people within the arena stare at the Hokage in stunned silence. That was before the excitement crept in, and they all started clapping. It was a rare opportunity, getting to see just how powerful the top of the world was. It wasn't just a display for the investors either, as it was going to help ground the powerful young generation, to show them that there was more to the world than just what they had seen up to that point. The Hokage didn't bother mentioning that they had initially wanted to make a small tournament to determine the strongest among the 5 leaders of the alliance. They had essentially planned out to have several exhibition matches at first, with all of them fighting. But they figured that publicly displaying such a thing would not be fruitful, and one fight was enough to get the point across. So, the 2 that were eager to fight were left to display the true strength of their alliance. And, in the Hokage's eyes, none were better than them. His powers would have been too destructive to use within Konoha properly. Yorihiko was a seal master, and his fighting style was more unassuming. And Mifune was a pure swordsman and respectable samurai, but still slightly inferior to Ken. The Reikage was the fastest among them, and arguably just as resilient as Ken, minus the regeneration. His lighting chakra mode was specifically made for tough battles, and the Reikage had mastered it perfectly. And Ken was... well... he was already shaping up to be someone on the level of Hashirama. His skills really needed no introduction to anyone in their world. Unless they lived under a heavy rock. With that short announcement, the Hokage nodded when sensing the reaction of the crowd before looking back down at Tatsuksho and Takehiko. For now, let the battle begin, and let us see who the winner of this Chunin exam will be. With a smile on his face, the Hokage tipped his hat and raised his hand, before bringing it down as a sign. At that same moment, the bell was heard, and Hiruzen's voice rang out as well. Battle start. Chapter 173, Talents, Swiftness, and Reward. The first one to make a move this time was Takehiko, his hands moving like a blur as he stepped forward. Water style, water dragon bullets. 4 gigantic water dragons arched from the Uzumaki prodigy's mouth, all heading towards Tatsuksho, who just sighed. In an instant, he turned in a blur, sidestepping the dragons and rushing directly at Takehiko, who seemed to be prepared for him. A loud metallic clang sounded out through the entire arena as the one-legged assassin's blade screeched against his opponents. With a heave and a smile, the Uzumaki gained the upper hand, pushing the assassin away and slashing at him in the same move. Tatsuksho was not that easy to hit unfortunately. He didn't even use flash step, he just leaned backward and allowed the blade to pass right above him whilst pointing the tip of his blade at Takehiko's chest. The Uzumaki immediately jumped backward, only his clothes being slightly nicked by the oddly positioned thrust of the assassin. Takehiko had done quite a bit of research in preparation for his fight. He somewhat realized that he wasn't that untouchable thanks to Uemi, the number 7 of the Brotherhood almost beating him earlier. This time he also didn't start the fight using his bloodline limit, testing the waters a bit and choosing some different strategies. But Tatsuksho's next move did blow most of his plans out of the water. The one-legged devil turned into a blur once again, but this time it somehow felt even faster than before. His figure flashed all over the arena in seconds, after images began to appear and disappear, leading to the Uzumaki to be unable even to predict where he'd attack from. His after-images appeared everywhere, at all angles, both in midair and on the ground. Did he get faster? Was he holding back in all of his other fights? Takehiko sweated as his trained eyes struggled even to follow the assassin's shadow. Sensing him was also out of the question. If his presence was faint in the matches prior, then it was now non-existent. At that point, Takehiko did the only real thing he could to stop an upcoming attack. And that was to allow his adamantite sealing chains to sprout out of his back, effectively forming a shield against any attack from behind as they whipped around dangerously, breaking apart many of the after-images that the assassin had formed. In an instant, Tatsuksho was already in front of Takehiko, who shrunk back in surprise. He barely managed to lean out of the way of a blade. He only managed to do so by using one of his chains to drag himself backwards on pure instinct whilst pushing the others forward to stab his opponent and bind him. But the one-legged devil was done playing around. He immediately vanished and Takehiko felt a powerful palm strike hit him in the back, causing him to spit out some blood and get sent tumbling in the other direction. Tatsukayo smiled, not bothering to follow up his attack as he brought one of his hands up in a simple sign. Crimson Seal. In that same instant, strange markings spread through Takehiko's body, as the Crimson Seal sought to envelop the body, its starting point being where Tatsuksho had just placed his palm. In an instant, Takehiko's eyes widened. He instinctively stopped using the chains, as he felt a burning sensation within his blood whilst the seal spread. Fighting back only made things worse, which left him tumbling on the ground after receiving that palm strike. He seemed shocked, staring at the ground with wide eyes as he took some deep breaths in. Just like that. You are no longer able to use chakra. At least not without paying a good price for it. Tatsuksho smiled, his voice having an almost melodic ring to it as he hopped towards his opponent leisurely. Back in the stands, Yorihiko was already up from his seat, looking at the arena below with an angered gaze. Shit, that careless child! The Uzumaki leader was not mad at Tatsuksho for using such a tactic. It was in fact the smartest thing to do in that situation, aside from outright stabbing his pupil in the heart from the back. But still, an Uzumaki prodigy falling victim to one of their very own Fuinjutsu techniques was beyond shameful. It can't be helped. The one-legged devil had not showcased any mastery over Fuinjutsu up to this point. Seems like he's got quite a few hidden cards. The Hokage immediately pacified him, realizing how bad things looked. He should not have put himself in such a situation in the first place. The Raikage scowled, having expected a lot more from the final fight. I've heard of that seal before. It is quite detrimental to any shinobi, so I guess it's fair to call the fight. Mifune stroked his beard, slowly eyeing Tatsuksho with an impressed gaze. As expected of Lord Ken's star pupil, he already is in a league of his own among his generation. No. The fight isn't over. Ken's voice rang out from the side at the time, just as the leaders were about to signal to the announcer to end the fight. Hey now, I get that he was disrespectful to you, but continuing would just be torture at this stage. The Raikage seemed a bit disappointed in his friend. You think I'd have such petty intentions over some childish spat? As an Uzumaki, Takehiko still has the chance to overcome this. All he needs is for his opponent to be distracted a bit. Right, Yorihiko? The blind assassin's head turned towards the Uzukage, who seemed to nod hesitantly, before shaking his head. But who's to say his opponent will give him the chance to recover? Whatever. We'll let this play out a bit more, and see what his next move is. I'll just intervene if his life is in danger. Back in the arena, Tatsuksho hadn't bothered to approach his opponent faster. He seemed to be humming to himself, thinking to had already won the fight, which in all fairness, he may as well have. Takehiko's gaze turned hateful and defiant for a moment, he immediately raised his arm and formed a simple hand sign. In that instant, Tatsuksho's relaxed demeanor vanished, and just before the Uzumaki prodigy's chakra moved through the right channels to finish the jutsu, he was already pointing a blade at his throat. Stop! Just accept that you've lost. Even if you can douse yourself in water and stem the burning of the Crimson Seal, you can't fight me in your current state. Without your chains you are nothing. Tatsuksho's voice was harsh and unforgiving, but he was not lying in any way. And that was the reason why Takehiko couldn't even refute it. From the moment I saw you fight in the preliminaries, I knew that fighting you would be easy. Even if you've changed a bit since then, you can't possibly change a lifetime of bad habits and lack of preparation with a week or two of carefulness. Tatsuksho ignored his opponent's grim expression as he continued speaking whilst sheathing his blade. The announcer had also already gone ahead and shouted out the obvious winner of the battle, but Takehiko didn't hear a single word of it. He was too stuck in the words of his opponent. Maybe a few weeks back, he would have considered all of it as his opponent talking smack about him, but in a sense, he also realized his negligence during the Chunin exams. If I had trained a bit harder in Fuinjutsu, none of this would have happened. If I worked harder in general, I would have maybe even won. He was already beaten down, not even realizing that his opponent had already walked away, undoing the seal with a simple hand sign before heading off. Takehiko. A familiar voice was the only one able to break him out of his trance. It was none other than the voice of his teacher and mentor, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Yorihiko. The red-haired man looked at his protégé with a conflicted gaze, before sighing and shaking his head. We will have to revise your training schedule when we get back. For now, let us enjoy the festivities. Unlike what many people in the crowd expected, the Uzukage didn't lash out at his student, he just waved him off, pushing him to leave the arena before turning back and jumping towards the seats. Letting that match go on was a bad idea, he said, before sitting back down. Well, I can see why Ken would want it to go on at least. The Reikage stroked his thick beard with a wry smile on his face. Why? To further humiliate my pupil? His spirit's already broken enough. Yorihiko's voice sounded a bit offended, he sent the red dot a rather fiery glare. He didn't seem hostile in any way, however, just frustrated. Nah, he just gave your pupil a chance. Anything can happen in a battle, it's not like the Crimson Seal cannot be overcome. If that was the case, you Uzumaki bastards would have already conquered the world, haha. The Reikage laughed a bit, before looking at Ken with an appreciative gaze. Humiliation was not the intended outcome of this battle, but it can't be called a bad outcome either. Takehiko got to learn a tough lesson today. You just have to make sure that he works on himself from now on, and develops from here. Ken turned his head towards Yorihiko as he spoke. Hearing his reasoning, the incensed Uzukage could just sigh. He couldn't exactly start arguing with his clan's benefactor, now could he? The Hokage slowly stood up at that point as well, and he addressed everyone in the arena at once. I will take this moment to once again congratulate all of this exam's participants for their amazing displays of skill. I must say, the future is looking blinding at this stage, ho ho. As always, the Hokage's voice and charm had an almost magnetic pull to it, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. To the winner, number 1 of the Brotherhood, the title of Chunin does not mean much. As many of you know, the Dark Brotherhood ranks its assassins differently. It is due to that, his reward will be decided personally by Ken, upon their return to their compound. The crowd nodded, seemingly accepting that outcome, although many were a bit disappointed, wanting to know what spoils would go to the victor. But the Hokage's next sentence quickly made them forget that thought. In regards to the Chunin promotion, everyone that has made it to the semi-finals and finals of this year's competition, will be officially promoted to the Chunin rank, as we have deemed them to be deserving enough. The investors seemed to be quite pleased at that, many of them clapping loudly with smiles on their faces. After all, being Chunin meant that they were going to be allowed to go on more important missions. Many in the finals had showcased a level of skill that impressed them, so they felt good knowing that their missions and tasks were going to be handled by the skillful next generation. Regardless, their cheering only got louder at the Hokage's next words. Without further ado, for this exam's final showcase, we shall have a battle between Lord Ken, leader of the Dark Brotherhood, and Lord A, third Raikage of the Cloud Village. Chapter 174, The Strongest, Fight and Going All Out. The Raikage huffed, compressed steam came out of his lips as his muscles flexed and relaxed repeatedly. He now stood in front of what was likely going to be one of the most difficult opponents of his life. None other than his very best friend, and someone he saw as family, Ken. Unlike others, he didn't think of Ken as a contender for the title of the God of Shinobi, he saw such titles as needless in front of his talent. After all, Hiruzen was a holder of that title, and he, at least in the Raikage size, didn't deserve it. To the Raikage, Ken was simply the strongest creature. And certainly, the strongest creature he had ever faced so far in his long life. The Eight Tails paled in comparison to the pressure that the masked assassin could put on him, just with his mere presence. But that's what makes this all the more enjoyable. The people in the stands, the investors, and the other leaders were all silent. The contestants of the Chunin exams, as well as many from the younger generations of Konoha, were also present, all looking in silence, anxiety, and great anticipation. The Raikage size eventually landed on the very source of his excitement. The cloaked and masked man that stood right in front of him, was unmoving like a statue, yet maddeningly intimidating. Any lesser man would have had their hearts filled with fear at just the sight of him, the way that the blades of grass around him seemed to lean away from him. Well then, let us enjoy this thoroughly. The cold and raspy voice also further accentuated that sight, but the Raikage was unshaken. He knew that, in any battle, half of the fight was psychological. And it was obvious to anyone with a good pair of eyes that Ken was already a master of it. But the Raikage was also no slouch, with a wide and crooked smile, lightning covered the entirety of his body, his fingers clenching, forming a tightened fist. Looking at the scene and taking in the atmosphere almost made Minato, as well as the rest of the younger generation watching, take a few steps back. Of course, the yellow-haired child was beside Kushina, so he wouldn't allow himself to take a step back under any circumstance, but it was still putting a lot of stress on him. No blows had been exchanged yet. But the first one to move this time was surprisingly Ken. He zoomed forward, his long sword drawn and slashing at the Raikage, who recoiled back for a second, before moving his clenched fist to block the blade. Sparks arose as the fist and blade collided, but for the first exchange, it seemed that the Raikage was winning, as Ken was being slowly pushed backwards. Ken immediately kicked out, his leg whipping the Raikage's side heavily, cracking the arena all around them, but not moving the Raikage in any way. The assassin was however able to use the Raikage's torso as a foothold to roll to the side, dodging a lightning spear which pierced the dirt at unbelievable speeds. I was somewhat hoping to test my base speed a bit more. But the Raikage isn't someone I can take lightly. The red dot's body immediately seemed to shift. His muscles underneath his coat expanded as his skin became covered with scales. Ha! Finally! That's what I wanted to see. The Raikage immediately appeared in front of Ken, hand already outstretched. This time, however, Ken was able to react to his speed much better. Before the Raikage even realized it, the assassin was standing on his fist, stopping there for a flicker of a second before his transformed leg moved. The Raikage's head was immediately whipped backwards, as Ken's kick sent the Raikage flying. The assassin followed that up immediately, reaching the Raikage's side and punching him hard towards the temple. This time, however, the Raikage managed to put his hand up and block it. Regardless of him blocking that strike, the Raikage was still shot towards the wall of the arena faster than a bullet leaving the smoking barrel of a gun. The Raikage immediately shot back out, appearing in front of Ken almost as if the wall of the arena was a spring. A wide smile could be seen on his unharmed face as he formed his infamous Hell Spear, pointing one finger at Ken's chest. The blind assassin didn't allow himself to get hit that easily, despite being able to just regenerate. His entire body tilted to the side, the tip of the spear narrowly passing by underneath his armpit. As he leaned to the side, he flexed his arm and slightly raised it, faking a punch as the tip of one of his clawed feet dug into the ground and immediately kicked upwards, sending a large rock directly at the Raikage's head once more. The Cloud Village leader head-butted the large rock, effectively disintegrating it. In doing so, however, he had left himself blinded for just a fraction of a second. Ken immediately took advantage of that, his spiked tail piercing out, aiming straight for the Raikage's chest. The tip of the tail crashed against the lightning-covered chest. The Raikage's eyes widened as he felt something unfamiliar. The tip of Ken's tail pierced the skin and seemed to try and go deeper into the muscle, but the Raikage immediately jumped backwards, reaching the wall in an instant whilst stopping for a second, touching his now slightly bleeding chest. Tatsuksho and the rest of the children of the Brotherhood were completely transfixed, seeing their father fight seriously for the first time. It felt strangely enlightening, especially to Ken. They were seeing the very pinnacle of the fighting style they had been developing for such a long time. The others of the younger generation could barely follow the battle with their eyes. The Uchiha and Hyuga had an advantage, but even they could not keep up with the fight. Still, just from the cracked arena ground, and the sounds of wind and dirt breaking, they could tell that the battle was fierce. Takehiko also couldn't help but sweat, as his eyes struggled to catch up with the after-images of the movements of the monsters in the arena. Still, he was good enough to somewhat understand the core of Ken's fighting style. And it was scary. Efficiency, viciousness, and non-standard attacks all combined into one, to form a beautifully efficient dance. A dance that would, against any normal person, lead to a perfect assassination. But, as already established, the Raikage was the furthest thing from normal. Good. Great. I'll be going all out then. A didn't even seem to care about the slight wound on his chest, solely focusing on Ken, whilst the lightning around his body took on a darker shade. Didn't think you'd be using that in such a stage. Thought it was a secret technique or something. Although Ken's voice sounded relaxed, his entire body was tensed up, realizing that he was going to have to deal with an opponent faster than himself. I never bothered to hide this form. It's just that no one had survived it previously to spread the word about it. The Tsuchikage was the first to live after seeing this, by sheer luck though. Shame, I had such a good track record till then. The Raikage rolled his shoulders, his entire body now covered in rolling and crackling black lightning. I must say, my blood is boiling. Ken's feral excitement finally crawled to the surface, escaping the assassin's usual calm visage, as the two monsters both stepped forward, turning into after-images before clashing in the middle of the arena. In that very instant, the entire arena shook. It felt as if an earthquake was trying to bury it in its entirety within a sinkhole. But the two fighters were not focused on the ground, only on each other. Only 3 moves were exchanged, but in those 3 moves, Ken's arm flew off, and the assassin rolled off to the side, avoiding yet another deadly sharp punch. Ken immediately understood that he couldn't physically overcome the Raikage in that form. He could still react to his speed, but A's strength was enhanced to an inhuman level. The Raikage immediately appeared behind Ken, as the latter was crouched on the ground, his arm still regrowing. The assassin seemed to have anticipated that, his entire body already tilted to the side, in the process of dodging the strike. A dark hell spear immediately pierced the ground where Ken had stood, grazing his leg slightly, but not causing any significant damage. Ken used that opportunity to heavily strike the ground with his tail, raising a cloud of dust and completely covering the Raikage's view, at least for a second. A immediately punched the ground underneath him hard, causing another small earthquake and pushing all of the dust away to reveal his opponent. On the other side of the arena was the monstrous form of his opponent. Ken's cloak was already down, his muscly scaled arm was regrown, and he now stood at his full height facing the Raikage with confidence. Grasped within both of his hands was a thin and long blade, which sparkled with chakra, and the assassin took on a stance and pointing the tip of the blade at the ground slightly. This is the first time I've seen him take up the blade in that form. A bead of sweat appeared on the Raikage's forehead briefly before evaporating from the heat. Sure, he remembered Ken playing around in his monster form against some cultists before, using their own weapons against them. But this was the first time the Raikage witnessed Ken going all out, using his skills to the fullest with a legendary blade. The very prospect of it was enough to make the blood in his veins boil further. Show me how much you've grown. Chapter 175, Sword and Spear, Dance, and Ending. The moment Ken picked up that spear, it wasn't just his stance that changed, but the entire atmosphere around him. Just in his transformation, he seemed to release an aura that was beast-like, almost feral even. It made it difficult for any opponent to keep his composure completely, only someone on the Raikage's level could manage that. But the moment he grabbed his sword again, that aura shifted entirely. For a moment, it felt as if it lowered in intensity, but it gave off a much more controlled and dangerous air. It was a sharpness that could be felt even in the wind around him. And everyone in the arena could feel it. Takehiko trembled a bit when seeing that. That thing was supposed to be in the same generation as us. His teacher, Yorihiko, had tried to discourage him from comparing himself to Ken in the past. But his stubbornness still made him think that he had a chance to catch up. That he was somehow not that far behind from the strongest. But the scene in front of him made it clear that Ken was not a member of his generation. He was a beast that transcended any common understanding. Minato and Kushina also knew that Ken was a monster, but the following exchange was still going to leave them aghast. The first one to move was the Raikage, his superior speed being showcased as he appeared in front of Ken, his finger already outstretched in a sharp dark lighting spear. Ken's reaction time seemed to be on point this time, however. He swiped the spear with the hilt of his blade and took a wide swing at the Raika in the same move. The Raikage's body immediately shifted, as he raised his leg up to block the blade with his shin guard. He could try to block it with his body, but he, for some reason, felt as if Ken's strikes weren't that easy to block. The blue chakra around Ken's blade immediately came in contact with the Raikage's black lightning-covered shin. Sparks didn't fly this time, there was no metallic clang, but the clash of chakra in itself sent lighting crashing through the area all around them. The slash that Ken sent didn't seem to damage the Raikage's body, but the sheer remnants of it were enough to send a sharp shockwave all around them, cutting the arena around them evenly. The walls weren't just scratched, no, they were entirely cut through. If someone strong enough was to push them, the upper side would slide off of the foundation. In the stands above, the Hokage sweated a bit. Good thing I called every shinobi in the village to maintain the arena during the fight. And he was right to do so, as the fighters below spared no thought to the stone walls surrounding them, both being closed off in their own world. The Raikage's arm moved to the side, aiming to cut at Ken's head with the side of his spear. But Ken's wrist also moved, sending a strange tremor through his blade. The lightning-covered man grunted for a moment, as he felt a strange vibration through his shin, which forced him to stop any ongoing attack and dash backwards, his leg slightly trembling. An attack that goes through my guard. Ken craned his neck as he held his blade to the side. The vibrations he had sent through it were, of course, the technique of the former #1 assassin in his previous world. It had been difficult for Ken to master sending vibrations through his blade, but over the years, he managed to master it to a point where he could use it effectively in combat. And truly, it was the only way that he could confidently damage the Raikage in his current form. Using nature energy was also a method, but Ken would have to use a whole lot of it to go through the Raikage's defenses and deal any meaningful damage, which would likely take him out of his scaled sage mode, leaving him vulnerable if A was to still be able to fight. But while the Raikage was somewhat surprised, and the watchers couldn't quite understand what had happened, the following exchange was still exhilarating. Ken dashed forward, both of his hands on the hilt of his blade as it moved so fast that it felt as if a slash was being delivered both horizontally and vertically at the same time. The Hokage's eyes followed it before they widened as he batted one slash to the side with his lightning spear and leaned back avoiding the strike. Whilst dashing, Ken seemed to have pulled a sleight of hand trick and transformed his long blade into two identically long and thin blades. The Ryuka's speed was superior to Ken's, but some of his senses still fell behind when compared to the blind assassin. The human eye simply was not built to follow certain movements, especially when they were deliberately deceitful. The length of Ken's second blade was certainly deceitful, as it expanded to still hit the Raikage's chest, despite him leaning backwards. A's eyes widened as the vibrations within the blade shook the muscles underneath his skin. As a knee-jerk reaction, he immediately kicked at Ken's head, forcing him to raise both of his blades to barely block the strike. He was sent flying to the other side of the arena, only to spin around in midair and dig his blades into the ground, stopping his momentum before his back even touched the ruined wall. The Raikage grasped at his chest for a moment. The vibration with only one hand didn't seem strong enough to penetrate his muscle, but it still did the damage. Ken's next move was simple. It seemed to be something like a dance. His footsteps resonated with the trembling of the ground caused by Shinboi raising earth walls around the arena. His blades sang a melodic hum as they danced through the wind, vibrating from the movements and leaving traces on the air around Ken. In the stands, Mifyun's eyes widened. A dance that led to a painting that seemed to form what was likely the greatest display of swordsmanship that the old samurai had ever seen in his life. I knew he was a monster. But this is too much. Although serene, the dance was so fast that the Raikage didn't even get to dash towards the blind swordsman after recovering. Instead, the two blades in his hands swiped in every direction, as countless flying slashes were sent out towards the Raikage. The Raikage immediately scowled and covered his head with his hand whilst stepping forward. He was unable to dash forward, as the moment both of his feet left the ground he would be sent flying like a piece of wood bark in a tornado. Whilst moving slowly, there were also more possibilities for him to counter any surprise attack from Ken. Each step felt heavier as the flying slashes pelted his body more and more. But he wasn't receiving injuries. The flying slashes were just there to suppress the Reika, likely to cover his view as well as the assassin prepared for a killing blow. At least he thought so. In the middle of all of those continuous slashes, one sent a shiver down the Raikage's spine, but he didn't have the time to move, nor could he. In an instant, a thin line was formed on his torso, a cut penetrating his lightning armor violently and leaving a thin cut on his body. It was not deep enough to be called serious, but it was not the only one. The following barrage contained all manner of cuts, both with and without nature energy imbued within them, and the Raikage slowly but surely collected more and more scratches, to the point where they were starting to bleed. And it was at that point that the Raikage gave up on his initial slower approach. Petty tricks. In an instant, the Raikage lashed out, smashing his fist on the ground, sending a great tremor as an explosion of black lighting hit the arena and created a shockwave large enough to stop the dance of flying slashes. Petty tricks indeed. The Raikage heard that voice from behind him, but he didn't get to react in time. He tried to raise his hand above his head, but he was too late, as he felt the blunt part of a blade hit the top of his head heavily just as his arm came up. "Don't forget, you are fighting a swordsman and an assassin here." Those were the last words the Raikage heard, as the vibration pierced through his defense and immediately shook his brains around in his skull. The large man's eyes rolled backwards, and his body limply crashed into the ground, unconscious and bleeding from the nose and eyes. Ken's body was also shaking, his muscles contracting unnaturally and healing from burns as he had forced himself to rush into the explosion of black lightning that the Raikage had released. It was the only way that the assassin could think of to take out the Raikage effectively. Without being taken by surprise, the Cloud leader would have defended his head on all occasions. The Dark Brotherhood leader stood there for 1 second, black lighting still flickering around him. And then the cheers broke through, as the winner became clear to everyone. Most of them couldn't appreciate the deadly and morbid beauty of Ken's sword dance just because of how far outmatched they were in comparison. It had taken a second for all of them to catch up to what had happened, many could barely follow the fight with their eyes, but that made it all the more impressive to them. It seems the winner has been decided. I believe both fighters deserve a round of applause, an amazing display of strength. The Hokage's voice broke through, as the cheers intensified from all of the people present. Only one person in the arena seemed more concerned than cheerful. And that was Yujito Nii. Despite not being treated all too well by her village, the Reikage was a great exception to that. Many feared Jinchuriki due to their own weakness. Weakness was something that the Reikage lacked, which allowed him to form a proper bond with the little girl. She was a goal in her mind, a great mentor. And seeing him bloody on the ground was like a nightmare to her. Thankfully, the Reikage's resilience was enough to reassure her. The Cloud Leader woke up almost immediately, just as Ken was wrapping his blade back up in a bandage and placing it on his back. His brains were still scrambled a bit, as he shakily raised his torso from the ground, supported by his arm as he heaved a heavy sigh. "Shit, that was dirty, Ken." The Reikage grunted, clutching at his head as soon as his torso stood upright enough to no longer need his hand for support. That's how I fight. It was great regardless." The assassin shrugged, tilting his head at the Reikage with a smile spreading underneath his mask. What a monster! Most people would be knocked out for weeks after receiving such a blow to the head. Despite winning the fight, Ken was still impressed with the Reikage. A's resilience was certainly deserving of respect. A also respected Ken a lot and already knew that he would lose the battle, so he had no objection. But his appreciation and respect for Ken rose considerably when the blind assassin extended his burly scaled arm towards him. With a wide smile, the Reikage took it and allowed himself to be pulled up from the ground. The audience also seemed to appreciate the sight, as it further proved how close-knit the Three Corners alliance was. A deep friendship between the leaders was always a good sign. And just like that, the Chunin exams ended with a bang, some scrambled brains and a heartwarming display of camaraderie. Chapter 176, Celebration, Departure, and Rewards. After the end of the Chunin exams, festivities ensued. Unlike previous years where everyone just went their own ways, and the exams were used only really to scope out potential threats of potential enemies, this was now something made among allies only. The investors and the participants were now finding themselves enjoying a festival in the middle of Konoha. It was to celebrate both the Chunin exams, and the union of the many powers of the alliance. Needless to say, it all left a very good image in the eyes of the investors, one that couldn't have been faked. True unity. Sure, the Reikage and the Uzukage seemed to not like each other, but they were in good terms with everyone else, and they all seemed to appreciate seeing the younger generations interact with each other. Many were expecting Ken to be the quiet man overseeing everything, but he was in fact the one binge drinking with Mifune and the Reika in the middle of the street. It had become a contest between the three of them at some point. The first one to lose was Mifune, his stomach somewhat smaller than his opponent's. A maybe couldn't transform or anything like that, but his body had long since transcended that of regular humans through constant tempering and use of the lightning cloak. Hiko stuck close to his teacher/mentor, sometimes glancing at Ken with a bit of fear in his eyes. He now knew that comparing himself to Ken was foolish, but he hoped that his outburst from the preliminaries hadn't offended Ken too badly. Unbeknownst to him, Ken hadn't been offended at all. He wanted to help him learn more about the world. He, much like Yorihiko, saw the potential within the young Uzumaki prodigy. But unlike Yorihiko, Ken also could see the flaws within the young man. He knew that letting him go into the world with his mindset would only lead to his untimely death. In the past, he wouldn't have really cared. Even if the Uzumaki were his allies currently, things could change in the future, and he wouldn't have felt the need to go out of his way to help their future generation grow stronger. But, as he was currently, he understood that having allies was something to cherish, not something to act weary about. Even snakes could become loyal forever if fed properly. And having an ally out in the world always gave one more leisure and options in the face of adversity. Even Saburo, despite being with the Brotherhood only for his own reasons, he had proven his loyalty time and time again. He was still only there because it was most convenient, but Ken could trust that he wouldn't ever leave at that point. He had tied every facet of his life to the lab within the Dark Brotherhood's compound. He had already managed to stick himself to the strongest person around, he had no rhyme or reason to ever leave. Ken had already proven that he could fight back even if the entire world turned against him. Saburo trusted his strength so much that he didn't even feel the need to have an escape plan like he had in the grass village. He had become a reliable ally. Much like everyone else within the Three Corners Alliance. And finally, Ken could see his goal almost completed. Temporary peace. Now it was all about maintaining that peace. They had a monopoly over power in the elemental nations, but they still needed to sustain themselves. Trade routes were already being established, and it was just a matter of time before they became truly self-sufficient. Every investor could see and understand that when feeling the unity of the alliance during the Chunin exams. And so, they were incentivized to try and prove their allegiance to the Three Corners Alliance as well, by providing them with contracts, donations, and help with expanding the trade routes. Things were already snowballing, and by the time Ken and the Dark Brotherhood left for their compound, everything was looking great. To the point where even the sanctions that some nobles tried to put on them weren't going to matter anymore. Reaching the compound was much easier, as Tasho and Saburo were able to just reverse summon them there instantly. The children of the Brotherhood rejoiced when seeing their siblings and father return. A small celebration happened there as well, but everyone quieted down when Ken clapped his hands. As you all know, the Chunin exam winner is none other than our Tatsuksho, number 1 between you children. Ken's calming voice soothed the ears of the many listeners, as he paced on a small earthen podium that Tasho, the first blade, had risen underneath him. The children cheered once more when hearing that, many looking at Tatsuksho with pride. He, much like all of them, started from the ground. No, even worse due to his disability. But despite all of that, he was able to become what was essentially the best in his generation within the Three Corners Alliance. Even the new recruits had taken to seeing him as a role model. An example that, no matter how bad things were, they could always get better. Talent notwithstanding, Tatsuksho would not have gotten anywhere were it not for his hard work, determination, and character. Unlike many who would use their disability as an excuse, he has overcome it and even manages to use it to his advantage. This is something that even I admire. Ken's speech voiced out the thoughts of the children perfectly. Those in the older generations had seen it and had passed down the tales to the younger ones. But starting up, Tatsuksho was struggling to even stand on his own, let alone fight. And yet, through tears, gritted teeth and sheer determination, he had now become the best among them. No matter how talented one was, without the right mindset they would never get far. Tasho was a good example of that. His talent had been completely wasted before Ken found him and polished him into a fine gem. It is due to this, due to your hard work and character, that I have decided to officially promote you to the status of the fourth blade. You will, from now on, lead a squad of numbered of your own, into missions of your choosing. You have earned my trust. As he spoke, Ken slowly pulled out a mask from his coat, a white mask with 4 red slashes painted on it, going right down the middle. Upon seeing it, Tatsuksho couldn't help but tear up. It was gratifying, all of his efforts being rewarded with the recognition he very much deserved. He was so emotional, that he hadn't even realized that Ken was sitting in front of him, with the mask extended for what must have been a full minute. "What are you doing, jackass? Take your mask." A voice broke him out of his trance. It was none other than Morita, who patted him on the back with a smile on his face. Out of everyone, he knew best just how much Tatsuksho deserved the promotion. He deserved to become one of the blades. Putting aside all of their competition for Ken's attention, all of the bad emotions that Morsha might have had in the past, the number 2 assassin still held a huge amount of respect for his rival. Hearing his voice, Tatsuksho couldn't help but smile underneath his currently blank mask. He slowly reached out and took the mask from his father's outstretched palm. Congratulations! Let us celebrate the birth of a new blade. Ken immediately rose his hand to the other children, who were essentially just waiting for the cue to break into cheers. Dozens rushed Tadascayo, picking him up and throwing him in the air with smiles on their now unmasked faces. The fourth blade now also took off his empty mask, and laughed with his siblings, a happy smile stretching across his face. The festivities lasted for a full day. The children were all exempt from training, and they were allowed to enjoy a buffet of good food, courtesy of Saburo's now improved cooking skills. For drinks they had homemade grape juice. They were bought grapes, of course, but the Brotherhood was certainly going to have its own vineyard, seeing as the children all liked grape juice, and Ken liked wine, which was just old grape juice. After the festivities were all over, Ken took Tatsuksho to the side. They both walked through a maze of underground tunnels, reinforced with support pillars and stonework that seemed to be made by artists. They eventually reached a door, guarded by two intimidating-looking masked men. Two of Saburo's strongest clones were on either side of that door. And it seemed that the gigantic stone door was so heavy that it required Ken himself to step forward and open it up. Tatsuksho walked into what could have only been called a weapon nut's wet dream. A gigantic room filled with all manner of strange mechanisms and weapons. Blades of varying qualities adorned the walls, all shining and reflecting as the room itself seemed to be lit up by strange stones stuck to the roof of it. The collection easily held a few thousand weapons, far more than there were hands to use them within the Brotherhood. At least for now. Welcome, Fourth Blade, to the new and improved Dark Brotherhood Armory. Ken officially addressed Tatsuksho by his title as he continued walking deeper into the armory. They eventually reached the furthest corner of the room, and 4 distinct blades were placed on display, on different pedestals. There were 7 pedestals in total, but some were missing. The Nuiberi, sewing needle, the Kaiba, twin swords/fangs, the Kabutori, helmet splitter, and the Shivuki, scroll blade. Take your pick. As an official blade, you have the option of choosing one of our greatest weapons. Ken's voice broke Tatsuksho out of his musings, as he admired the masterpieces that were currently in front of him. The Nuiberi? I thought that was Yu's blade. The fourth blade mused whilst studying the sewing needle with a curious gaze. It has been confiscated from her temporarily as a punishment. I'm sure you know that she is currently under house arrest for her outbursts. Ken had called taking the Nuiberi away a temporary measure. But he wouldn't mind giving it to Tasho. Maybe it could serve as a good lesson for you after all. But the blind swordsman already knew that Tatsuksho wasn't going to pick the sewing needle, it simply wasn't his style. Tatsuksho paced the room a bit, inspecting all of the blades, before reaching for and picking up the one that Ken expected the least. So it's the explosive scroll blade in the end, hey? Ken smiled underneath his mask, already imagining the types of moves one could pull off with Tatsuksho's fighting style coupled with the blade's explosions. It just seems like the best option here, father. Tatsuksho nodded, still referring to Ken as his father. That fact hadn't changed despite his raise in rank. The two of them were closer than ever now. Ken really did see him as his own son, not that he saw the other children in the Brotherhood much differently, but he was as proud as one could be when looking at Tatsuksho. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about Yu, who was so bitter about her punishment that she hadn't even bothered to celebrate Tatsukoio's advancement with the others. Ken sighed when sensing her brooding in her own room, looking at the pile of books that she now had to read as an assignment. I'll leave her alone for now. Try to put my mind elsewhere. Ken slowly paced his office. The gigantic clipboard on the side of the room was filled with notes about each and every ally that Ken had gathered, information, likes and dislikes. Everything was noted down perfectly, and eventually, his hand traced a note that had little details. I guess it's time to fill in some blanks, hey. And that note was regarding his biological family. Chapter 177, Bloodline Database, Clans, and Trib. The database of bloodlines had been an experiment that Saburo had worked on quite half-heartedly. He still put the bare minimum of effort in, as it was a direct request of Ken, who was his boss. Progress was slow, and creating a machine to test samples against the database was a difficult and laborious process. Of course, a brilliant mind like Saburo's could do it, but he was simply not that invested in it. At least not at first. His interest grew exponentially around the time he received a specific DNA sample. One from a very obscure clan known as the Mo clan. What exactly was so particular about this clan's bloodline? Well, nothing really. They were not strong, they were not even average, they were incredibly weak. Not one notable figure in their entire clan's existence, at least not any documented ones. But one fact about them stood out. They were extinct. It seemed that the merchant association that Ken had contracted to gather the DNA samples was going far beyond the original intended scope, seeking to fulfill his request to the fullest extent possible. Ichiraku was nothing if not a completionist, and improving his relationship with Ken seemed like a natural progression to keep his businesses and deals safe. Through that small insignificant clan, Saburo realized the true potential of a thorough bloodline database. A place containing information on all clans that ever existed, containing DNA samples of every clan, which could even allow one to clone them and possibly bring back disappeared clans and bloodline limits. Of course, creating a body from scratch using just a faded DNA sample was impossible with their current technology. But in the future? Oh, the future held a lot of surprises, and Saburo was sure that it would be done eventually. And eventually, as well, someone would be able to artificially mix those bloodlines. Being able to mix the strongest bloodlines to create a perfect vessel. The perfect clone. Saburo was almost getting aroused at the idea. Sure, he had no way of knowing if mixing more than two bloodlines was even possible, but what if it was in the future? Essentially, the more bloodlines came in, the more excited Saburo became as he started theorizing more about the possibilities and potential of the database's future uses. Despite his brilliant mind, his general disinterest had led to him being a bit slow on the uptake, as Ken had already been thinking of those possibilities for a while now. Of course, he was more one to worry about the database getting into the wrong hands, but as long as it was under his protection it would be fine. Ken did consider outright deleting it from existence after it served its purpose in finding his biological family and clans of origin, but he decided against that. The potential for good with such an invention was almost too good to pass up. At the end of the day, bad actors in the future could simply go and collect DNA samples in the wild and play the mixing game with them. Having a pristine and clinical database would just make things much easier for them. The possibility of documenting old extinct clans was one of the many uses of the database. Ichiraku had gone ahead and told his people to bring in old DNA samples they could find too, to look for people with interesting family names in graveyards. Dug-up battlefields in the warring states were also able to tell a story of its own. They now had knowledge of clans that had managed to wipe each other out, clans that had petered out and broken off into smaller clans as their bloodlines diluted. So much history had been buried in those DNA markers, and it was all unwinding in front of Saburo. The strawman was not as interested in the history of it as he was in the practical applications of the project, but he still found everything at least mildly interesting now. The most exhilarating moment was when Saburo actually used the bloodline database for the first time, with his own blood. With that, he found that he was closely linked with one clan that was currently mostly extinct and that his roots stretched far back, older unnamed clans that they had very little information on. Still, Saburo was pleased with the results, which meant that he could now go on with the task that had been assigned to him. Running Ken's beastly blood through the DNA database was not as laborious a process as previously thought, but the results were certainly not within Saburo's expectations. What the hell is this? The most prevalent markers said that Ken's parents were part of a reclusive clan, the Ashura clan. It was a remote place somewhere off in the land of Keys, a small village which housed all of the members of the clan. There were plenty of stories about them being uncontrollable demons, banished from the nearby hidden village and closing themselves off there to prevent hurting any outsiders. They were documented to be able to transform their bodies completely, presumably by absorbing the natural energy around them and allowing it to alter their bodies. In a sense, it was very similar to Ken's ability, but again, they were not able to control their emotions whilst transforming, going into a berserk state. They had been mostly unheard of since the Warring States period. The Land of Keys had all but forgotten about them, and only some local merchants knew about them, which made it easy for the Merchants Guild to get information on the clan. But Ken being part of the Ashura clan did not seem that surprising when Saburo read about their bloodline limit and affinity for nature energy. Where it became interesting was when Saburo looked into other markers present in the blood. 4.56% Senju clan, 5.25% Uchiha clan, 3.34% Hyuga clan, Sarutobi clan, Kurama clan, Uzumaki clan. What the hell? Saburo looked through the markers, and for some reason, dozens of notable bloodlines mixed in Ken's history. The Warring States period had a lot of blank spots and undocumented moments, but Ken's ties to many clans extended beyond that most likely. Where the anomaly and mutation of Ken most likely originated from was the fact that those ancient mixed bloodlines had somehow become more prevalent within Ken's DNA. If the strawman didn't know any better, then he would have assumed that Ken was created artificially within a lab. But the fact that Ken had memories from shortly after his birth certainly disproved that. That still left the strawman with quite a lot of questions. What exactly were the chances for so many bloodlines to come together, for many ancestors across history to come from these reputable clans? Well, there were a few explanations. It's possible that the Ashura clan was a punching bag in the past, and that they have been raided and plundered by all of these other clans in history. After all, during the Warring States period, lust-related crimes were not only not uncommon, but expected. Whenever a clan won over the other, the women and children would suffer most, not just from having their fathers die. The establishment of the hidden villages by the first Hokage put a stop to that, although the trend somewhat continued on a smaller scale during the many shinobi wars across history. So, it was technically possible for a bloodline like Ken's to appear. Still, Saburo was now curious about testing other living residents of the Ashura clan. If that turned out true, then it was very likely that all of the descendants of the Ashura clan were similar to Ken, but their bloodline mixing granted them no benefits. After all, if there actually were more people like Ken in the world, it's highly unlikely that they'd remain unknown. But there was also another explanation that Saburo saw as equally possible. One of Ken's grandparents, or maybe even parents, was or is an experiment. It was plausible to think that someone in Ken's biological family specifically had been a living result of an experiment. So, either someone tried to play God in the past, likely resulting in a failed experiment containing the dormant DNA markers of a lot of renowned clans which went on to have kids with someone from the Ashura clan. Or complete coincidence caused by war atrocities, with Ken just happening to be the only member of the Ashura clan that has active bloodline markers from all of them. The existence of the Ashura clan raised many questions, questions that Saburo had no real answers for now. Of course, Saburo made sure to include all of his findings within the report he drafted and sent to Ken. And now that the blind assassin had some free time, he made the rather sudden decision to go on a trip to the Land of Keys. Chapter 178, Mad Village, Confusion and Shock. The Land of Keys was not a place Ken was completely unaccustomed to. He had hunted down a band of troublesome criminals at some point on those lands. They were a group really proficient in running away, and they had helped Ken hone his tracking skills inadvertently. There were many moments like those during his bounty hunting journey as a young preteen. Although strong and skillful in the art of assassination, he still had to get used to the new world around him and the many techniques its people employed. Those were very important formative years for him, both for his understanding of the world and for the start of his legend. Smelling the strange plants in the Land of Keys brought Ken back to those times, where he felt more like a dog in the rain stalking rats through vast mountainous expanses. The Land of Keys in itself found itself in a very interesting position, being nestled in the westernmost corner of the large elemental nation's continent, right in between the land of mountains and the land of birds, two other small nations. The biggest players active in those areas were still the land of earth, with the rock village, and the land of wind, with the sand village. There were quite a few smaller nations in between the two, and they had somehow managed to eat up a lot of the more exotic vegetation from the two larger nations. The only sand to be found on the land of keys was the one present in its vast coastlines, the beach and sea acting like a very nice tourist attraction. Wealthy merchants did like basking in the sun and splashing in the water with their children. They had their private beaches, and the locals all went to more public ones. Ken had not managed to enjoy himself on the beach in his time within the land of keys, but he did make a mental note to have a field trip with the Dark Brotherhood at some point. For now, however, he was there on business. He felt no attachment to his biological family, but he still hoped to find some answers about himself from them. Anything really that would explain his somewhat diminishing humanity. At the very least he still had some, even if very little. Without the Brotherhood, I likely would have forsaken any humanity by now. Of course, it wasn't just his brotherhood. Even people like the Raikage and Mifune, friends he had made along the way. They were all acting like an anchor, helping Ken feel the least bit more human than he actually was. He certainly felt more human than he did in his past life. Even now, when he had changed so much, he still had moments where he relapsed. Back to feeling nothing in particular, back to waiting for the next rush of excitement or dopamine. Currently, he was experiencing one of those moments as he watched the large and thick wooden walls around the village that housed the Shura clan. Rather than housing a clan, it was more fitting to say that they were trapping a clan there. The walls were thicker than 4 trees put together, and they stretched all across the village. There was no gate to speak of. The person who had designed those walls clearly wanted no one to get in. Or out. Well, it's just a wall anyway. It wasn't enough to keep my parents in. And it certainly wasn't enough to keep someone like Ken out, as he simply jumped over the thick wall in a single leap. Still, there were shinobi around the forests in the area. I guess the hidden village of this land is keeping a close eye on the Shura clan nowadays. Ken's senses washed over the village, something he had refrained from doing up to that point. He wanted to feel everything about the Shura clan, whilst walking right through the heart of its residents. Needless to say, it wasn't all that impressive, and there weren't all that many clan members in the first place. There were traces of constant fighting within the village, and the nature energy within was abundant, though it still felt different from Ken's own. That much was to be expected anyway. Ken was a complete mutant all things considered. A tailed beast. The village was large, but it genuinely felt almost abandoned, with many residents seemingly shutting themselves off into their own houses, chaining themselves to walls. Entire families were chained in different rooms and interacting through the walls, like happy families. They were seemingly accustomed to their way of life and had found a way to make things work. It felt a bit strange, but Ken already knew about their peculiar bloodline limit. The fact that they entered uncontrolled sage modes was beyond intriguing. Still, it was clear that someone was feeding those who were chained, and eventually Ken stumbled onto the doorstep of the one house that was different from the rest. A house where no one was chained, one where a seemingly regular family resided. Mohom. Can I at least go out to play with some of my friends? The voice of a teenager made Ken's ears prickle for a bit, as he eavesdropped from the other side of the door. No, Hiroshi. Everyone has already used their time out for the day. Maybe tomorrow. A middle-aged woman's voice responded in a rather serious tone. Her voice sounded familiar to Ken, but he didn't dwell on that for now. Instead, he raised a rhetorical eyebrow as he finally understood the system that the village used to continue existing. But the teenager was still being a troublesome child, but Ken had stopped listening to him, already caught in his own thoughts. Supervised time outside of their chains. A limit was placed to minimize the risk of a bloodbath occurring in the middle of the village. It was rather ingenious. At the very least the village wasn't just a constant battlefield anymore. Well, it made more sense this way, since they were at least stable enough to be called a village now. Hiroshi, stop! An authoritative voice immediately stopped any tantrum spiral that the young boy could have attempted. You already know that we must do this for everyone's safety. You may have gained control over nature energy to some extent, but the rest of the village isn't so lucky. Ken's ears perked up at that once more. Don't tell me. Is my biological brother similar to me? The short answer was no. Ken was able to tell instantly from smell alone. And if his father was even 10% as capable as he was, then he would have already been detected brazenly strolling through the village. It seems he just has some inborn talent for senjutsu. But most regular people can't control nature energy, and it seems the few other residents of the village are all in that category. It had been the same for the children of the Dark Brotherhood too. Some that had joined the classes in senjutsu simply couldn't gain any semblance of control over it, nor could they feel it on their own. It couldn't be helped, it took a certain amount of talent to be able to even briefly control nature energy. Hell, most sages like Jiraiya still barely could. This only really made talents like Uemi and those in the top 10 of the numbered all the more valuable. As he settled those thoughts in his mind, the blind assassin slowly knocked on the door. 3 loud creaks from the wooden door made it clear that everyone inside was now alerted to his presence. While I could sneak in, that would be no way to do a family reunion, now would it? The chatter inside the house immediately died down as the creaking of the door resounded within the house. Ken stifled a laugh as he felt the anxiety of the people inside skyrocket. Go to your room, Hiroshi. Ken heard the father whisper, while he walked closer and closer to the door. The mother of the house also took out a knife and held it behind her back, seemingly preparing for the worst as she walked behind her husband. The moment the door swung open, the burly father of the house immediately tried to punch Ken, much to the latter's surprise. You shinobi won't be swindling us today. The man spoke, while his fist moved towards Ken almost in slow motion, making the blind monster yawn. Ken just sidestepped the fist and walked into the house leisurely. The mother immediately tried to swipe at his neck with the kitchen knife, but it simply broke against his skin, green scales appearing only for a fraction of a second to block the attack. It had become something instinctual at that point. Tisk. Is that really any way to greet your estranged son? Ken's long hair swayed as he tilted his head to the side. The father seemed confused, before his gaze finally landed on Ken's mask, and his entire body froze. The mother seemed to have a similar reaction. Our red dot. Ken sighed when hearing that. Seems like they've really forgotten about me. Ah well, what can I say, I was nothing more than a very late-term abortion to them. Let's see if they at least remember my face. Chapter 179, Recognition, Regret and Rift. Ken snickered as he stepped over the broken shards of the broken kitchen knife. He felt the fear in his parents. They were afraid of him, it seemed. His reputation preceded him even in such remote places. It couldn't be helped, he was quite literally a legend. Still, how come they never made the connection and realized I am their biological son? Ken's appearance was somewhat well documented by now. At the very least his age and blindness were both well known. Well, I can't blame you for not recognizing me, I guess. Ken slowly headed to the cozy dining/living room, pulling one of the chairs and leisurely sitting down on it, crossing his legs whilst tilting his head. The mother and father of the house were both frozen in fear, realizing that they had made a grave mistake. They only moved when Ken gestured for them to sit down at the table. He then reached for his mask and took it off, placing it gently on the table. His features were revealed, and both of the Shura clan members winced a bit when they saw how scarred it was. Having an angled nose also had its own benefits at the end of the day. Does this face of mine look familiar to either of you? Ken still held a smile on his face. His overall tone was gentle and casual. In a sense, he had no way of being disappointed in his interactions with his biological parents, as he never even expected anything from them in the first place. Why you? The mother was the first to react, covering her mouth with her hands whilst her eyes filled with tears. The father's eyes also widened in shock, recognition, and finally, fear. You're our son. He seemed to be speaking more for himself than anything else. But Ken nodded nonetheless, allowing his bangs to move, and his hair to cover the upper side of his face. I must say, I was not expecting to sense any tears. If you are afraid that I am here for revenge, then I must say that you are mistaken. Ken crossed his arms, his calm and cordial smile remained plastered on his face. But deep down, he looked down on the both of them. We tried to look for you. We had returned to that mountain. The mother's voice broke through her cries. It seemed that they had ended up regretting their choice of leaving him for dead. But they had failed as parents and human beings by making that choice in the first place. Any regret afterwards was a direct effect of the fact that they had done such a thing. Although Ken could feel that his mother was suffering a bit, he couldn't bring himself to even feel pity for her. We were young and foolish back then. We tried to know, for now, I need to at least say so. Don't bother. I didn't come here to hear a meaningless apology. Ken interrupted his father, ignoring his mother's cries whilst leaning into his chair. Hearing his disinterested voice, his mother's cries seemed to resound a bit harder. Ken could almost feel her heart breaking inside. But at the same time, his mind still clearly remembered it. It wasn't like he was a regular newborn, he had clear memories of every moment since he had gained consciousness in that world. Even without eyes, in his confused state at that time, he felt the lack of sympathy that his parents had for him when they left him for dead on that cold mountain. His mind remembered how his newborn body fought against the biting cold for what felt like an eternity, almost dying before being found by the people who actually deserved to be called his parents. So, even when facing their clear and honest regret, Ken held no sympathy in his heart for them. Seeing them like that only brought a taste of vomit on his tongue. I was curious about how I'd react to them, to see how my human side would react. But it seems that it was a bit of a waste of time. In his monstrous heart, he only had a place for a few people, and all of the spots were filled by the Dark Brotherhood, his dear friends and his actual parents. I will be honest, I did come here to try and find out a bit more about my biological family. Mostly out of curiosity. But my main purpose is to learn more about my clan and bloodline. The mother and father duo seemed to deflate when hearing that, almost as if they had been hoping for a full-on reunion. Too bad, you don't get to shake hands after burning bridges with someone. Dad, Mom, what's happening? Mom, why are you crying? Hiroshi's voice sounded out from behind the parents, as he climbed down the flight of stairs and stared at everyone in shock. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he gave Ken a hostile look. So this must be my twin brother, hey? Ken smiled, his finger tapping on the table as he turned his head back to his parents. Why yes. Hiroshi, come here. Take a seat. The mother immediately urged her son to sit down beside her. In her heart, there was still some hope for Ken to feel some sort of connection to his twin. After all, the child was faultless. Maybe if they get along, then we'd still have a chance to repent properly. Her thought process was rather depressing, but it couldn't be helped. My brother? But wasn't I an only son? Hiroshi's eyes immediately locked back on Ken, this time giving him a confused look, some hostility still lingering. Oh? You never told him. I guess he is too young anyway. I am undoubtedly your twin brother, Hiroshi, was it? Ken extended his hand towards his twin, keeping things cordial, but not too close. He didn't blame his twin for the actions of his parents, but that didn't mean he was looking for a brother. Still, that small action was enough to give a shimmer of hope to the father and mother duo, who watched their sons shake hands, meeting for the first time. My name is Ken. My full name is Kyoshi Ken, as given by the parents who raised me. The blind swordsman had not said his full name in a very long time, but he still remembered it. It had been ingrained in his heart after all. Hiroshi's eyes widened. So you were raised by someone else? He was young, and not quite knowledgeable about the outside world or the way it worked. Such innocence and naivety were somewhat endearing to Ken, but he didn't react much, merely humming when hearing the question. Indeed, I was raised by a rather nice group of deserting samurai. It was a nice twist of fate. Ken spoke fondly of his family, remembering them once again, not that he had ever forgotten about them in the first place. But how did they adopt you? And why wasn't I ever told about this? Hiroshi gave his parents a confused look, to which both mother and father looked away in shame. I believe that's a story that your parents should tell you. But let's just say that without the family that raised me, I wouldn't be here right now. That statement only managed to aggravate Hiroshi's curiosity. He immediately turned to his parents once more, this time demanding an explanation. And he got exactly that. Well. At birth, Ken, your twin brother was severely malformed. We didn't think we could raise him, nor did we think he could make it. So we left him near his place of birth. The father was the one to start explaining things, and the mother looked too ashamed even to open her mouth. It should be mentioned that the place of birth was the middle of a deserted mountain, in the middle of winter in the land of iron, where winter is a lot colder than in most other places. Ken made sure to add a few more details to the explanation. After all, if they decided to tell him some parts of the story, he at least deserved to know the whole picture. And it seemed that despite his nativity and innocence, Hiroshi knew enough about the world to understand exactly what Ken meant. His parents hadn't left his deformed twin for adoption. They left him to die in the middle of nowhere. He was left speechless by that realization. He seemed to barely be able to wrap his head around it. But when he finally did, he turned his head back to his parents, hoping that one of them would refute it. But no such thing happened. They were too ashamed to even lie at that point. Ken could feel it, the disgust welling up within his twin's mind as he looked at his parents. But that disgust was a lot more tempered than Ken's own feelings. After all, no matter how much his opinion of them was lowered due to this matter, he was still their son. He had been raised by them for his entire life. Still, Ken didn't need to be a psychologist to realize that a rift had been formed in that small family. Chapter 180, Pragmatism, Bonding and Purpose. It was a sunny day in the land of Keys, Yamada Tomichi. The cage of the hidden village within that land couldn't help but take a sip of tea as he enjoyed the view from his window. Their hidden village was a coastal one, being right near a beach, hidden among sand, rocks, and foliage. But despite its natural camouflage, it was still a rather great tourist attraction for many. Some called it the Pearl of the West, a nation so beautiful nestled in between the below-average lands of the rock and the wind. Yamada was immensely proud of his village, especially since he was the son of its founder. The land of Keys formed a bit later than most, as things were still quite messy after the Warring States period for them. It was hard for their land to consolidate enough power to protect itself from the giants surrounding it. Thankfully, they were able to avoid being invaded many times due to their being able to foster good relations with most of their neighbors. Of course, it turned out to be a bust, but Yuzuzo was forced to cut his losses in that situation. Thankfully Oniki had much bigger issues in his hands than picking on a smaller land for abandoning the alliance at that time. So, Yamada was left pretty much unaffected by most issues. He was also one of the lands that didn't participate in the War on the Dark Brotherhood, also called the War of the Greats. The land of Keys was simply not in any state to get involved in such conflicts. Yamada had put a lot of effort into maintaining the neutrality of his land that entire time. His only real regret was not being able to join the Three Corners Alliance and benefit from it. Alas, it wasn't as if he was worthy of it in the first place. Their land of Keys would have been significantly weaker than all of the others, and they were also not much better financially than any of them. He sipped his tea as he looked over some files, random reports about the village's finances and the number of new genin they had produced that year. Such reports were integral to the job of a cage. Yamada was to check them before sending them forward to the daimyo of the land of Keys in his quarterly report. As he was checking those files, a shinobi dropped from the ceiling of his office and took a knee, grabbing the cage's attention almost immediately. "I guess it must be important since you are interrupting my tea time," Yamada muttered as he gave the masked Anbu a cold gaze. "Yes sir, we have reports that the red dot has been spotted heading towards and entering the Shura clan's compound." The Anbu wasted no time in giving his report. The silence in the room following his report was so deafening that one couldn't even hear the sound of the waves outside crashing into the coast. The red dot. Why would? Yamada lost his composure at that moment. After all, Ken was a figure that could single-handedly wipe out the entire land of Keys within the day. Yamada was well and truly stumped. What could he want from such a remote clan? Is he perhaps interested in their bloodline? But it is quite useless since it is uncontrollable. "Yes sir, should we send a party to intercept and attempt to question his intentions?" The Anbu continued kneeling as he spoke out. His words seemed to grate Yamada's ears, however. "What? Do you want to die? If you're feeling suicidal, don't drag the village down with you." "No, no one is to bother Ken. Include the Shura clan in that order, for as long as Ken is even rumored to be close to the compound, we aren't touching it with a 10-foot pole." Yamada didn't care at all about losing face. He didn't care if his neighbors would taunt him later about Ken being able to just waltz into his territory like it was his own house. At the end of the day, the cage saw his approach as being the most pragmatic in that situation. Pragmatism was his ruling principle at the end of the day. The land of Keys couldn't possibly have anything to offer to someone like Ken. And since getting positively involved with Ken was near impossible, Yamada didn't want to get involved with Ken at all. Now, whether or not Ken wanted something from them remained to be seen. Although doubtful, if he truly needs our help with anything, he will seek us out. Not like we could stop him from strolling into my office any time he so desires. And so Yamada decided to continue with his day normally. With the shinobi under him doing just as instructed and drawing a perimeter around the Shura clan. Meanwhile, in a residence of the Shura clan's compound, Ken was still sitting at the table with his biological family. The conversation seemed to flow more smoothly at that table from that point forward. Hiroshi had a lot of questions, which Ken answered with the same relaxed and friendly smile. The blind monster also finally came to know his parents' names. The biological mother was named Ryoko, and his father was named Toyama. They all bore the Shura family name, representing their clan. The parents were awfully quiet as the brothers spoke about their lives up to that point. That's so awesome. So you hunted down those swordsmen just like that?" Of course, Ken provided a simplified version of his past. A lot of it was public information regardless, it was just that Hiroshi paid no mind to the shinobi world. I guess you could say I had a lot to pay them back for. But I somewhat outsourced their deaths to my subordinates, just to add that bit of humiliation in there. To this day I keep their blades within the organization that I have built. Ken smiled as he briefly remembered the events of that day. He may not have found the type of enjoyment he wanted from his revenge, but taking out such a disgusting group of shinboi was still a nice memory for him. Ryoko and Toyama were both pretty much petrified, finally remembering the very infamous parts of the Red Dot's legend. Of course, the thought that Ken would take revenge on them did cross their minds. But seeing as they were still alive, and Ken hadn't peeled the skin from their bones the moment they dared to attack him, gave them some hope. Ryoko, at the very least, wouldn't ever fight back against Ken. If he decides to kill me, then so be it. She knew her mistake, hell, she regretted it moments afterwards, but her husband had insisted that raising Ken would be too difficult. At the time, Ryoko was persuaded by his argument that caring for a blind, rampaging member of the Shura clan for a lifetime was an impossible task. It was only through bonding with Hiroshi that she recognized just how grave her mistake was. She realized that caring for a child was never a burden as long as one genuinely cared for it. As Toyama grew older, he too felt disappointment in his younger self. However, he was more stubborn than his wife and never fully admitted his fault, at least until his mistake was staring him right in the face. Regardless, Ken's story of revenge wasn't the only concerning aspect to the parents. There was also their son's reaction to it all. Hiroshi really seemed to be cut from the same cloth as Ken. He seemed more impressed and fascinated when hearing about the gruesome deaths of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. They were not killed in battle, they were tortured, broken both physically and mentally, and ultimately murdered in their lowest moments. Ken had likely left them with such deep mental scars that they were never going to make it to the Pure Lands. After all, any soul with attachments and regrets was forever going to be stuck in limbo. Ken's revenge had inadvertently doomed their afterlives as well. The Shura clan had deeply spiritual beliefs, and so did the clan that Ryoko originated from, which was why they were all the more horrified by what their son, Ken, had become. Although, they really didn't have the right to call him their son. Anyway, that's enough about my life. I am doing well for myself, I am a proud father of hundreds now, and the brotherhood is thriving more than ever. Both Ryoko and Toyama felt their eyes almost pop out of their sockets when hearing that. At least until they remembered that Ken was considered a father figure for all recruits in his organization. Hiroshi really seemed to admire Ken a lot. And how couldn't he? A child that was dealt what was likely one of the shittiest hands in life turned everything around thanks to sheer talent, hard work, and determination. Of course, if one were to ask Ken directly, then he would contribute most of his success to his unmatched talent. His skills as an assassin had carried over, but it was thanks to the body that he was born into that he was able to use them from such a young age. Had he been a normal child, then he likely would have only started his life in the shinobi world at around 15 or 16, when his body would have matured more. He would have lost many opportunities, and he would have certainly not been able to rise as quickly. Now then, let me get to why I've decided to visit you all in the first place. Ken slowly leaned into his chair. Hiroshi's attention was completely fixated on him. His parents both nodded. Information and blood samples. We will do our best to help you with everything you need, Ken. Toyama spoke out, his gaze told of his inner turmoil, betraying his calm exterior facade. But Ken didn't really care. Instead, he smiled and started learning more about his clan and its current situation, as well as the circumstances of his birth. Chapter 181, Shura Clan, Invitation and Guests. The questions Ken asked were all pointed toward finding out more about the Shura clan's situation at first. His father was thankfully able to answer all of them, and things were a lot better than Ken had expected. In essence, the Shura clan could indeed not control their emotions when transformed, they would lash out and attack each other. Ken immediately surmised that nature energy was going to their head and affecting their thought process, likely turning it into a more primal and less rational one. Still, the fact that they attacked each other led to the current situation, where to maintain the Shura clan's status Ken's biological father had come to an agreement with the village. He, as the chief, was the only one within the village to not inherit the clan's bloodline. He was tasked with essentially overseeing them and representing them before the cage of the Land of Keys. The regular members of the clan would get a few hours each day outside of their homes, after which they would all chain themselves using chains made of the strongest material they had available. Ryoko, his wife, was the one to help him in all matters. As an outsider who married into the clan, she was also pretty much exempt from being chained to the wall. Whenever someone went into a frenzy, she was also the one to throw a smoke bomb made out of special gas to knock them out. After all, the adult Shura clan members could break out of any chains whilst, in a frenzy, it was important for them to not be allowed to harm themselves or others around them. Hiroshi also helped his mother with that, covering one half of the village whilst she covered the other. It was not a perfect system. Sometimes the clan members would break out and be sedated outside instead. Some clan members were chained near windows, and they had poisonous darts near them, containing a powerful sedative that would knock out the rampaging Shura clan members before they did further damage. There were plenty of procedures in place to ensure that the residents of the Shura clan survived through their frenzies, and most of them were centered around Toyama, the clan head. Their clan was not a powerful one, however, so they were taxed rather heavily by the hidden village nearby. The Land of Keys was providing them with resources and protection at the end of the day. But the Shura clan didn't have the greatest financial situation. The only real export out of the village was wood, which was cheap and rather plentiful through other nearby villages. They were also not able to help the hidden village with raising any shinobi due to the nature of their bloodline limit. The only person within the clan able to control his transformation somewhat was Ken's brother, Hiroshi. But he only really gained control over his transformation in his later teenage years, missing the time frame for attending any academy. Hiroshi was only able to control his transformations thanks to gaining some understanding and mastery over nature energy. Even without a teacher, he was able to achieve quite a bit, which was impressive on its own. He was far from being called a sage, but he was at least able to stop the energy from rushing to his head. This at least allowed him to use his bloodline limit, which technically made him a shinobi, but he didn't have any formal training aside from his mother coaching him slightly. She used to be a genin, so it wasn't like she could help him all that much aside from helping him gain control over his chakra and the basic 3 ninjutsu that every academy taught. Well, the variations of the 3 that her village had taught her anyway. Hiroshi had already mastered them, which at least put him at the level of genin, which really didn't mean all that much considering the fact that children had that very same rank and only went on small missions like repairing fences and catching cats. His bloodline limit, the transformation was also very different from Ken's. That was the case for the entire clan, of course. They didn't grow any scales, nor did they seem to be able to alter their body like Ken could. Their transformation did turn their bodies into biological weapons. Nature energy-propelled attacks were what they were mainly capable of, and their physical strength was monstrous. The next thing Ken did after learning more about the Shura clan's situation as well as their bloodline was to ask for some DNA samples. At first, his parents thought that he wanted blood, and were quite anxious when he brought it up, but Ken plucked a strand of hair from each so fast that they didn't even feel it. He stored the DNA within a scroll, much to Hiroshi's excitement. So that's a seal. He was quite ignorant when it came to matters related to the shinobi world. Though his not recognizing the red dot's mask was already a good indicator of that. Yep, a basic storage seal, very useful in transportation. I always carry quite a few resources with me when traveling. Ken pulled out a few scrolls and took out some warm meals to show to his brother. The seals are space and time fuinjutsu. They are surprisingly not complex to be considered anything special, despite the fact that space-time ninjutsu is considered the most difficult out there. Ken sighed as he remembered the hoops and leaps he had to go through to turn the summoning jutsu into the main method of transportation for the Dark Brotherhood. Hiroshi seemed to be quite fascinated about it too, his eyes sparkling as he listened to his brother's explanation. It didn't really need to be said, but Hiroshi pretty much saw Ken as an older brother, not really a twin. There was a stark difference in world experience and maturity between them at the end of the day. Maybe it was the blood connection or his innocence, but Ken also took to caring about him quite quickly. A lot faster than it would have in the past, of course. At this point, the blind assassin saw Hiroshi the same way he saw Minato. A kind soul in a dark world. But the difference was that Hiroshi was actually sheltered from the world. It's hard to tell whether or not he'd be able to maintain his kindness and purity whilst partaking in this mad world as Minato did. But it's better that he doesn't participate in it at all. Well, I have most of what I came here for. Ken slowly allowed his senses to prod the room and search for the expressions of the people around him. How about you stay for dinner? The question came from none other than Hiroshi. Had it come from either Ryoko or Dioma, the blind monster would have refused it without a second thought. Hearing his brother's voice, he did stop to consider it for a second. I'm unlikely to return here anytime soon unless the DNA results turn out anything interesting. Might as well humor him for a few more minutes. Fine, it had been a while since I'd sat down at a table and eaten with others. Even after reaching his current level of strength, and his progress essentially plateauing slightly, he still kept training with just as much intensity. Still, the time of him growing stronger with each day that passed was already over. Now it seemed that he would have to increase his strength by honing his techniques further and learning new jutsu. This constant training meant that most of Ken's meals were usually quick snacks in the middle of training breaks. Ryoko's eyes widened and a smile quickly formed on her features. I'll start preparing the food right away. She immediately got up and went towards the kitchen, a rather decently sized one at that. She started preparing some local cuisine that Ken was not quite accustomed to. Ken and his brother continued to speak during that time, with Toyama sometimes chiming in. Thankfully he was not ignored nor scorned whilst chiming in, at the very least his own son was still willing to speak to him. Ken didn't have much interest, but that was to be expected. Trust was something that could hardly be squeezed out of Ken even by his loved ones. Abandoning him once was enough to break any possible trust. No matter how much they grew as people, the blind assassin didn't care. Second chances didn't come quite so cheaply. Meanwhile, in the forest in the distance, the Anbu finally returned with their cage's orders. We are not to get close to the Shura clan or Ken for now. Secure the perimeter and do not allow anyone to get close. The silence among their group stretched for a moment before one of them seemed to become quite panicked. The captain immediately realized that, and his gaze instantly fixated on his subordinate. What the fuck did you do? Well. I let some friends pass earlier, like always. Figured the red dot already left since there's nothing interesting about this Shura clan. The Anbu captain blankly stared at his subordinate. He could feel a blood vessel pop in his eyes from how hard he stared. As the Anbu squad was arguing, Ken and his brother continued speaking openly, sharing stories and experiences. It was during his interactions with his brother that another knock at the door was heard. This time the sun had already set, and the person, or rather people outside seemed to be quite a bit more violent. Ken could feel their emotions rather easily. He felt his father silently stand up when hearing the knocking, and he also felt his mother and brother both flinch. Open the door, freeloading scum! The man at the door shouted, his fist still banging on the door. Toyama scowled when hearing that voice, a low growl escaping his throat as a hint of shame appeared in his eyes. To be shamed in front of both of my sons like this. These bastards! The clan head opened the door, his face morphing from a scowl into a friendly smile. You guys! So glad to see you! Ha! Shut your trap! The man barged into the house pushing Toyama out of the way as the other two followed behind him. Ken felt the wind bend around their features, more specifically he felt their headbands. Shinobi, well they are chunin at best. The leader is likely a special/Takubutsu Jonin. Mon, this really is a nice place. Good to see all the village's donations are helping your freeloading butts. The leader of the pack seemed to scan the home with his eyes. Sir Iruma. We've already paid the tax for this week. What do you want from us? Despite his frustration, Toyama still managed to speak out. Ken smiled as he remembered how his parents greeted him at the door. It seemed that this was far from the first time this group of shinobi beat on their door and entered their home. Iruma, the special Jonin, or almost Jonin as Ken liked to call them, ignored the clan leader. His eyes scanned the house, eventually landing on the dinner table. Please do not bother my sons. Toyama's hands clenched, as he didn't quite like the look that Iruma had on his face. The almost Jonin continued to ignore Toyama however, he instead looked at unmasked Ken for a few seconds, before a shit-eating grin split on his face and his eyebrows raised a bit. What's with the scarecrow? Didn't know you had a second shitty son, haha. Iruma mocked Ken openly, his cronies behind him laughing along. What rude guests! Instead of scowling, a wide and large smile split apart face. Chapter 182, Brotherly Perspective, Infamy and Terror. For as long as I can remember, my senses were always stronger than those of others. I kept this little secret to myself, as I thought that everyone could at first. My smell could pick up on more subtle scents, my ears could make out hushed conversations even through walls. And I could always feel an energy revolving around my aunts and uncles, and even my friends. This was especially true when they entered a frenzy, they always become beast-like in some sense or another. I can somewhat predict when a transformation is going to happen a few seconds before it does due to the energy around the person rushing into their body. This has always been helpful whenever I am helping my mother. Still, it took me many years to even slightly get the hang of that energy. No one else seemed to be able to feel or see it, but it really is everywhere around us in nature. Every tree, every animal, they all seem to be guaranteed to have it, though to a very small extent. It almost feels like this world is alive and breathing, like a human. I mean, it's a cool thought to have. What if I managed to befriend it one day? But my enhanced senses weren't really limited to just smell, sight, and energy. I was also always able to pick up on the mood of those around me, which is great because it helped me cheer people up whenever they were feeling down. It was as if there was a constant hole in the wall in my room. One that mother and father both struggled hard to hide with paintings or posters. That hole was something I always tried to fill out on my own. Making friends my age, and speaking to people I felt were good. My parents had moments where they looked really sad, where they cried and tried to hide away from me. That never worked, I could hear them. No words were spoken between them, only my mother's tears being shed and my father consoling her while holding back his own tears. I always thought that they were sad because I did something wrong. I strived to always be a good boy for them. The crying and sadness eventually dwindled, before disappearing altogether. I was happy. Mother and father were happy. Well, as happy as could be. Some bad people came by regularly to collect a toll from Dad. They were really mean too. I tried fighting them once, but I lost badly to that leader, Iruma. He broke my arm, and father had to kneel before him and beg him to spare me. It was bad. My acting out put my dad in a really bad position with the hidden village in general. Since then I always hid in my room whenever they came by. At least a year passed since then. And after such a long time, I've heard mother crying, again. When I came downstairs, I also saw the cause of it. A man, taller than me and father, a bulky frame filled with muscle hidden underneath a thin coat. Long spiky hair flowed down to his lower back. His features were great too. A sharp jawline, and a slightly upturned nose. Many would call him conventionally attractive, but the upper half of his face was mostly covered by his bangs, so I couldn't see his eyes at all. Upon seeing him, my mind felt both a strange sense of familiarity and fear. His scent alone. It was unlike anything I had felt before. The smell of a beast. But he made mother cry, so I couldn't let it slide. I was prepared to fight him if needed, even though every nerve in my body was telling me to do the exact opposite. Thankfully no such thing ever happened. Despite smelling like a beast, he behaved as anything but one. He was my brother. The missing piece. I could feel it, behind that beast-like scent, the familiarity in his features. He looked somewhat like father, it felt as if he was older than me, but in reality, we were twins. Finding out about his story made me mad at my parents. How could they abandon him like that? Left him to fend for himself? Well, not even that. A baby couldn't fend for himself. I've seen how clumsy they are in the younger members of our clan. Essentially, they left my brother to die. But I can't bring myself to stay mad at my parents, feeling their sadness and hearing their cries. It all makes sense now, they've been suffering silently for a long time because of this. They are not the same bad people that would do that to a child anymore. I've seen them care for the young in our village, I've felt their love growing up. Because I know them, I can bring myself to forgive and forget. But I doubt Ken would. His emotions are impossible to read. But he seems warm to me. God. All those stories, blood-pumping adventures, and plots. It feels as if I am speaking to a character from a book. Everything was going great. He even agreed to remain for dinner. Mother's joy was palpable, I could almost see it radiating off of her as she skipped over to the kitchen. Dad was mostly silent, but I could feel his happiness as well. He's never been good at expressing his emotions though. Then those bad guys that harassed Dad had to come by and ruin the mood. Though. When they chose to pick on Ken of all people, I felt mad. Before that scent seeped out of brother again, and that smile spread on his face. Iruma was something like a wall for me, one I had to break through and just couldn't. It made me want to get stronger, but I am still not confident that I'd be able to beat him. But, when put into perspective, he feels more like a bug in front of brother. What rude guests! The unmasked blind assassin's voice rang out through the room. He was unimpressed. Petty people who clung to any sense of power and authority over others existed everywhere. Iruma was the textbook definition of that. Toyama's breath hitched immediately. For a split second, he felt fear. That was due to the humiliation and trauma that their guest had inflicted on him. He thought that his son had made a mistake and that now his entire family would pay for it. Of course, that thought only lasted a half-second, as he then eyed Ken's mask, which was currently faced down on the table in their living room. Instead of us making a mistake. It may be more accurate to say that Iruma may have just doomed the hidden village he is so proud of working for. Ken's reputation, or rather infamy, was not anything to scoff at. It was said that his means were frightfully efficient, and his powers were beyond monstrous. An undying monster was what many knew him as. A general do not engage order had long since been passed down to all shinobi working for any hidden villages, no matter the size. This was especially true for the smaller lands around, those that didn't have the protection of Great Cage. After all, Ken was recorded and renowned for having almost dismantled a hidden village similar in strength to the one in the Land of Keys while only being around the age of 10 or 11 at most. Toyama's fear shifted due to that. Towards Ken he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear, but also a lot of respect. He realized at the very least that Ken was a lot more fearsome than Iruma could ever dream of becoming. As the father of the house was pondering on that, Iruma scowled and gave a short laugh to his stooges, who struggled to laugh with him. The wild smile on Ken's face seemed quite creepy to the two shinobi. Guests? What? Is this brat mentally damaged? Iruma continued laughing as he patted his own stomach. Oi, other brat! How about you tell your brother how things stand around here? Iruma addressed Hiroji with quite a bit of authority. But the young teen didn't budge. Really, he didn't even feel scared at all. Just his brother's presence was enough for him to feel completely relaxed. Which enabled him to just yawn at Iruma's demands. Hey? The kid has gotten more arrogant it seems. Iruma's hand reached to his back pouch as he spoke. He seemed to be doing his best to act as menacingly as possible. I'll have to teach you a lesson it seems. Maybe break the other arm? Or rather cut it off entirely. The special Jonin smiled as he took out a kunao. When hearing that, Ken turned his head towards his twin, tilting it slightly. Hiroji seemed to be able to feel his confusion, so he just smiled and started explaining while rubbing the back of his head. I don't like him, so I tried beating him up once. Didn't really work out. He ended up breaking my arm. Ken nodded upon hearing his brother's explanation. Iruma seemed confused for one moment, unsure where all the fear he had instilled in Hiroji had gone. He also glanced over at Toyama, who for some reason wasn't doing anything to discipline his brats either. Ken's hand slowly reached over to the table, and he flipped the mask over. Iruma's confusion was quickly replaced by frustration at not being taken seriously. But before speaking again he did take note of Ken's action. And his eyes did end up landing on that mask. Any frustration that could have been found in his eyes, in his furrowed brows vanished instantly. His eyes widened, pupils expanding slightly as sheer terror gripped him. Even the genin behind him had a similar reaction. After all, any shinobi that existed knew about the red dot, or at the very least knew enough to know not to provoke his ire. "Brother, you lost to this man." Ken's head turned back towards Iruma. The special Jonin could feel his hair falling out of his scalp when he heard the word brother. Lord Ken. I will repent, and I will make sure nothing like this happens again. Please spare me." In an instant, he was kneeling on the ground, head smashed against the wooden floor whilst every muscle in his body trembled in fear. The two behind him were a little slower, but they did very much the same thing. "I don't remember asking any of you to kneel yet." Iruma could almost feel his neck being cut open just from the tone in the blind monster's voice. He was about to force his body to stand up, but as soon as he moved even slightly upwards, he felt a foot land right on the top of his head, pressing his face back into the floor gently. "But since you are all wild dogs anyway, might as well stay like that." Ken didn't apply much pressure yet, though he could have easily just killed the man in that instant. Hiroshi's eyes widened as well, not because of how Ken acted, but because of the speed at which he did. Hiroshi's eyesight was just as good as the rest of his senses, but he couldn't even track Ken's afterimage. Toyama also couldn't help but sweat. Ken really was an authoritative figure wherever he went, a leader and a man who demanded respect. He was not and could not be disrespected freely. It didn't matter if he was in his own home or not. As his biological father, the Shura clan head could not say the same. "I don't really remember your name, wannabe Jonin. But I think you understand the situation you are in right now." Ken smiled widely, just as he had when first speaking out. But this time, with the added context of Ken's identity, the smile was a lot worse for Iruma, who was too scared to even soil himself. The blind swordsman could feel Iruma's terror, which fueled his smile even further. "Now then, what should I do with these guys?" Chapter 183, Training Partner, Sparring and Tool. Ken scratched his chin for a moment, pondering on the best course of action. He could just kill the cretin and his followers. Send their heads neatly packaged to their cage leader through some of the Anbu outside. But that was a bit wasteful, now wasn't it? I can at least use this situation to help Hiroshi and learn a bit more about this bloodline limit. So, while smiling, Ken came to a conclusion. "Hiroshi, it seems you were a bit afraid of this worm. So let's do it this way. The two of you will fight again." The blind monster's wild nature flared out a bit, his words and demeanor startling the people in the room once more. Ken then bent down, grabbed the wannabe Jonin by the back of the neck, and picked him up like one would a stray cat. He then started walking outside leisurely. The two other shinobi followed suit, not daring to even look the other residents of the house in the eye. Toyama looked just as confused, but he nodded regardless. Ryoko, who had been in the kitchen and listening in, also looked concerned, but she followed them outside regardless. Ken dropped the paralyzed in fear Iruma in the dusty dirt outside. He then reached into his coat and took out his blade. He slowly drew a large circle around Iruma and urged Hiroshi to enter it as well. Ken. But Hiroshi doesn't have much formal training. Ryoko ran up to Ken, her concern visible in her features. She liked seeing Iruma suffer it seemed, but was vehemently against Hiroshi fighting him. Well, her refusal did come off a lot meeker in front of Ken. The mother of the house could not quite bring herself to speak out too loudly in front of Ken. Shame and anguish still filled her mind every time she glanced at him. "It will be fine. Hiroshi is going to get formal training now." Ken then pointed at Iruma. "He is that training." Iruma, who was still prostrating on the ground, immediately nodded about a dozen times in quick succession. "It is my honor to help in the training of your brother Lord Ken." Like all people who clung to the little power they had and abused it, Iruma was quick to agree to anything Ken proposed if it meant extending his life for even another minute. After all, he was not stupid enough to think that Ken would let him live so easily. So he did his best to be as useful as possible to the blind monster. "Speak only when spoken to." Ken turned his head towards Iruma briefly, as he spoke, before turning back to his brother and urging him to enter the circle. Hiroshi nodded, stretching his shoulder as he looked around the arena/circle. The two genin were standing on the side, kneeling as they waited for orders that were never going to come. And Iruma was pretty much contemplating whether or not to try and fight back against Hiroshi at all. Hiroshi, use your bloodline limit from the start, don't hold anything back. The young man nodded, his eyes becoming a bit resolute as his muscles seemed to shift. His skin seemed to become grey in most areas, and his hands immediately became bigger, with strange bones jutting out of them. Ken could not feel the difference in color of course, but he could feel the difference in aura. So this is it, huh? I guess it is somewhat similar to my imperfect sage mode, or scaled sage mode. Ken was constantly in sage mode at the end of the day. His transformation only happened when he allowed the nature energy within his body to outweigh the chakra, essentially destabilizing his perfect sage mode manually. Of course, Hiroshi's transformation was fundamentally different from Ken's. He didn't seem to take the features of a beast but rather shift into something rather difficult to describe. Iruma's eyes narrowed as he looked at Hiroshi. Despite his submissiveness, he was still a decently powerful shinobi. Hiroshi's inexperience was something that he had taken advantage of in the past. Start the battle. Ken waved his hand, and both combatants rushed forward. It seemed that Iruma was a bit faster than Hiroshi, as he was able to circle around to the young man's side and throw a well-aimed kunai towards his abdomen. Hiroshi seemed to panic. He immediately moved his hand to block it, the kunai embedding itself very slightly into his palm. The young Shura clan member groaned slightly before swinging his arm in a wide motion, forcing Iruma to jump backwards as a cloud of dust was raised. So he is physically strong at least. Ken nodded as he felt that. Hiroshi immediately dived into the smoke, relying on his enhanced senses much like another transforming monster nearby. His fist clenched into a punch, and more protrusions came out of his shoulder and upper arm as he did so. In an instant, a burst of natural energy mixed with chakra jutted out of those protrusions. Hiroshi was immediately propelled forward towards Iruma, through the smoke, his punch aiming to smash the special jonin to bits. But Iruma wasn't exactly going to fall for such a straightforward attack. Hiroshi may have had decent senses, but he had no way of hiding his presence within the smoke like Ken did. Wind release, gale palm. Iruma even met the punch head-on with a jutsu he had prepared beforehand. Hiroshi's eyes widened, startled slightly as he felt the resistance of the wind bursting from Iruma's palm. That slight panic caused the energy propelling him forward to stop for a second, which led to him being sent flying backwards, tumbling across the training ground. Iruma didn't follow up with another attack though, he merely looked at Ken for a few seconds. He had essentially won the spar intentionally in a non-lethal way. The very last thing he wanted to do was to seriously injure the brother of the infamous red dot right in front of him. Hiroshi got up, growling slightly and feeling a bit embarrassed. He was about to try an attack again, but he didn't even get the chance to raise his fist. Okay, enough for now. Ken's voice sounded out, and with a clap of his hand, all of the dust in the small arena was immediately blown away, and both fighters were forced to take a knee not to be blown away as well. Iruma's expression returned to that terrified look as he witnessed the blind assassin's monstrous strength. The parents and genin around were also quite scared, but they were thankfully behind Ken, so they all got away with just shielding their eyes from the dust. Hiroshi, your way of fighting is too straightforward. But I guess changing that instantly would be hard. Ken scratched his chin, finally getting a good grasp on his brother's strength. He was essentially better than Iruma in all physical aspects, aside from agility. But when using the propulsion of those engine-like protrusions he was also faster than Iruma. But not overwhelmingly faster. The difference in experience was something that couldn't be overcome easily. Hiroshi, in your next match, try to use that propulsion of yours from your back more, it should give you a better boost in speed. Also, you need to lose that panic of yours. Wannabe Jonin, just keep doing what you've been doing. The fighters both nodded and they soon resumed the fight, much to the displeasure of Ken's parents. But there was really nothing they could do. They couldn't really stand up to Ken, and Hiroshi himself seemed to want to fight. The next bout went about the same. Hiroshi did manage to get the upper hand for a second or two, by boosting forwards from his back and only one protrusion from his elbow. While it was enough to break through the earth wall that Iruma had raised, it wasn't enough to keep going after that, and Iruma was able to push him back again with yet another burst of wind. Before the next fight could even start, a masked figure finally walked into the village. Ken turned his head towards him, which made the others around them notice him as well. He was none other than the Anbyo captain of the squad currently watching over the village. Lord Ken. He immediately took to one knee, doing his best to bow his head down as much as he could. Please forgive us for this transgression. No squad was to be sent to the village today. Ken hummed, tilting his head slightly. I had felt you lot running around the village walls in desperation for a while now. I guess you've finally built up the courage to face me, hey. Ken's tone was even, not mocking in any way, despite his harsh words. It was natural for the Anbyo captain to need courage to face someone like Ken. The fact that he had stepped forward and did so was impressive in the first place. Why yes sir. But an apology is in order, as the shinobi of our village have misbehaved in front of you. Our hidden village will do anything to appease you. Iruma paled a bit when hearing that. He recognized the man's voice. He realized that he was likely going to get demoted to a genin or academy instructor after the stunt he pulled. Hell, he would be lucky to escape with his life. If Ken didn't kill him, then the village could decide to do it to appear the red dot. He was still clinging to hope though. He hoped that clinging to Ken would help him survive the disaster he had brought upon himself. Unfortunately for him, Ken only saw him as a tool. And tools were always to be disposed of when they lost their usefulness. Ken nodded at the Anbyo captain, before snapping his fingers. No one could react to it, the Anbyo member could barely even follow Ken's movements. But the blind monster had essentially almost unscrewed Iruma's head off. From the mark on Iruma's pulverized cheek, it was likely done by a single slap. Gah! Two pained voices sounded from the other side as well. The two genin that had followed Iruma were on the ground, their legs shattered, their hands twisted unnaturally. Ryoko and Toyama looked at the scene with startled gazes. They knew the rumors, they knew everything. But seeing such brutality with their own two eyes was something else. Ryoko couldn't even stop herself from vomiting. Despite all the bad that those men had done to them, they were still human lives. Hiroshi himself vomited as well, tears welling up in his eyes at the brutal scene. I guess we are quite different after all. Ken whistled a bit, before turning his head back towards the Anbyo captain, who was completely unfazed. Ken's strength shocked him, but it was to be expected. He was someone considered closest to the god of shinobi. Quite likely the strongest person in their generation. As for the death of Iruma and the crippling of his followers, good riddance. The fools had caused enough trouble to the land of keys already. You'll do anything right. Ken's tone seemed almost diabolical in the eyes of everyone present. But the Anbyo captain nodded resolutely regardless. The fact that he was alive was a good sign at the very least. From now on, you will send an Anbyo member of at least the special Jonin level to spar with Hiroshi over here. He is my biological twin, you see. Ken's smile sent shivers down the Anbyo's spine, as he finally realized what compelled the infamous red dot to visit their land of keys. Also, send a message to your cage. I shall be meeting him soon to discuss some arrangements. Ken then waved his hand, dismissing the Anbyo. Your wish is my command, Lord. The Anbyo quickly saluted Ken, bowing once more before vanishing. Ken then turned to his terrified family and gave them a friendly smile. Well then. I guess you three need a bit of time to recover from that. I will go and continue making dinner, your appetite is bound to return after emptying your stomachs like that. Ken passed by Ryoko and Hiroshi, patting both of them on the shoulder. The two flinched when he did so, their fear truly was palpable. The only one who recovered for now was Toyama, who just nodded to Ken and went to comfort his wife and son. Ken could still smell the fear radiating off of him, but there was also some glee there. Seeing Iruma's mutilated body seemed to bring him some modicum of pleasure. Ken's smile vanished as he entered the house. He leisurely walked to the kitchen before picking up a knife and dicing some chicken breast. I guess I'll make some crispy chicken salad. Chapter 184, Intentions, Purity, and Cage. Remember Hiroshi, you gotta become strong in order to protect yourself. Ken spoke out as he brought his chopsticks down, grabbed yet another piece of perfectly fried chicken and brought it to his mouth. His family sat at the table and ate quietly and in a somewhat restrained manner. Hiroshi only nodded with a rather scared expression on his face. Ken's earlier display did wonders in putting fear in their hearts. But that was very much Ken's intention. At the end of the day, that violence was his identity for the longest time. He needed his biological family to understand that. The type of man he was. But also the type of man he had become. He killed without blinking, not that he was able to. He killed without hesitation, and most importantly, he didn't let anyone who slighted him off easily. These very obvious implications did wonders in making his biological parents very uncomfortable. But at the same time, Ken also sent the clear message that he didn't wish to kill them. Because if he did, they'd already be dead. But now, he was a man who cared for his family above all else, even an estranged family. The virtues instilled in him by the care of the actual family that looked after him had materialized fully throughout his journey. After all, he had been nothing but warm to his brother. And despite slighting him, his parents were still alive. Hell, Ken had even made food for them. But there was another reason why Ken needed his biological brother to see that gruesome scene. Hiroshi seemed to somewhat start idolizing Ken during their talks, especially so when Ken was able to overwhelm Iruma with just his reputation, rendering their previous oppressor a tail-wagging dog without even lifting a finger. But the blind monster needed Hiroshi to understand that he was not a man to be revered. Only those who walked a path stained in blood could ever claim to appreciate someone like Ken fully. And he needed Hiroshi to understand that. He needed his estranged parents to understand it as well. Those of pure nature and mind could never get too close to Ken without being tainted as well. The Dark Brotherhood was specifically handpicked. Children that had already lost their purity due to the war. This was a specific choice, to only house them, to give those future misguided and previously wronged lives a proper chance at a good life. But purity was the main reason why children were chosen. Even someone like Uemi was far from pure. She may have liked acting childish and was childishly timid to some extent. But that girl had watched her father get slowly decapitated in front of her, and she had also been forced to watch her mother get defiled as well before she also met the same fate as her father. She only survived because she hid in a barrel, for around 3 to 4 days. She was lucky to have been found by a monk who was burying the dead in the village. She was still too hungry to move, but the monk saved her life, feeding her and helping her leave that damned place. Even in arduous times, good people still struggled against the tides. They swam upstream a river of blood to do what was right. There was no benefit in helping a half-dead little girl, but good was still present in the world. That nameless monk was one such example among many. And Uemi was also lucky enough to be sent to an orphanage, and to get picked up by Tasho, the first blade. After all, it was only the blood-stained hands of someone like Ken that could help build a good future for someone with so much trauma and such a rocky past. But Hiroshi didn't have any rocky past, he didn't have any bloody birth, and he didn't have any outstanding issues aside from some humiliation and fear against a person who had done him wrong. Hiroshi's hand trembled, the blind monster could feel it. His brother's fear. Hiroshi's chopsticks failed to grasp his food most times. Ken assumed that the message was sent out accordingly. Any reverence that the young Shura clan member would be tempered by terror from that point onwards. Well then, I guess there is not much else left to do here. Ken could feel just how uncomfortable his family was with him. He didn't feel particularly hurt, nor did he care all that much, but he had already collected all of the information required. He had even done his biological family a favor and had arranged for his brother to gain formal training from the Anbu of the Land of Keys. Lore brother. Thank you. Why you know. For everything. Hiroshi still managed to blurt out a thank you, whilst his eyes were still fixated on the meal in front of him. You are welcome, Hiroshi. Ken slowly stood up, putting his mask back on, cracking his neck and slowly walking to the door. Surprisingly, Toyama also got up and started walking behind him without saying any words. He's at least polite enough to show me to the exit, hey. Out of all of his family members, the father of the house was the least disgusted by Ken's actions. He was also spared the most humiliation at Iruma's hands by Ken at the end of the day. To Toyama, Iruma deserved everything he had gotten and more. He was nothing more than scum. He still felt some fear towards Ken. Someone like the Red Dot was an unapproachable figure to someone as small as the Shura clan head. Despite being blood family, Toyama still didn't want to upset Ken in any way, so he even walked a bit outside with him, before bowing his head. Lord Ken. Thank you for everything. Seriously, you have done us a great service. Toyama's voice was a lot less fearful or hesitant, he was straightforward and genuinely grateful. Ken nodded. You are welcome. I may never call you my father, but you are still my brother's father, and the leader of this clan. Have more self-respect from now on. Till we meet again. The blind monster wasted no time and left the village, turning into a blur in front of his biological father as he vanished in the wind. He walked through the forests just outside of the compound whilst whistling a cheerful tune. He could feel the Anbu around him trembling in fear and keeping a good distance from him. Ken pondered for a moment what else to do in the Land of Keys. He had truly gotten everything he wanted from the Shura clan. There was little else he could do in that region. But he still wanted to meet with the cage there. Yamada, was it? I think he was part of the whirlpool-facing alliance form back in the day. He was smart enough to back off before losing too much, unlike others. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to make too big of a detour to get there. As Ken could feel the cage appearing right in front of him, alongside the Anbu captain that Ken had dismissed earlier. Yamada was wearing his cap, his chakra levels were also quite decent for the cage of a smaller region. Really it was his chakra levels that had saved Yamada from being targeted for a brutal assassination by Ken during the war against the Uzumaki. Lord Ken. It is my honor. Yamada wasted no time to go on one knee and slightly bowed his head. A very respectful greeting, one that allowed the cage to still maintain his face. Yamada was by no means pathetic or weak to greet Ken in such a way. In his mind, he was merely acting respectfully as one would when meeting a king. After all, kings were only important because they held the power to end the people who prostrated before them. And Ken certainly wielded that power. Yamada, no need for that. The blind monster chose to take the cordial approach this time around, immediately walking forward and pulling the cage to his feet, much to the surprise of everyone around them. Normally, one would have around a dozen blades pointed at their vitals by Anbu if they even so much as breathed close to a cage in their own land, but Ken was too terrifying a figure for that to ever happen. I have heard about you. You have managed to build and maintain a rather beautiful piece of heaven in this land. Ken's friendly tone seemed to have taken Yamada aback greatly, he blinked a few times and nodded. Thank you, sir. My predecessors worked hard for this place. It would be a disservice to them if I failed to maintain and develop it further. Yamada, now straight as an arrow, returned Ken's smile and shook his hand. Inside his mind, the cage was jumping around and panicking, but he was truly glad that Ken was not bearing resentment for the actions of those foolish shinobi. When getting the message that someone had approached Ken and the Shura clan, he immediately got a bad feeling and started making his way there to soothe things over. Thankfully Ken was a lot more agreeable than the rumors surrounding him. I had heard that you wished to speak to me, so I decided to come and greet you myself. Someone as esteemed as yourself shouldn't be bothered with coming to my humble office. In truth, the last thing Yamada wanted was for Ken to go into their village at first. He may have claimed that the red dot would seek them out if needed and that there was no need to worry, but if possible he wanted to have the weapon of mass destruction named Ken outside of his village. But now it seemed that it wouldn't be that big of a deal if the blind swordsman just went there for a stroll or two. As long as some Anbu looked at him from a distance and made sure no one dared to bother him. Oh, I doubt it is humble. But to get to the point, I wish to speak to you regarding the Shura clan's situation and taxation. As your men might have informed you, this happens to be the clan that I originally came from. I may not be a member of it, but my brother is. Yamada nodded, having already been briefed on the situation by the Anbu captain behind him. The fact that Ken was originally from the Shura clan was beyond shocking to Yamada, but it was also exciting. After all, that meant that his hidden village now had the chance to collaborate with Ken. Of course, we will make sure that the Shura clan is treated more fairly from now on. We will also arrange proper teachers for your brother, as well as a good supply of appropriately skilled sparring partners. Yamada was also not one to mince words, at least not in front of people like Ken. He immediately went above and beyond to accommodate any requests Ken might have had. He even sent a letter to his secretary to prepare all of the paperwork necessary whilst he was away. It was only natural for the Shura clan's treatment to change now that Ken was involved. Thank you. Now then, the other matter I wish to speak to you about is a bit more of a personal one. Chapter 185, Special Request, Vacation, and Right Track. Yamada sipped an aromatic cup of tea as he sat down in his office, with the leaders of his village's clans all around the table. Lord Cage, with all due respect, making such a deal with the red dot is unadvisable at best. One of the old men around the office spoke out. His shaky tone made it clear that he was no powerhouse. The only real power within that village was Yamada, the Cage. The rest were mostly fodder, with very few exceptions. But those decrepit old men still had political power and affluence, which was what allowed them to stand in Yamada's office in the first place. What exactly is unadvisable about my dealings with the Dark Brotherhood, pray tell? Yamada was not one to go back on his words regardless. He had already struck a deal with Ken, and it was disrespectful to back down at that point. Well, the noble clans funding our village, as well as the daimyo of all surrounding lands, made it very clear that deals with the Dark Brotherhood will have to go through them first. One of the other fossils mouthed off, his face twisting into a scowl. No one was utterly pleased with the rulings of the nobles, but they were the ones providing the funding, so the hidden villages, especially the small ones like the hidden village of the Land of Keys, couldn't help but bend the knee. Humph, what exactly was I supposed to do? Send a letter to the daimyo and ask the red dot to wait for 1 to 2 weeks the very least to receive a reply? All for some occasional fucking field trips. And yes, the very last deal that Ken had made with Yamada was to make arrangements for all of the Dark Brotherhood members to be allowed to enter the hidden village and essentially enjoy a day or weekend at the beach occasionally. The Cage of the Land of Keys agreed almost instantly and even went out of his way to secure the best accommodations for them after Ken brought it up. It may appear like a field trip. But what if they are instead looking to gather information on us? Or set up an informational network? One of the other elders present brought up a good point. At least it seemed like a good point before one decided to use more than 1 second to think about the issue. And what information would the red dot even want from us? What information would there be that he wouldn't already be able to attain by sifting through the burning ruins of our village after he decides to destroy it on a whim? Yamada had already thought things through. In the first place, the rule placed by the noble clans was only there to prevent other factions from allying themselves with the Dark Brotherhood. Such small deals were unlikely to cause much of an issue in the long run. Yamada, as well as the noble clans, were not delusional enough to think that working together with Ken on a small task in exchange for some supplies would make them allies. It was a business transaction, one that had ended very favorably for their hidden village. By now, it was no secret that Ken's pockets, and by extension the Three-Corner Alliance's pockets, ran quite deep. Especially since it had been later discovered by some of the nobles snooping around that the Dark Brotherhood had dealings with the Merchants Guild. They were able to easily take loans necessary to build trade routes in full. Between the members of the alliance they really had everything they needed to be self-sufficient. Now it was just a matter of how long could the noble clans put up with the lack of control before trying something stupid. But Yamada had no reason to get himself involved with all of their politics. A small transaction was just a way for his village to get a much-needed stream of funding and essential supplies. If anything, Ken having connections to the Merchants Guild only made the notion that the Dark Brotherhood was looking to build an informational network in their land of keys ludicrous. The Merchants Guild was the only information network that a man like Ken could ever need. In Yamada's eyes, it was like a gigantic but essential tumor on the elemental nations. It was impossible to get rid of, as the wealthy merchants within the association could cause nations to prosper at the flick of their wrists. The most affluent ones were able to enrich the economies of entire cities just by starting up their shops in the area. But, because of how deeply intertwined they were with the flow of cash, vital information was impossible to hide from them. Ken being interconnected with such a group couldn't help but put a smile on Yamada's face. The Cage's deal with Ken was not for a one-off vacation at the end of the day. It was for a permanent holiday location within their hidden village by the seaside. It wasn't exactly ownership of the land, as it was impossible for Ken to legally own any land in any of the nearby territories due to how butthurt the nobles were. But the land was being rented to the Dark Brotherhood through a subsidiary that Yamada himself oversaw. Such a secure extra stream of cash and resources was a small breath of fresh air for the strained budget that the noble families almost always asked them to make do with. Well, having foreign assassins roaming the streets was somewhat stressful. But Ken had made the rule that they would all blend in as civilians, to avoid any panic or information about their presence from spreading. Even now, Yamada was the only man aware that Ken and his children were all at the beach, enjoying the sun and the waves. At the private residence that Yamada had prepared, the children were already busy running along the sand, singing along, and making castles of wet sand. Even the older ones were playing in much the same way. They were just making bigger castles and actual life-sized sand samurai. We shall take their lands from them. For we may have lost our honor in the arena, but we shall never lose in the field of war. Morita's voice boomed as he stood unmasked on the wall of the small house-sized castle that he had built in the sand. In front of him was a very similar castle, only a few dozen meters away. Its walls were not as detailed, but it seemed to have more sand samurai. And on top of that castle stood a one-legged figure, also giving a motivational speech to his army. Heed not their words of provocation. For the losers can only revel in the moment to forget the past. I shall lead you, my men, to glory. Now and forever, for the lobster crown. Ken sipped a cocktail as he stood off to the side, his students doing their best to control the sand soldiers to mash against each other awkwardly, with many of the children on either side trying to control one samurai with chakra strings. It was a good exercise. Ken found it odd that many of his children had turned their vacation into an odd training session though. Teacher, thanks for also letting me join. Yu was constantly sitting by Ken's side in her swimsuit, thanking him occasionally and trying to get his attention. She had been behaving better after a period of boring punishment, but Ken was not done with her punishment yet. It was hard to tell if she was behaving better to escape the punishment or if she had actually understood her wrongdoings. Of course, no matter how much she had grown, Ken still saw her as nothing more than a kid. An ungrateful kid at that. Ken had already set a rule internally for himself, to only renounce her punishment and forgive her, after she went to sincerely apologize to Mifune for her words. The old general may have tried to not take her hurtful words to heart, and likely couldn't bring himself to resent her in any way, but Ken was not going to let her behavior pass. Of course, Yu was going to receive 0 hints as to what she needed to do to escape her punishment. It would be too easy otherwise, too insincere. Damn. It would have been nice if Tasho was here in person as well. To the side, Akira was just digging a hole. A large hole. He had supplied the children with the sand to build their armies and castles, but his intentions with that hole were really impossible to guess. Well, Ken knew that there was no such thing as thought put behind the third blade's actions. Tasho still had to oversee matters back home. Bounty hunting operations are still ongoing at the end of the day. And Saburo is too busy with his experiments lately. He's doing some tasks for me too, so he's got no time to waste on relaxing. Ken patted Akira on the back, before pushing him back towards the hole to keep digging. The other 2 blades were not with them on vacation. Both of them were too busy, and the compound needed someone to oversee it even in the absence of the children. And Saburo didn't care about a vacation anyway. To him, his lab was his job, his vacation, and his rest. As long as he could work unperturbed, he was the happiest and most fulfilled man within the Brotherhood. Well, second most fulfilled man anyway. Ken sighed as he felt the children playing around the beach. His only regret was that he couldn't grow eyes to see it all. But not having eyes also allowed him to appreciate the scene in his mind even more. He could feel all of the stress being washed off of the children, he could feel the joy bubbling up within them. It was euphoric. Even the newer recruits were slowly coming out of their shell to enjoy the cheerful atmosphere. They were all unfortunate children, gathered together from different walks of life and brought into that big family. At first, it was all scary to them, the prospect of becoming assassins. Many wanted to give it a try at least, they were all presented with the option of leaving it regardless. But the reality of the Brotherhood drew them in to stay. The aspect of a second family was enticing, but in application, it was even more so. A huge community of like-minded individuals, all focused on living their best lives. The training and assassination skills they were receiving felt more like a backdrop to that for many of the children. Ken also realized that the newer generations of recruits were bound to be less hard-focused on training. The times of war were also over, so there was less of a drive for them to train and get stronger in general. But the blind swordsman still hoped that the hard-working attitude of the first batch of recruits would eventually rub off on all of the new ones as well. Now was not a time for training anyway. Now Ken wanted the children to only focus on having fun. And focus on fun they would. After that, they could focus on anything else they'd want to learn. It was time for the Brotherhood to start its agricultural division anyway. Children were bound to have more options if slitting throats was not something they wished to do in the long run. Assassination and fighting skills were still a requirement to remain within the Brotherhood, which was a strict rule that would remain regardless of how things developed. It was a bit harsh, but it was necessary for Ken's vision. No weak link could be allowed to exist within the Brotherhood, at least not for now. Regardless, everything was already set in motion. Black Zetsu was off hiding and doing his best to follow Madara's plans whilst avoiding any contact with Ken or people associated with him. The leader of the cult of Jashin was still looking into ways of seamlessly coming in contact with Ken. The daimyo and many noble clans around were doing their best to cope with the fact that a faction had risen within their midst, which challenged their influence greatly. That situation remained a boiling pot for now, but it wasn't anything too urgent. After all, no power could contend with the Three Corners Alliance on the battlefield for now. And most importantly, the elemental nations now knew better than to slight Ken or the Dark Brotherhood. Everything seems on the right track for now. I look forward to the next few years. Chapter 186, Mountain Shade, Developments and Letters. There was a local legend currently spreading among the common folk to the furthest corners of the Land of Iron. One that deep within the mountains of the Iron Peaks, further inland than any regular man would have dared to walk, there stood a thriving community. A peaceful village to outsiders, closely guarded and always flourishing. A place where young men and women started living their lives after the war. Many of those youngsters took on professions like trading, making pottery, ironworking, carpeting, etc. The village was a vast expanse of land, hidden within the shadow of the Iron Mountain, and entirely covered by a set of thick walls that went as far as the eye could see. Masked individuals constantly guarded the gates. There was always an eye on any visitors that entered that large village. Though hard to reach even with the paved road leading to it, many still chose to make that journey. It was all due to the massive trade center that merchants from all over the world now frequented. The trade center had sprouted right in the middle of the village. Outsiders were allowed to sell and buy goods, but setting up shop was prohibited to them. Inns and rest stops were built, but no one was allowed to stay there for more than 2 weeks. Many of the nearby villages traveled there to buy longer-lasting essentials, medicine, and solid tools. They all knew stories of the place, and they heard the rumors. That mountain village was said to treat peasants the best. They would always make things affordable for the common man or woman who walked into their fold. Sometimes, shinobi tried to infiltrate the village, to place spies on the inside at the behest of the ruling noble clans. But those attempts were always shut down by the locals. Each stall owner, everyone from the street sweepers to the farmers. They were said to be as lethal as any shinobi from the established hidden villages in the elemental nations. Nothing could escape their eyes. And every wrong movement would cause the blade guards to move out. Of course, all enemies were dealt with accordingly. The blade guards, as they were called, seemed to be a specialized group made to capture and interrogate any intruders. They were led by the fifth blade, another masked fellow who carried a strange blade with him. His unique mask with 5 slash-like marks was what made him stand out to the common folk. The blades themselves were touted to be the leaders of the village by the common folk. They were the ones making the rules and ensuring they were followed. Despite its apparent strength, both military and economic, the village was by no means old or established. It was, in fact, quite new. Locals referred to it as the village hidden in the mountain shade. It was a name that had already spread out through the rest of the elemental nations as well. What most commoners had no way of knowing was that the hidden village they were traveling to and bartering with, was in fact the legendary Dark Brotherhood. An organization housing the most prolific and skilled assassins/bounty hunters that the world had ever known. From the blades to the numbered, they were all considered to be skilled and deadly. But the biggest monster among them was still none other than the Red Dot himself, the head of the snake, as some would say. The foundations of the Dark Brotherhood had been laid down already. The children had already mastered Ken's assassination arts to some degree and were allowed to each follow their own passion, no matter how productive they were to the sprouting village. More and more unfortunate orphans came in each year to join their now massive family, and each time their backgrounds were checked thoroughly by both Tasho personally and with the help of the Merchants Guild. Of course, not all children were cut out for life in the Brotherhood. Hundreds had already dropped out. It was a bit harrowing for Ken to have to send back children who had already formed bonds with those within the Brotherhood, but he knew he had to do it. After all, an organization was only as strong as its weakest link. A lot of tears were shed by the children. Departures were in the dozens every year, but those that remained were all the more motivated to train and not give up. It left the blind monster with a rather sour feeling on his tongue, but it couldn't be helped. The training of the Brotherhood had already become more streamlined and lenient among the younger generations. They could not afford any more slack. Each recruit needed to at least be at the level of a chunin before graduating from their training and being able to specialize outward in different fields. The majority of the first and second generations had already far surpassed that long before reaching the age of 14 to 15, it wasn't like it was a far-out goal. After all, the Brotherhood provided all recruits with countless resources and hidden techniques that only the top of the greatest hidden villages would have had access to under normal circumstances. All Ken asked was for them to take their training seriously. That was the one requirement to be able to join their family, and it was something that the blind monster had made clear from the start. Many arguments had arisen due to Ken deciding to stick to that core tenet of the Brotherhood, but it couldn't be helped. A civilization could only move as quickly as its slowest person in order to progress, and Ken could not afford any slow growth during such a crucial time. Aside from those squabbles, the Brotherhood's expansion had gone very steadily. The organization had boomed in both numbers and strength. Morita had gone ahead to become the fifth blade, a very deserving promotion in Ken's eyes. He now wielded the Kaiba, the twin blades that conducted lightning better than any others in the elemental nations. His division was something that Morita himself had thought up. A torture and interrogation sector that was focused on gathering intel from prisoners and caught spies. After all, someone had to do the dirty work. And Morita was unbothered by the prospect of getting his hands dirty. It had been Saburo's work in the beginning, but Ken wanted the strawman to fully focus on scientific advancements, which was why duties were now split accordingly. Many of the previous numbered had started different sectors within the Brotherhood, but only the combat and military-oriented sectors became blades. The others were colloquially called agriculture head, construction head, and so on. At that point, Ken was more than proud to say that the Dark Brotherhood had truly become self-sustaining. The outside world had seen plenty of changes during those years though. 6 years. Who would have thought that so much could change in 6 years? Ken sighed as his calloused hands traced the ripped pieces of paper on his desk. The Three Corners Alliance, once a beacon of power, was now in the middle of a rather nasty internal conflict. The relations between the Cloud, the Uzumaki and the Leaf had always been bad. But they had only gotten worse over the years. And how couldn't they? No matter how much Ken and Mifune insisted that things were to be done equally, each hidden village always tried to gain more than the others. It was seemingly in their nature to always want to be one step ahead when compared to even their allies. Of course, Ken was well aware that the hidden villages were all likely trying to mend things with and follow the orders of the nobility in each of their respective countries. There was no other reason why they'd act in such a way. The alliance was already considered self-sustaining as well. But the villages wanted more than to just scrape by, they wanted to seemingly always flourish. The fact that Ken seemed to be able to make the Dark Brotherhood grow exponentially did seem to spur them on too. Jealousy was still present even among friends. Still, things weren't quite so bad just yet. Had it not been for Ken and the Land of Iron still being present to soothe things over, a war would have likely already broken out between the other factions. But war was nothing more than just yet another political game at the end of the day. Things were strained but still kept straight, and everything was moving on within expectations. The biggest changes to the world were certainly the monumental rise of the Green Forest Union. That random group of bandits that Ken didn't care enough to look into previously was now becoming an actual threat to the elemental nations. But it was not a threat to the Dark Brotherhood specifically, so Ken had no reason to care about it for now. What he cared more about was the ripped-up papers on his desk. Or rather the writing on those papers. The Akatsuki was attacked. Its leaders are presumed dead. Possible culprit, Hanzo the Salamander. It was a note by none other than Akira, the third blade, or at least one of the many scouts and spies underneath him. He was now in charge of the espionage department, and he had spread a rather decent network in all surrounding lands. The Merchants Guild was nice to have as an ally, but it was important for Ken to not have to depend on others for such matters. Ken sighed, his fist clenching a bit as he then reached for the other letter on his desk. This one was a bit more jovial than the last. It was a wedding invitation. It put a smile on Ken's face, but that smile didn't last too long, as he still had pressing issues to deal with. Festivities will have to wait for now. I have to make a trip to the Land of Rain, catch up with some old friends. Chapter 187, Progress, Encounters and Red Cloud. Ken sighed as he dashed from tree to tree in the forest. Every branch he stepped on, every leaf he used as a foothold, they all remained unmoving as he passed them by. The blind monster also had the option of traveling through the skies, but it was harder to stay hidden up there, not like he could control the clouds constantly covering himself, it was rather the opposite, the flap of his wings would normally disperse clouds more than anything. After all, the stealth techniques that he had developed and learned in his past life didn't quite help with flying. He was still in the process of creating a method of flight and jutsu that could help conceal him whilst in the air, but that was still a work in progress. When it came to strength, Ken had developed and honed his skills even further. Physically speaking, he had not grown too much more, just his body reaching adulthood gave him a boost in strength. Now, whilst in his base form, he could match the Raikage physically even if he used the lightning chakra mode. And he could match the black lighting chakra mode whilst in his scaled sage mode. But what had progressed the most for Ken was certainly his jutsu arsenal as well as Fuinjutsu in general. In the past, he had wind and lightning, but now he seemed to be compatible with all of them, including the rarer ones like yin and yang. This allowed him to spec out and learn a lot during those years, especially learning and even developing jutsu of numerous nature transformations. But what improved most was certainly his genjutsu. After all, he had been a master of quite a few jutsu in the past, and he was certainly a master of taijutsu and kenjutsu. But what was the most lacking in his arsenal was genjutsu, and more specifically sensory deprivation illusions, activated by either scent, sound, or a visual cue. Saburo was there to help Ken develop his illusionary skills to the fullest extent, as it came hand in hand with his research. After Ken's direct bloodline turned out to be a dud, they weren't really able to do much. The Shura clan certainly housed the blind monster's biological family, that much was undeniable, but they didn't seem to share the same genetics as him. The mother's side was what made the difference in his genetic makeup. His father and brother were both normal. A rather unknown clan thought to be already extinct, the Kaguya clan. Their bloodline limit had a lot to do with control over their bones, or so the eroded history books that the Merchant Association found told them. Ken also shared that bone control ability to some extent. He was able to control his bones but not exactly turn them into weapons like they were touted to be able to do. He could alter the structure of his bones, and change his height and weight at will. But those were changes that he made to his entire body as well. In a sense, every aspect of Ken's body was already a weapon, so turning his spine into a blade or a whip to use just seemed counterintuitive, not that it was something he'd even attempt in the first place. Overall, there was too little knowledge of the Kaguya family for any further progress to be made on that, so Ken had to focus on other avenues to improve his strength. Ken had come a long way. Whilst not as talented in genjutsu as he was in other aspects, he had still progressed to the point where many could call him a master of it. Overall, Ken could only now confidently say that he was the strongest being alive. Stronger than the tailed beasts, stronger than the great cage. He had likely reached the level of the former god of shinobi already, if not surpassed it. But it was hard to gauge how strong Senju Hashirama was from just stories. He was the man who had treated all tailed beasts as pets at the end of the day. The greatest issue that Ken found in his development was the lack of adversity. The times of peace were nice, but even if the whole world was to fight him, he'd likely still be able to win. Injuries would heal and scar over, and limbs could regrow. There was nothing fast and strong enough to kill him for good. He had no way to hone his skills in great peril like at the beginning of his life, back when regrowing limbs was actually somewhat stamina draining, or when the 7 swordsmen of the mist were actually a threat to him. He was somewhat stuck now, being the strongest was a curse that prevented him from growing further. Genjutsu was really his last resort for monumental growth, now all he had was slow progress in all other aspects of his skill set. But he was still the strongest by a long shot. And his reputation also reflected that. His infamy had only festered and spread over the years. His defeat of the Raikage had further cemented him as the strongest. The fact that Hiruzen the Hokage was unwilling to face him also made others think so. The god of bounty hunters was what some of the bingo books called Ken now. So where did Hanzo gain the boldness to actually act out against the Akatsuki? An organization backed by me. It was jarring. The blind assassin simply couldn't wrap his head around what stroke of madness drove Hanzo the Salamander to make such a choice. Were the noble clans trying to diminish his influence over the rest of the lands not involved in the Three Corners Alliance? They might have gained wind of the slight cracks forming in the alliance's foundations, but Ken doubted they'd have the guts to make a move so quickly. Regardless, the blind monster would gain all of the answers he needed from Hanzo himself. But the first place Ken visited was the Akatsuki compound. The small village created by the orphans within the Land of Rain, all of them located within a ravine, covered on all sides by large natural rock formations. When Ken arrived in its vicinity, he couldn't help but sigh. The entire compound was destroyed. It was most likely a man-made avalanche of rocks from all sides. The entire village was buried, and all of its residents were crushed, killed in their sleep by the look of it. They've barely left any tracks around this place. But I can tell this was not natural. These cliffs were as solid as those that the Cloud Village is perched upon. The only bodies that were missing were of the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki: Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. The 3 that had done their best to start the organization in the first place. The only possible explanation was that they were away during the avalanche. Nagato's eyes were special, he seemed quite strong even by my standards. I doubt he would have let this happen. What a shame. So many lives are being thrown away even during peaceful times. Ken couldn't help but whisper in the wind as he stood at the very edge of that ruined cliff. May your spirits at least find rest in the Pure Lands. I will make sure that whoever did this pays dearly for it. Ken slowly turned away with that small prayer and promise. He had not bonded with the members of the Akatsuki, but he knew. He knew that, if things were even a little bit different, they could have been members of the Dark Brotherhood instead. The only reason Nagato didn't wish to join them fully was because he and the Akatsuki were dedicated to making the Land of Rain better from the inside. They didn't wish to join an outside organization like the Dark Brotherhood. That was their wish. To make things better for the common man and child in their homeland. Politics be damned, Hanzo is going to have to answer for what has happened here. And so, Ken turned into a blur and vanished in the wind. This time he was headed for Amegakure, the village hidden in the rain. The journey only took a few moments, as the assassin used his full speed to reach the hidden village and pass through its gates without being detected. Hanzo's office was very much the same as Ken remembered it, a metallic building reminiscent of a skyscraper in his old world, with a view that overlooked the entire village. Ken couldn't quite admire the view, but he wasn't there to admire anything at all. If anything, depending on how his conversation with the salamander went, the entire village could end up being wiped from the map of the elemental nations. Chapter 188, Salamander, Confusion and Truth. Ken stepped into Hanzo's office and sat down on the cage's chair whilst waiting with his legs crossed. With a flick of his finger, all of the Anbu that had been present in the room fell unconscious, all tangled up in strings almost as if they had been captured by a spider to be consumed at a later date. The Amegakure village was uncharacteristically quiet as the blind monster's senses washed over it. It was as if they were preparing for war, which was quite confusing. Why would the atmosphere be this tense after half a decade of peace? Why has the Merchants Guild or the spy network not informed me of this? Unless it's a new development. The Amegakure's position had always been bad. The Land of Rain was turned into a battlefield by all surrounding nations, forced to get plunged into wars over and over again, wars that they had no stake in. The era of the Salamander came, one of the strongest shinobi in their generation. He swore to protect the Land of Rain and protect it he did. He fought hard and repelled countless powerful shinobi all on his own. Gaining a reputation and infamy almost on par with the current god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But he was only one man, his land was still torn apart by war, and there was little he could do about it. The period of peace must have been good for him as well, which really only confused Ken further. Why would he go and get rid of the Akatsuki? But why would he decide to attack them now? What was the point? Hanzo was not an idiot. He should have known that no matter how much he had erased his tracks, Ken would tie the matter to him or would at least question him about it. There was no lying in front of the blind assassin, even the slightest change in blood pressure was something that Ken could sense. He had become somewhat of a lie detector over the years. It did wonders during interrogations and political talks, but it was an otherwise minor side effect of his overall monstrous constitution. Hanzo was already aware of Ken's eyes and how far they saw. So why would he try something against the Akatsuki? Did he think I grew mellow over the years or something? It was true that with the peaceful era upon them, Ken had been less and less active in the field. Some would start thinking that he had gotten rusty, but it wasn't like the blind assassin was past his prime. In fact, by human standards, it was rather the opposite. He had lost track over the years, but he was somewhere around 21 or 22 years old, which meant that his best years were far from over. Of course, human standards were not exactly the best thing to take into account when considering Ken. But they were something to be considered when thinking of Hanzo. Maybe Ken had failed to take into account how old age would affect the human mind? That could also be the answer. After all, older humans were sometimes predisposed to going senile or developing dementia. Regardless, the salamander would have to explain himself. Ken felt Hanzo reach the door to his office. He turned around in the chair, facing the window, and heaved a silent sigh. Hanzo entered the office none the wiser of what was transpiring. It took him all but 1 second to realize that something was wrong, especially when he saw his guards strung up for display. Hanzo. The salamander also recognized the voice almost immediately, and he felt the hairs on his back tingle for a moment, his spine trembling with unease. Sit down. Despite being in his own office, Hanzo didn't at all feel like he was at home. Instead, he sat down in the chair in front of his desk as instructed. He gulped a bit, likely already guessing what Ken's visit was about. I believe introductions aren't needed here. You should know why I'm here. Ken turned around in the cage's chair, placing his feet up on the desk as he tilted his head towards the salamander. My people. I had nothing to do with the demise of the Akatsuki. Hanzo gritted his teeth as he spoke. It was hard to gauge if he was lying or not though, as his entire being was rather irregular due to the unease and fear that came with standing in front of Ken. But Ken didn't notice any improvements or deterioration in his blood pressure or heartbeat as he spoke. It was possible that the salamander was telling the truth. And why should I believe you? The Akatsuki were stationed in your land, under your watch. Now they are all mostly dead, with the leaders missing. Ken slowly stood up on the desk, stepping off of it gracefully as he started to circle Hanzo with light steps. The salamander trembled slightly, before grasping at Ken's coat. Under normal circumstances, Ken would have cut off that hand before it reached his coat, but he didn't feel any bad intentions from Hanzo, so he let it happen. He didn't react much when Hanzo grabbed his hand and tapped on it in a specific manner. The blind assassin then nodded, his hands moving quickly as he threw out 4 kunai with paper tags around the 2 of them. He then made a simple hand sign. And he allowed his chakra to fill in the gaps of that formation. There you go, a soundproofing formation. Speak your mind now. The salamander breathed a sigh of relief when hearing that. They don't know how much I know. But this entire office is being watched. Hanzo slowly stood up and looked out the window, before closing the curtains. For a moment, the powerful village leader looked almost paranoid. The nobles, all of the ones in this land and the surrounding ones somehow found out about the Akatsuki's connection to you, they were dead set on wiping them out. Hanzo leaned onto his desk as he placed his chain and sickle on it. Ken couldn't help but notice the smell of blood coming from that weapon. They tried hiring our village first, but I refused. The last thing our land needed was to become the starting point for another war. Hanzo scowled underneath his gas mask as he felt the unfairness of the situation all over again just by remembering it briefly. Yet, it seems that they were still all murdered? If not by you, then by mercenaries dressed to look like your forces. Ken judged all of the salamander's responses. He was either a very controlled man, able to work under an ungodly amount of pressure, or he was telling the truth. I was going to inform you, but I had no time to reach you before they sent that other group to do it. I only had the time to summon the leaders of the Akatsuki to an undisclosed location. That was all that I could do. Hanzo slowly reached into his back pouch and pulled out a scroll, a small map. He handed it over to Ken, who took it and opened it in that same instant. His hand ran over that parchment, recognizing the location on the map by some landmarks nearby, before placing the scroll in his coat. As for the men who did it, they weren't just mercenaries, some were truly shinobi from my village. I do not know who I can trust anymore in this village. The walls have years, and they seem to always go to whoever the highest bidder is. Hanzo's teeth seemed to clench as he spoke. It was pretty clear to Ken that he was having a hard time. He was stuck between 3 different hard places, and they were all leading to possibly catastrophic situations for him and his people. Ken couldn't even blame him for being stressed out. So, he continued to let the old salamander rant. I already intercepted and slayed the ones responsible for the massacre. A group of around 300, they were well prepared, but they were just grunts. The strongest among them were top-level jonin only. One was dressed like me though. They all died with their skin melted off in clouds of poison, I made sure of it. Ken huffed a bit when hearing that, feeling that the situation was starting to look more and more like a pain in the ass. 300, hey? That's essentially a war party, isn't it? It felt odd to speak about such major forces in an era of peace. It seemed that there was always something brewing in the background looking to take a shit on whatever progress Ken made towards his goal. Indeed. It brought me back to the old days. But not in a good way. Hanzo eventually walked around his desk and sat down in his own chair, before reaching for a few other scrolls in his desk. I'm sure you've realized by now, but something big is happening. I do not know what, or why. But I expect the next few decades to not be as peaceful as you'd want them. Hanzo sighed once more, before rubbing his forehead in frustration. I guess I will have to look into this further on my own too. Thank you for the information, and for your cooperation. Keep the kunao and tags. Ken then reached into his pouch and threw a scroll towards Hanzo, who caught it with a confused look on his face. This soundproofing formation is a basic technique of fuinjutsu, but it will let you know if someone is trying to listen in. Learn it, it will serve you well. With that, Ken disappeared from the office, heading straight for the location that Hanzo had confirmed. Meanwhile, the salamander just sighed, collected the 4 kunao and started studying the scroll that Ken had left him. He didn't bother untangling his guards from Ken's strings, he figured they'd manage after waking up. As for the gathering of nobles that was behind everything, well, they were currently holding a meeting of their own, deciding on future moves they could take. They only had 2 goals in mind. Diminish the influence of the Dark Brotherhood and break apart the Three Corners Alliance. Chapter 189, Mission, Struggle and Pain. The past 3 days had been truly nightmarish for the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki. Nagato and Yahiko were only really holding themselves together thanks to Konan still being there for them. All was going well until they received a message with a secret mission from Hanzo the Salamander. The leader of the Omegakure asked them to go to a village on the very outskirts of the Land of Rain. Their mission was to take down a segment of the Green Forest Union that had started forming in that region. It specifically requested that the 3 of them go out along with any of their subordinates they deemed fit. They had gathered a group of 10 men and women to go out on that mission, with them included. What they didn't expect was to lose contact with all other members of the Akatsuki. And unfortunately for them, they were not going to be as safe as Hanzo had hoped. All it took was for the leaders to split up from the group for one moment. And in an instant, 4 people were shredded apart by a series of jutsu. They had split up into groups to look for traces of the bandits, but when they realized that they had been attacked, they quickly mobilized. Yahiko called for all of them to gather in the center of the village, that was where they would make their stand, a more open field where they could at least see their enemies' attacks. Unfortunately for them, one of the people who had come back was nothing more than a transformed enemy. And when the transformed man struck, he took down another capable man that Nagato had picked. The village was immediately swarmed by dozens of shinobi, all too much for their group to handle. Shit. Hanzo has betrayed us. Nagato muttered as he looked at all of the people around them, all dressed in the Omegakure's garb. The sheer number of enemies was not something that they could have predicted. Going to the center of the village had only led to them being surrounded. And Yahiko paid the price for his bad decision soon after. He was mortally wounded as he tried to defend the last member who had come with them with his own body. Unfortunately, after the flame dragon ripped a hole through his left side, it also hit said member straight in the chest, killing her instantly. Yahiko coughed up some blood as he fell to the ground, his left arm grasping at the charred section of his body. The stump of his missing right arm was what he ended up touching. One of his lungs had also been mostly burnt off, but he was still alive, for now. It was a brutal situation. Konan panted as her paper barely kept a few of the enemies at bay. They had not sent any cannon fodder at all for that mission, it seemed. All of their enemies were either special jonin or jonin. Nagato was the only one that could effectively fight them. His use of his eye bloodline limit had gotten better, but he was still not able to use its full power. He could stop some jutsu from reaching him by pushing them away, same for projectiles and people, but his range was not that great. Things really were looking desperate for them. But when Nagato's eyes finally glimpsed at Yahiko's weakened state, he seemed to lose all sense or reasoning. He started moving on nothing but instinct, as he allowed his body to be overtaken by rage and bloodthirst. The roar he unleashed shook the very foundations of that village. The ground cracked as their few dozen assailants couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock. But the cracking dirt was not just due to Nagato's physical strength. In an instant, something was summoned behind the red-haired young man. A gigantic hand erupted from out of the earth and grasped at the ground. And what pulled itself out of the ground could only be described as the stuff of nightmares. It was the torso of a towering, earth-colored human-like entity. It appeared almost mummified. Its body was shaped similar to a robe, and it had a large number of spike-like protrusions on its back. Neither Konan nor Yahiko had seen it before. And to say they were terrified would have been putting it lightly. The gigantic monster moved almost mechanically, its mouth opening widely as it turned its eye to its summoner. Black metallic rods extended from its gaping maw, all entering Nagato's back in a gruesome fashion. The special dojutsu user grunted as he then brought his hands together in a series of hand signs. He's controlling the beast. Konan's eyes widened as she held onto Yahiko's barely breathing form. With a single wave of its hand, the humanoid beast behind Nagato raised the entire village from the ground. Houses were uprooted by the wind pressure in an instant, turning into bullets that shredded their enemies apart. Konan was forced to make a cocoon of paper as she shielded herself and her childhood friend from the powerful winds. Even if not directed at them, it was still hard to withstand. It was both terrifying and gratifying to Konan as she stood witness to it all. Yahiko's vision was already failing him though, as he was slipping in and out of consciousness. The surviving attackers didn't have the time to recover, as the humanoid monster attacked again. This time it spread open its palm towards them, and spear-like protrusions started growing out of it, before being expelled outwards at breakneck speeds. The barrage lasted for a few minutes. The screams had lessened over time as the humanoid beast's projectiles pulverized all of the remaining attackers swiftly. Eventually, Konan's paper dome gave way, falling apart in a rain of blood. Bodies and body parts were strewn everywhere. There was no way to tell which organ was from where, which torso belonged to which head. They were certainly not severed cleanly, they seemed to have all been ripped apart by a ravenous animal. The sheer force of those projectiles was frightening. The blue-haired girl gulped as she still sat by Yahiko's side. Her gaze eventually reached Nagato. The red-haired shinobi looked drained, bloodied, and half-dead. His tired eyes landed on Konan. His mouth seemed to struggle to form a calming smile. But it soon died down when he heard Yahiko's weak cough. He slowly started walking towards his friends. As he did so, Konan winced as she could hear the black metallic rods behind him creak, before they finally broke off from the mouth of that beast. As soon as the rods broke off, the beast seemed to shrink back into the ground, disappearing completely into the earth. He continued to step into the various ponds of blood he had created as he finally stepped into what remained of Conan's white cocoon, turning it red as well. Nagato. Did you get him? Hat. Yahiko's gaze could barely focus to make out Nagato's face at that point. He could not make out the dozens of metallic rods sticking out of his back and spine. I sure did. Tears welled up in Nagato's eyes as he weakly grasped Yahiko's hand. Conan's hands also moved, covering both of theirs as she wept silently. Man, this sucks. I don't want to. No, there was still so much to do. Yahiko weakly coughed out some black blood as he seemed to still wish to fight against his fate. The charcoal-contaminated blood from his wounds had already made it to his heart, however. It was far too late. Not that his body could have survived long with only one lung and missing arteries anyway. The fact that he had lasted that long was already a testament to his endurance. Nagato was about to say something, to try and comfort his friend. But Yahiko didn't let him. Hey man, can you promise me? Promise me to change this world. Show them. Show them. Yahiko seemed too weak to even finish that sentence, but Nagato understood. Yes. I will show them. Rest easy, brother. Nagato's voice sounded calm and comforting. But he was the furthest thing from that. Inside he was a boiling inferno. His teeth cracked as he ground them together in rage. They had been only doing good for the land of rain, they had done so much to help everyone, showed them so much kindness. And for what? For Hanzo to just throw them to the wayside and kill them? Why? Just because he felt threatened by them again? Who was to say that the Dark Brotherhood hadn't betrayed them either? After all, Hanzo wouldn't have acted on account of Ken still being on their side. In the end, Nagato's mind couldn't help but come to the worst possible explanation for their conundrum. It was unfair. The world was unfair. Nagato knew that, but he seemed to have forgotten. Well, he was reminded once more. Even in a time of peace, the shinobi world was still committing such atrocities. If kindness can't move the world, then maybe pain has a better chance of succeeding. At that time, Conan failed to feel it, the monumental switch in Nagato's attitude. But she was sure to notice it later on. For now, though, they had survived, she was stuck carrying her two friends to safety. One for a proper burial, and the other for rest. Later that day, when Ken finally reached that god-forsaken village, he couldn't help but frown. His usual calm and refined demeanor disappeared completely, and he couldn't help but utter the following words. What the fuck just happened here? Chapter 190, Blood, Beast, and Return. What the fuck happened here? The blind monster had felt it from miles away, but he was still surprised by the sheer stench when he got close enough. Ken had been through countless battlefields, his senses had been overwhelmed by the scent of blood before. What he felt around him was nothing new. But the sheer destruction around him made things a bit more tricky to understand. Then there was also that lingering aura. It seemed familiar to Ken. Familiar, yet foreign. This has to have been either the work of several S-rank jutsu, all strengthened by nature energy, which I know Nagato and the others shouldn't have access to. Or some tailed beast maybe. The damage to the surroundings, as well as the strange spikes sticking out of the ground, pointed to the latter theory. The spikes themselves were brimming with nature energy, certainly pointing to the fact that they were part of the beast's body, or at least they seemed to have come out of its body. I can't think of any specific beast that could pull something like this off though. Maybe the Nine Tails? But that one's safely in Konoha, in Kushina at that. Ken couldn't help but rub his chin as he looked around more thoroughly, hoping to find any survivors. But if there were to be any survivors of the initial attack, they were likely long dead by the time Ken arrived. The sheer brutality of the attacks made it so that no body was even close to whole in that entire mess. It was impossible for any of them to survive. Ken could even feel the ones that had dived into the ground, they were in just as bad a shape as those that remained on the surface. The blind swordsman tried for a moment to make out the corpses, he searched through some of them, getting his hands dirty in the process as he tried to make sense of who sent them specifically. He only found a few scrolls that were still usable after being submerged in blood for so long, but they all burned up when he tried to access the contents of them. A seal that requires a specific chakra signature or tool to unlock. Ken couldn't help but scowl as he realized that the seals were likely made by a master of Fuinjutsu. Either the Uzumaki thought others as well, and spread out the art of Fuinjutsu, or they are somehow involved with the nobles that caused this to happen. The blind monster wandered around for a few minutes, all the way up until he found the now almost disintegrated blood cocoon that Konan had made. He silently stepped into it, the paper withering away as he did so. Inside his nose picked up a familiar scent. A blood he recognized. Well, the blood of two people anyway. Yahiko and Nagato. They both got injured, then. It was impossible to guess how much he had bled, but Ken knew that the two of them wouldn't die that easily. Jiraiya may have been someone that Ken joked around with, but he was a relatively powerful individual and admittedly a decent teacher as well. Nagato's weird eyes also made Ken somewhat doubt that he could die easily, or let his comrades get killed that easily. Ken tried to track the familiar scent for a few minutes, hoping to find the three of them wherever they were, but the trail went dead after a kilometer or two. Konan was skilled in her own right, and erasing traces was not that difficult at the end of the day. What a waste! Ken simply shook his head and turned around. I guess they'll just come find me in the Dark Brotherhood when they recover. I made it pretty clear that they will always have an ally with me. I also have to let Hanzo know that he didn't kill everyone and that someone else from the inside gave away this safe position. Ken highly doubted that Hanzo was involved in selling out the Akatsuki at that point. The man was near a breakdown when the blind monster interrogated him. Paranoia was already deep in his mind, and Ken doubted that he would have been able to act it out that well. But Nagato and Konan had no way of knowing what he knew. The two of them only knew that they had been betrayed. With no responses from their base, it was also safe to assume that everyone back there was dead. Hanzo sent them into an ambush, and Ken's protection either no longer existed or had failed them, making him untrustworthy in their eyes. It was easy to forget all of the help he had provided them after such a catastrophic event at the end of the day. In the end, the two of them set out to an undisclosed location, doing their best to plan for their future after burying Yahiko. Meanwhile, Ken returned to the compound instantly, sending out a message to Hanzo as he didn't care to meet him personally again, at least not for now. Upon his return to his office, he couldn't help but sigh and slowly move to the wall to the right of his office. Among all of the papers stuck to it and all of the threads, the blind assassin slowly reached out and removed one of the posters closer to the center, where the Dark Brotherhood was mentioned. That poster had a crudely drawn image of a red cloud on it. The deep indents on the page made it so that Ken could feel it just from the wind brushing against it. In the assassin leader's hand, the page caught fire and was evaporated in an instant, leaving only ash in the palm of his hand. Ken couldn't help but heave a regretful sigh as he clutched the page silently. This deed will not go unpunished. Noble clans or not, they will learn that threatening the peace I've sought to build my whole life comes with a price. After all, whether it was red or royal blue, blood still flowed the same. And Ken was going to have to remind the nobles of that fact. But Ken was hoping to wait until the remaining Akatsuki leaders came to him, or he found them before starting. Hanzo was going to be of help in finding out who exactly was behind everything. It was going to be a lot of work, and it would likely take a while, but Ken had time. For now, though, his attention switched to the wedding invitation on his desk. He shook his head, trying to get back into the right mind space to think about a wedding before he slowly ran his hand over the card. The invitation read out rather neatly. Lord Ken. It is I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, your best friend in the entire world. Ken scowled as his hands traced over that passage. But he didn't refute it. Sarutobi may have liked to joke, but he was a solid friend when push came to shove. The Hokage had also developed a level of respect for him that the blind monster didn't think would ever see in an outsider. Ken didn't quite know the exact cause of that respect, but he was not going to complain about it. With a sigh, he continued to read the letter. It is with great pleasure and excitement that we invite you and anyone you hold dear to celebrate the union of two souls, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. As you have always been close to the two of them, I took it upon myself to write this invitation for you, as the two of them are currently still struggling with managing other aspects of their grand wedding. Ken smiled a bit when thinking about the two children he had once saved in a forest. Now they were all grown up, and getting married. It was heartwarming really. Minato had also proven himself to be a monster over the years, he was very close to becoming Hokage already. He had perfected a method of teleportation that had been created by the second Hokage, now aptly named the Flying Thunder God. The yellow-haired brat had now become the fastest shinobi alive by a long shot. Even Ken could not be faster than instantaneous movement. Especially not in long distances. And Kushina had also developed well, she had become a Fuinjutsu master, even helping Minato become one in the process. She also mastered the adamantite sealing chains, putting her at least 10 steps above most of her peers. Ken always somewhat saw them as the cute example of a perfect couple. Some couples had also sprung up among the Brotherhood's children, but he was not one to peek into those kinds of affairs between his children. The letter still continued after that. Of course, I do mean that you can invite everyone you hold dear. I do not mind if you come with the entire Brotherhood behind you. I hope to see you here on the first day of winter. May that coat of yours shelter you from the wind. With warmth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, aka the best Hokage. Ken cringed a bit reading that last part, but he shook his head and slowly sat down on his comfortable cushy chair. I guess a wedding can be a good way to take my mind off of things for now. Chapter 191, The Leaf, Showing Off and Ceremony. Haha, can't believe we got invited to a wedding. Tatsuksho, the fourth blade, slowly rested on the carriage as he looked around his surroundings. The great village of Konoha was as cheerful as he remembered it. Invited? Who the hell invited you? We're just the plus ones. Morita, the fifth blade, had somewhat become the voice of reason to Tatsuksho at times. The fourth blade was strong, and he was certainly smart, but he sure liked behaving like an idiot at times. At least that was what Morita constantly complained to Ken about. The blind monster was not really all that interested in their spats, at least he was not taking them seriously in any way and just saw them as entertainment. We were all invited clearly. You can't have more than 1+1. That's why it's called A+1. Akira, the third blade, seemed to be of the same mind as Tatsuksho. Morita wanted to refute the older blade, but he couldn't argue against his point. In a sense, the Dark Brotherhood was invited alongside Ken. The wedding itself seemed to be a grand affair, with an entire street being blocked, decorated and prepared for the ceremony and party that would follow right after. The Hokage formally invited Ken on behalf of the bride and groom, but he was not going to be providing them with anything other than his presence during the ceremony. And he wasn't the only one, plenty of merchant families were also walking into the city, bearing rather lavish gifts for the star couple of the Leaf Village. Minato, the Yellow Flash, was already considered to be the next Hokage. Sarutobi had already recruited him under his wing to show him the ropes. It was only a matter of months or years before he took over. Not everyone was privy to that information, of course, but those who had a finger on the pulse of Konoha knew enough about it to understand that Minato's standing and power made him a prime candidate for future Hokage. It was important for them to build connections to a potential Hokage. Many came even without an invitation, just visiting the Leaf Village to bring them gifts. There were also plenty who received invitations. Minato had a great reputation to his name already, and he had made a lot of connections through countless successful missions alongside his master, Jiraiya. Ha! So many people coming out of the woodwork. Tatsuksho sighed as he eyed the many strangers entering the gates in lavish carriages. The Leaf Village was considered the strongest hidden village at the end of the day. A big event would always attract plenty of characters from all over the elemental nations. As the three blades present spoke and bickered amongst each other, Ken just stood to the side and scanned the village with his enhanced senses. It seems that they have upped their defenses quite a bit since last time I was here. As a Fuinjutsu master as well, the blind monster could appreciate the intricate arrays that were present within the Leaf Village to ensure its protection. The Dark Brotherhood was very much the same at the end of the day. They had trained an entire squadron of Fuinjutsu users of varying proficiency to hold and maintain the formations in their compound. Still, the raised security around the village made Ken wonder out loud for a moment. I was not expecting them to have such a big public wedding. I guess they are trying to show off their prosperity amidst the troubles brewing in our alliance. The blades quieted down as Ken spoke out. Each one of them respected their master/father at the end of the day. His words always held real weight to them. Security was a good sign of prosperity at the end of the day, and the happiness of the people, though it seemed that Konoha was not lacking in that regard either. All people in the vicinity seemed to at least be content with their situation, which was a good image. Ken proceeded to their quarters for the night, spending his time idly observing his surroundings and the people who were invited. The Uzumaki clan was also obviously present. Yorihiko had come by to salute Ken. He seemed to have left all of the work back home to Kushina's older brother, Kazue. Kazue was slowly shaping up to be the next leader of the village and the clan. The extra responsibility unfortunately meant that he was going to miss his sister's wedding ceremony. Alas, they had more than certainly spoken about that beforehand, so there wasn't going to be any drama at the wedding regarding that. One thing was for sure though. Yorihiko was not going to miss his daughter's wedding, no matter the circumstances. The ceremony quickly came along, with Ken and the blades dressing a bit more formally, all wearing costumes and tuxedos whilst still keeping their masks on. Within a suit, Ken's muscular frame, which was usually hidden beneath his coat, was now much more accentuated. It made him stand out a lot more in the crowd. Ken's formal coat extended further than that of the blades, distinguishing him further. The blades were also looking quite fine. Tatsuksho's suit was a bit modified due to his missing leg, but he didn't seem to be too bothered by it. They were all still carrying their blades, wrapped on their backs. Akira with his regenerating decapitation carving knife, Tasho with his blast scroll blade, and Morita with the twin lightning fangs kaiba. Ken didn't carry his blade with him, but it was still on his person, hidden within a seal on his palm, drawn directly into his skin with permanent ink. Of course, the blind monster could move it around with his transformative abilities, but he decided to keep it in his hand for now. We have gathered here today to witness the union between these two souls, so that they may stay together even in the Pure Lands. The ordained monk was the one to speak out the loudest in that ceremony, his voice booming across the halls. The elemental nations had different religious beliefs when compared to Ken's past world. There was no heaven or hell, there was no specific god either. But there were the Pure Lands, the place that souls went to after death. There was limited knowledge about it. How one got there and didn't remain stuck in limbo really differed from person to person, but it was a matter of fulfillment more than anything. Unlike Ken's past world, the elemental nations had definitive proof of their afterlife existing, as there were even forbidden techniques that could directly interact with it in certain ways. But to be stuck in limbo was to be somewhere in between the living world and the afterlife. To leave the world with regrets, to live in the world unwilling, to have unfinished business, those were things that caused others to remain in limbo, or at least that was wildly believed. Many monks had created countless transcripts further looking into the concepts, and many had even tried to take a glimpse at the Pure Lands by creating strange and esoteric techniques. But the Pure Lands were not something that the living could see. However, their research led to them being able to perform certain ceremonies to lightly bind souls together. That was a wedding ceremony. To bind partners, so that they would not ever lose one another in the infinity of the Pure Lands. It was fascinating to Ken, but he was unsure that he would get the chance to experience such a thing in his life. Romance seemed like a strange concept in the first place due to his inhuman nature, but there was also the fact that the Pure Lands after death were not even a guarantee for him due to his constitution. But for Minato and Kushina, the soul binding was only natural. They were together for good or for worse, in sickness or in health, in life and death. Marriages in this world feel more serious for some reason. Ken pondered as he listened to the ceremonial rites, discovering the slight differences between those and the ones in his past world. He didn't know the full wedding ceremony in his past world, as he had only ever been present in one or two when stalking assassination targets. From the bits and pieces he had heard, they seemed similar, but still slightly different. The monk brought his palms together, seemingly sending a silent prayer somewhere as he spoke. Ken froze for a moment, as he felt a strange energy wrap around both Kushina and Minato for a moment. No one else seemed to react to it, so it was safe to assume that no one could see it. But Ken could feel it, nothing really escaped his senses. The energy lingered around the two of them, seemingly embracing them, before flowing upwards into the sky. That energy was nothing like what Ken had ever felt before. It seemed to be chakra at the base, but that small strand seemed to hold infinite energy. It was hard to understand or quantify, and even harder to describe, but Ken inherently felt that it was otherworldly. The monk seemed to be pleased with the results as he finished praying. He looked at the couple with a smile. Today, a miracle has happened. For even here in this small world, we can make binds that last through to the vast Pure Lands. The union of souls is only possible when pure love is in the equation, and you have both spoken true of your love of one another. The blind assassin was unsure if that was truly the case, but if yes, then it made sense why he had never heard of any cheating ever happening in ordained marriages within the elemental nations. Of course that was only true for those that had successfully undergone the ceremony. That way, it was simply impossible to get married in the first place if there was no love between the bride and the groom. As the blind assassin was coming to that realization, he slowly felt the guests around all stand up and start clapping, understanding the ceremony to be over and beginning to celebrate. Ken sighed internally as he felt the groom, Minato, kiss the bride, the rosy-cheeked Kushina. The two of them seemed to be on cloud nine, and how couldn't they be? Their love was now fully realized. Ken took a deep breath and slowly stood up and started clapping as well. It seems that the world always manages to surprise. Chapter 192, Oddity, presents an uninvited guest. The ceremony ended smoothly, as the people moved to the street, more specifically to the street that was prepared for the ceremony. Carriages adorned with flowers rolled through the street as they traveled from one place to another. The people in the streets seemed to cheer when seeing the carriages, children laughed and threw water in front of the horses. As per tradition, the wedding attendees all started giving coins to the children. Such was the journey of the newlywed towards the small festival they had prepared for their guests. During that journey, as Ken ferried along on one of the carriages alongside his blades, someone flagged his attention, waving at him to get off of the carriage. It was the bald monk that had officiated the ceremony. He smiled at Ken with nothing but the best of intentions, somewhat taking the blind assassin by surprise. I am sure that I had not befriended any monks in my missions. Ken slowly got off the carriage and walked beside the monk, who was also headed where the festivities were being held. The Church of the Pure Lands was nowhere near as influential as Christianity was in Ken's old world, but the monks within it were still respected worldwide. Their words always held weight for the common masses. Ken walked beside the monk for a few seconds. The bald old man studied him with curious eyes, before giving him a wide smile. It's been long since I've met someone else so intertwined with the Pure Lands. Ken stopped for a moment when he heard the monk's words. He tried to sense around for that strange energy he had felt, but he could not. Intertwined not in a physical sense, but it almost feels like this is not your first life. That's the feeling I get anyway. The monk smiled when gauging Ken's reaction. He had truly blindsided Ken with his claims, the blind assassin took a second to compose himself before walking again. Is reincarnation such a common thing in this world? You met others in the past. Ken's first instinct was to interrogate the monk. He wanted, nay needed, to know if there were more from his world scampering about in the elemental nations. Oh, reincarnation is not as mythical as one might think. Well, it is scarce, but not among my circles. I, myself, have been reincarnated. Most monks of the Church of Purity are in fact. Ken tilted his head when hearing that, but didn't start asking different questions right away. He decided to wait for the monk to elaborate instead. Yet, no soul shall remember their past lives. We are only able to sense our feeble connections to the Pure Lands. This allows us to perform our ceremonies successfully. A soul can't retain its memories in the cycle of reincarnation. At least that is what I believed until I met you. Your connection to the Pure Lands. It's the strongest that my feeble senses have ever had the chance to encounter. Ken hummed as he calmed down internally. It was highly unlikely that there were others like him in that case. Reincarnations likely happened within that world, however. Were the Pure Lands not eternal? That is what I had heard in the past. The blind assassin asked as he continued to walk. The blades on top of the carriage were also quietly listening to the conversation. We theorize them to be infinite, eternal, yet we do not know it for sure. Reincarnation does still exist, it may just be an option presented there. But I had hoped you would be able to tell me more about that. The monk sounded almost disappointed for a moment, before taking out a small and very old notebook and writing down a few passages. It seems that even you do not remember the Pure Land itself, even though you have clearly passed through it. The monk muttered as he continued writing things down. I understand. Thank you for the information, old man. Ken nodded before starting to walk ahead of the monk, aiming to jump back up on a carriage. Oh, the honor has been mine, Lord Red Dot. I am glad that my eyes have been graced with such a sight in this lifetime of mine. The monk nodded and slightly bowed to Ken, confusing some of the people around as they also stopped. Ken patted the monk on the shoulder and shook his head. No need for the honorifics. Death isn't all that's cracked up to be. The blind assassin sighed as he spoke from personal experience. If anything, my death during my past life would have most likely landed me in limbo. I had been satisfied to some extent, but I was also filled with regrets at that time. Who knows what happened and why I am now here? I only know that I was given a second chance. Ho ho indeed, even without memories I could have guessed that death wasn't pleasant. May this one bring you peace in that case. The monk spoke about death with a smile on his face as he chuckled a bit. Ken shook his head and smiled, jumping back on the carriage before sitting down in a meditative pose. I am still far from my death. But I doubt it will be as unpleasant. The blind father's senses washed over the blades, who had been attentively listening to the monk's words from a distance. To them, it was all mostly nonsense. But reincarnation was really the only way to explain the oddity that was Ken. Talent was one thing, but Ken was almost like a master from the womb. At least a master at hiding his presence and assassination. No amount of monstrous talent could explain that, which only really left them with the explanation of reincarnation. Some in the Brotherhood had already come to that explanation on their own regardless, so none of the blades present were even surprised in the slightest. The carriages eventually arrived at their destination, and the music and festivities ensued. Minato and Kushina sat down at a table, sitting down as a line formed in front of them to provide them with presents. Ken at that point adjusted his tie and slowly walked forward at the end of that line as well. He was prepared to wait at first, but it seemed that no one was daring to go in front of him. The people parted ways when they saw that he had entered the line. The blind assassin only sighed and walked forward, nodding towards people as he passed by and stood behind the first guest giving his present. Yorihiko, the father of the bride. He felt Ken walk behind him, but he didn't care, he only focused on his daughter, as well as the man she was marrying. He immediately started giving a small speech. one that all guests listened to attentively. I had many words at first about this marriage. I was unsure about Minato as well. As a father, I couldn't help but always want the best for my dear daughter. And I must admit, I was unsure if Minato was the best. The leader of the Uzumaki spoke freely, some spite was present in his tone. Minato seemed to shrink ever so slightly when hearing his words, and Kushina's eyebrows seemed to twitch, as she was prepared to lash out at her dad. But she was unable to even utter a word before the spite in Yoriko's tone was replaced by tenderness. But seeing the ceremony, knowing that your love is pure, it has successfully killed any doubts I may have had. After all, with love, you may overcome anything else in this life, together. Knowing that you have found a partner just like I had found your mother in the past. It warms my heart. Kushina couldn't help but smile when hearing that. She seemed to start tearing up for a second. My gift to you is this. The father pulled out a small ornate box. Kushina opened it with shaky fingers, and inside was a very simple, and very beautiful hairpin. Your mother's favorite. She used to wear it all the time. It was only then that Kushina started crying. And Minato immediately moved to comfort her. Some red chakras seemed to seep out of her belly due to that outburst of emotions, but she managed to suppress it quickly enough. From here on out, she is yours to protect. The father looked towards Minato with a smile on his face. But before the groom could even respond, Kusina's eye twitched. I can protect myself just fine. She shouted at her father as she threw a biscuit at him. Yoriko just laughed and ate the biscuit before turning around. And starting to walk away, nodding at Ken as well as he passed by. The blind assassin sighed as he also stepped forward. He had spent quite some time thinking about what he could get the couple, not much really ever came to mind whenever he first stepped into Konoha, but upon sensing the two of them, he knew just the thing to buy. With a smile on his face, he walked forward, taking his mask off and hooking it to his belt. His fair features seemed to take many people by surprise, though the obscured upper half of his face was still just like before. I have not much to say for a speech. I am just glad to have been invited here today. When we first met, I saw you both as children. But you have both grown up so quickly. Ken sighed as he tapped a seal on his wrist, pulling out a small gift box and placing it in Kushina's hands. Of course we have. Also, weren't we pretty close in age actually? Kushina's eyebrows furrowed as she called out the blind assassin. Ken just laughed, not taking any of her provocation seriously. Maybe close in age, but not in maturity girlie. Though it seems you've both overtaken me in some aspects. The blind assassin's joke seemed to not make much sense to the people nearby. Kushina was about to call him out on that, at least until she opened up his present. Her eyes widened, before she quickly closed it back up, almost fearfully. Minato had also seemed to glance at the present, his gaze turned towards Ken and seemed almost embarrassed. Don't worry, I know it's a big deal for a Jinchuriki. I promise I'll protect you during the thick of it, that's my actual wedding present to you too. Ken smiled as he spoke in a much quieter tone now, so only the two of them could hear. The blind assassin's present was very simple. Children's clothes. Ever since entering the village and sensing Kushina, he had realized it. She was pregnant. It was early on, a few weeks at best, she had likely not even noticed it yet. After all, pregnancy sickness wasn't really a thing for someone as strong as her. The two of them seemed to visibly calm down when hearing Ken's words. The realization that they were having a kid also seemed to sink in for them, as they looked at each other with pure joy in their eyes. Ken sighed. Oh, to be young again. He thought as he slowly reached to put his mask back on. Now then, I shall go and enjoy some drink. The assassin was about to turn around, before he heard a slight commotion behind him, as the crowd parted ways again, this time for someone else. Well, well, well. Would you look at that, I wasn't even invited to such a big event. So much for an alliance, hey. Ken sighed as he had felt the man arrive within Konoha quite a bit earlier. It was none other than the leader of the Cloud Village. The third Raikage. And here I was hoping he wouldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 193, Cold Heart, Friendship and Betrayal. Well. Would you look at that, I wasn't even invited to such a big event. So much for an alliance, hey. Ken slowly turned towards the Raikage as the tall and burly bronze-skinned man started walking up towards the bride and groom, and him by extension. This is not a political event, dipshit. To the side, Yorihiko was already up and walking towards the Raikage. Both men were dressed formally for the occasion, but Ken knew better than anyone that neither man would really take their costumes into consideration when starting a fight. Of course, he doubted it would go that far. What did you just call me, you damned bell pepper? The Raikage grunted as he clenched his fist, a hostile light flashing in his eye. Okay, maybe a fight could break out. Ken sighed as he gave Kushina and Minato a look of pity. Kushina was looking quite mad, and Minato's gaze had also turned serious. If a fight was to break out, they would definitely be joining in. Sorry about the mess, you two, just focus on your wedding. Seems like old men just like to stir up trouble like this. Ken stepped towards the Raikage as he spoke. Before anyone realized it, the blind assassin was already standing in front of the Raikage, his bulky frame matching the Raikage sewn almost perfectly. What are you thinking exactly, Lord Raikage? The assassin's tone was somewhat respectful, but he didn't bother to hide his annoyance at the Cloud leader's antics. Well, what else could I be thinking when representatives from all other lands in my alliance are all gathered at an event I wasn't even notified about? The Raikage muttered as he scratched the back of his neck. His tone sounded annoyed when faced with Ken, but he still retained some respect. Yorihiko may have been a bit disrespectful, but it is true that this is a private matter. I am only here as a guest, not representing any powers. Ken crossed his arms and huffed right back at the Raikage, his head shaking slightly before continuing. I only ask that you are respectful of the bride and groom. This ceremony is to celebrate their love, not to speak about politics. The Raikage's face seemed to twist for a second, a scowl slowly forming on his face as he eyed Ken with a bit of distaste. And what would a cold-hearted monster like you even know about love? The Raikage's words and tone seemed to surprise just about everyone present, including Yorihiko. It had been widely believed that the Raikage and Ken's friendship was as solid as the mountains that the Cloud Village were perched upon. So, what could cause such a shift in their relationship? Well, it was not a pleasant tale. As the years passed by, the Raikage's friendship with Ken only got stronger and stronger, all up until one day. In a casual conversation over some drinks, he had managed to call Ken by another name. Whether it was because his mind growing senile due to his old age, or just a minor slip-up one would blame on alcohol, it didn't matter. It was a sad mistake really, the slurred words of a still grieving father. But Ken's strong reaction at that time had startled the Raikage. Never call me by that name again. For as long as you live. The blind assassin didn't know if it was due to any amount of internalized guilt for what he had done to the Raikage's son, or just because he was in a bad mood that day due to some disputes with his children due to recent recruits being kicked out of the Brotherhood. But the blind monster had essentially snapped, and the Raikage didn't appreciate it. Or rather, he was utterly bemused by it. It was a small mistake of Ken, the assassin had even apologized right away. But it was also confusing for it caused him to ask himself a lot of questions. But he ended up going down a rabbit hole he shouldn't have, and ended up asking questions that he didn't really want to know the answers to. The question that grasped at his mind the most at that time was: did the Grey Fox ever really even exist? Not like he had ever been spotted in the shinobi world before or after that. There were allegedly some sightings, but he had not done anything major on the battlefield for the Uzumaki clan since then, leading the Raikage to think it was a cover-up. And, turns out, he was absolutely right. It took a few years, and quite a bit of denial, but he did eventually conclude that Ken was in fact the Grey Fox. It was the only real explanation that he could come up with, both for Ken's behavior and for the elusive existence of the Grey Fox. In the past, he may have raged at that thought, he may have rushed and tried to duke it out with Ken right in the middle of the Dark Brotherhood compound. But this time, he simply couldn't bring himself to. Unlike before, his fiery rage had withered away into nothingness. Instead of wrath, he could only feel sadness and betrayal. Now, that didn't mean he thought that Ken had killed his son. No, that was going too far. But he realized that Ken had some sort of connection to his son's death. A connection that he had kept quiet about for the longest of time. The fact that he had been lied to for so long was enough to break any trust he may have had in Ken. Respect for Ken's strength and his accomplishments was still present, but he simply could not get himself to call the blind monster a friend ever since. During their final conversation as friends, he had also said something quite hurtful to Ken. "You know, for something that looks and feels so human, I find it hard to believe that you are nothing more than a deceitful monster." Those were his parting words to Ken after a rather heated argument, with the blind assassin still denying any connection to A's death. It was a rather regretful end to their friendship and likely one of the reasons why the alliance was no longer in as good a state as before. But Ken did not want to bring all of that drama and politics to Minato and Kushina's wedding. Though it seemed the Raikage had no such fears or concerns. Many around them were now fully paying attention to the situation, especially after hearing the Raikage's words. Many were curious, and even more were just plain shocked at the situation, including the bride and groom. HMP the Raikage, seeing that Ken was not responding, tried speaking, only to be interrupted by Ken's palm clasping his mouth shut like an iron vice. "A cold-hearted monster, hey!" Ken's voice was chilling to anyone who heard it. "That's certainly true, you know that by now. So why are you trying to test me, eh?" Ken's head tilted to the side, some veins bulging out on his neck as every muscle in his body seemed to pulsate and flex. The aura that Ken gave off was enough to make everyone present freeze in their tracks. The Raikage's gaze reflected quite a bit of shock as well, not expecting Ken to lay his hands on him. He couldn't even react in time, as Ken continued speaking. "I may be a monster, but I can still admire love from a distance. That is what I am here to do." "What are you here for, Raikage?" The first part of the blind monster's words sounded sad, especially for many of the married couples around. But the question he asked the Raikage was filled with hostility. Ken let go of the Raikage's face, his head still tilted as he waited for an answer from the darker-skinned man. The Raikage looked at Ken, his gaze seemed to be complex, he opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he seemed to fail to find his words. "Nothing it seems. So you'll just be leaving now?" Ken patted the Raikage on the shoulder as he got a little closer to his ear. He then started speaking in a much quieter tone, so only the Raikage could hear him. "Are you trying to cause a scene and leave the alliance perhaps? If so, then consider this a success. Leave, we may have a formal meeting in the Hokage's office after the wedding." The Raikage's expression immediately twisted, but he couldn't refute Ken in any way. After all, there was very little reason for the Raikage to pull a stunt during the wedding of the future Hokage. The only real explanations that Ken could find was that he wanted to stir up trouble for no reason, or wanted some kind of out from the alliance. One made more sense than the other. Aside from Ken, the Raikage didn't have any other friends in the alliance. With their friendship falling apart, it wasn't the most surprising thing that the Raikage wanted out. The cloud was strong enough to stand on its own already regardless. It was still unexpected, sure. The alliance provided a certain kind of security, but Ken could still cope with the matter. He had grown strong enough now, to where he was certain he could keep the peace in the same way that Hashirama Senju had managed. The Raikage didn't say much else, he only turned around and left. He only gave Ken's back one last gaze before he left. Again, his gaze seemed complex, he almost seemed regretful, but he quickly shook his head and left. "Apologies for the mess, Kushina, Minato. Let the celebration ensue. Ken quickly changed the atmosphere by raising a toast. And the party continued. Chapter 194, Wedding Morning, Meeting, and Tensions. Ken smiled as he took one last sip of his drink. The night had come and went. Plenty of presents were opened and tears of happiness were shed. It truly was a joyous evening. Morita had managed to keep Akira in check for most of the night, though the third blade did end up decapitating himself whilst dancing just to pull off some weird dance move. Being immortal gave one strange ideas at times. Ken didn't judge him regardless, but it had scared plenty of the guests present. The only ones to laugh it off instantly were the bride and groom, being far too happy to get scared at that moment in their lives. The third blade was already a rather infamous insane immortal anyway. The only odd thing there was the fact that he had even been invited to the wedding. Tatsuksho had shown everyone that he could dance even if he literally only had one left foot. Though his dance mostly involved his hands and hopping about, it was impressive. The fourth blade had a monstrous amount of dexterity and was beyond accustomed to his lack of balance, which made the feat of dancing to the beat rather easy for him. His balance was something that they could fix. Saburo had already made prosthetics for a lot of the children at Ken's request. They were fully working wooden prosthetics controlled by the children's chakra, concepts similar to puppetry. But Tatsuksho never really wanted a prosthetic, he saw his current state as normal. He didn't see the need to fix it. It was, in a way, similar to Ken's lack of vision. He may have been able to look further into ways of repairing his vision, but he never really cared as he felt that he was stronger without it. Giving Ken vision was like giving him another way to overload his senses even further. Even if he managed to find a way to have eyes, he would likely keep them covered at all times just due to how much of a liability they could become. He'd suddenly become more susceptible to ocular genjutsu, his other senses would also likely weaken slightly, which would affect his reaction time among other things. It was just not worth it. The only thing the eye could have been useful for was for Ken to be able to also see colors. But even without color, the blind assassin could see even better than all of the people around him anyway. Even if he couldn't see the color of Kushina's wedding dress, he still knew that she was wearing one, and he could still appreciate its beauty in silence. It was the same for Minato's heartwarming smile. He could not see his young face wrinkling as he smiled as widely as possible in the most sincere way possible. But he could still feel it. More importantly, he could feel the love between the two of them. It was almost tangible during that special night. Even when Minato ended up getting drunk after losing a drinking game with Ken, Kushina's love was unwavering. Even when he was running around tagging and teleporting people around while laughing like an idiot, she still loved him, even though she almost caved his skull in with a punch. As it turned out, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was a lot stronger than Ken expected. He had instinctively avoided getting tagged, but Akira hadn't. And even someone of the third blade's caliber was teleported around. Minato could also seemingly reach him in an instant, from every distance. What was even creepier was the fact that Ken, a Fuinjutsu master in his own right, couldn't conceive a way to get rid of that mark. Rather, it was made to only be removable and easy to detect to the one that had placed it. Minato had grown into a proper monster already. Had the war still been ongoing, Ken was sure that the blonde man would have had a do not engage order against him within his first few skirmishes. Ken doubted that there was anyone among the cage that could touch Minato. Well, it seemed he couldn't teleport someone like Akira around more than once or twice without running out of chakra. It couldn't be helped. Minato had a pretty impressive chakra pool, but he was no Uzumaki. Thankfully he was having a kid with one though, so Ken had a rather interesting seedling to look forward to. A child with Minato's talent and jutsu, coupled with the Uzumaki's insane chakra levels, durability, and maybe even bloodline limit. They really are going to be raising a monster. But the blind monster was going to have to wait quite a bit to meet their child. For now, even though the wedding was just over and his blades had gone off to sleep, he still had matters to attend to. The Hokage's office was already full despite it being only morning. Every notable figure within the alliance was present, with the obvious exception of Mifune, or the daimyo of the Land of Iron, who were not able to make it on such short notice. The Reikage sat down at the very center of the room. Seats were arranged surrounding the Hokage's desk, where he sat. Sakumo, the White Fang, was behind him at that time. He was still the acting Anbyo captain, and he seemed to prefer that position over that of Kage as well, which worked out great for Minato. Aside from Sakumo, there was also Fugaku Uchiha, the Wicked Eye, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, and a man who was also a possible contender for future Hokage. Yorihiko was set off on the left side of the room, whilst Ken came in last and sat down quietly on the right seat, crossing his legs and leaning backwards into that comfortable chair. Sakumo, Fugaku. It's been a while, you were both mostly in the shadows at the wedding, so we didn't get to speak much. The blind assassin's attention was first directed towards the Anbyo captain, who nodded in greeting to him. I was merely carrying out my duties and making sure everything was running smoothly. Sakumo was always a humble man. He handled a lot of matters related to the internal security of the village, and that influx of people coming in likely gave him a lot of extra work. It was a good thing that he still had the Uchiha to assist. Their police force was very beneficial to the safety of the village. Fugaku didn't outright respond verbally, he merely nodded to Ken in greeting, keeping a rather cold facade in the meantime. I heard your kids are doing quite well. Sakumo seems quite talented. Kakashi was it? I think I saw him at the wedding briefly. The blind assassin didn't seem to care about the atmosphere in the room as he continued to ask about the Anbyo captain's private life. Indeed. He has already graduated from the academy for a while now. He's actually in Minato's team. A rather nice twist of fate. The White Fang smiled with quite a bit of warmth when talking about his son. Excuse me, but I believe we have more important matters to discuss. The Reikage was the one to bring Ken back to the subject of their meeting. Well, I wouldn't say the matters we'll be discussing are more important than our future generations. Ken yawned as he slowly reached for his mask and took it off, placing it in his lap as he stretched a bit. Humph, you say that, yet my Cloud Village has been a rather important member of the Three Corners Alliance. I doubt you will be so cavalier when I decide to retreat from our alliance. The Reikage's words seemed to have a bit of pride and spite contained within them, but Ken didn't react much. You were certainly important for the foundation of the alliance, that much I cannot argue against. But we have grown enough to the point where I won't fight you if you decide to leave. Yorihiko drank some tea as he spoke out from the side. He had not liked the Reikage from the get-go, so he certainly was not going to be against him leaving. The alliance certainly won't fall apart without the Reikage, but we would still lose quite a bit of influence on the world stage. All of a sudden we won't be as unreachable a force as before, now would we? The Hokage, like always, huffed from his pipe first thing in the morning whilst debating the matter. After all, the Cloud Village was a rather strong establishment. It was likely the second strongest village right behind the Leaf Village. They were holders of two powerful tailed beasts, as well as a shinobi of the Reikage's caliber, someone truly capable of shifting the tides of war on his own. Of course, their alliance was still filled with powerful people, but they would lose some standing if the Cloud left the alliance. Trust in the strength of their alliance would also dwindle in the eyes of the noble clans, which was not that great. But Ken still didn't seem to be fazed by the discourse around him. Despite his mask being off, his sharp features were still unmoving, his demeanor cold as ice. It was as if his own face was also nothing more than a porcelain mask. I have already grown strong enough to uphold this peace on my own. This alliance has done its job already. Right now it only exists to benefit your hidden villages. If the Reikage wishes to back out, I do not care. Despite speaking about someone who was once his friend, he didn't display any emotions whilst mentioning him. Ken had truly seen the Reikage as a friend, but he knew he had done something unforgivable. So he had already distanced himself from the man emotionally. The Raikage, as well as everyone else present, seemed to be quite taken aback by Ken's words. You think you're strong enough to maintain peace on your own? Are you delusional? The Raikage got up and walked up to Ken in a flurry of emotions. Ken didn't get up, he just relaxed his head and turned his face towards the Raikage. I was only 15 when the two of us fought in front of the world, I was stronger than you back then. Right now, I stand in front of you near my physical prime. A fully grown monster. The blind assassin slowly sat up, his entire muscle and bone structure shifting, to the point where, when standing up fully, he was a head taller than even the Raikage. I have already reached it. The strength of the first Hokage. This era will be one of peace, purely because I say so. I do not care for the games that the nobles want to play, they will learn this the hard way. Ken's voice was about as intimidating as his aura. His sharp features seemed to grow even sharper as he flexed every muscle in his body, including his jaw. The Raikage took a step back, a bead of sweat rising on his forehead as the assassin's bloodthirsty aura washed over him. I guess I should have expected this. The Hokage smiled, looking at Ken with admiration. He was the first one in the room to fully and instantly believe Ken. And as soon as he did, Sakumo and Fugaku seemed to also accept that fact. Even the Raikage couldn't bring himself to refute it, no matter how much he wanted to. It was only logical. Ken had not reached his physical peak yet, but he proved himself to be able to beat the Raikage without even sustaining any significant injuries back then. Now he was likely even more monstrous than before. But the first Hokage didn't just have his strength. If I remember correctly, he also had every tailed beast subjugated under him. That was the only retort that the Raikage could come up with in front of Ken. How hard do you think it would be for me to kidnap all of the tailed beasts? The only real question here is if it would take me a full week or a month to pull off, and we know that. Ken scowled slightly at the Raikage's weak retort. The tailed beasts didn't matter in the first Hokage's era. He had literally treated them as household pets. All that mattered was that his overwhelming strength was enough to keep everyone else at bay. He gave the tailed beasts to the other villages, but it would have been just as easy for him to take them back and even destroy the other villages in the process. The world really was lucky that Hashirama had been a pacifist at heart. Now it was Ken's turn on that throne though. So, what is it going to be, eh? Do you wish to remain within the alliance and just benefit from it quietly? Or do you want to leave? Chapter 195, Thoughts, Decision, and Mission. The Raikage couldn't help but gulp as he heard Ken's question. So, what is it going to be, eh? Do you wish to remain within the alliance and just benefit from it quietly? Or do you want to leave? This can't be right. Even if he's grown stronger, my departure would still harm the alliance's standing overall. The Raikage told himself that Ken was bluffing, that he was still an integral part of the alliance just like in the beginning, but in the back of his mind he knew that what Ken was saying was true. Despite his many misgivings with Ken, it only made sense for him to have grown stronger over the years. The rise of another figure on par with the first god of shinobi. It was a frightening, yet very real situation for the entire elemental nations. Though few said it, Hashirama was technically a tyrant for the many noble clans and the other hidden villages. Ken's talent and potential were the main reason why the initial alliance against him had even been formed. Indeed, the simple possibility that Ken could become someone like Hashirama had almost banded the whole world against him. But it had also given birth to their Three Corners Alliance. Maybe some had forgotten, but back then, it really was only a matter of time before Ken grew too strong to be manageable for even the combined forces of the hidden villages. It was already too late at that stage, and the Raikage of all people should have known that best. He had fought Ken personally before, he knew he was outmatched 6 years ago, but now he was likely only able to stall Ken for a minute or two at best. The rest of the world, the noble clans, likely had anticipated this. The only real question was if the world was going to react the same way to him as they did to Hashirama. Times have changed, younger generations tend to be stronger than the old ones if we don't take into consideration actual anomalies like the first Hokage and Ken. In the end, the Raikage felt pressure from all sides right now. On one hand, leaving the alliance would make him feel better. His village had already benefited greatly from it, and he could technically cut away and become a neutral party. But if I do leave the alliance, things are eventually bound to go back to how they were before. Currently, the Raikage was in contact with the noble clans of the Land of Lightning. Their relationship was not like before, but they were still somewhat cordial. But if he no longer had the alliance to rely on, the Cloud Village would then be forced to go back to fully relying on the noble clans for funding and missions. That all led to the Raikage asking himself one very important question. Can I, or the Cloud, avoid becoming enemies of Ken and his Dark Brotherhood after leaving the alliance? The short answer was a no. Even the best case scenario in the Raikage's mind was more like a maybe. Maybe if other lands rise up against Ken first, and witness his strength, the nobles of the Land of Lightning would realize that the futility of it all. But what if there was going to be yet another coordinated attack? What if the nobles had already banded together against Ken? Well, that would mean that the Cloud would also get dragged into it, which was not something that the Raikage was willing to risk. I see that you are hesitating quite a bit. Ken muttered as he slowly sat back down, his frame shifting, becoming slightly smaller. You aren't seeing shit. Like usual. The Raikage muttered right back, but he still seemed to be deep in thought. That small bite he took at Ken had come off almost on instinct, he hadn't even realized his mistake. The master assassin's finger taped on the arm guard of his chair, a vibration spread through the wood almost instantly, and before the Raikage could even realize it, he had lost his balance as the floorboards underneath him almost exploded outwards. The Cloud Village leader managed to regain his balance in time, landing back on the ground on one knee, with his forehead filled with sweat. Such jokes are only to be made among friends, Lord Raikage. I'll let this one pass, on account of our past friendship, as well as you still being part of the alliance. The blind monster's tone was cold. It was clear that he no longer saw the Raikage as a friend. But he also didn't see him as an enemy. He was completely neutral, if not a bit hostile only because of the Raikage's own attitude. Sorry for the floor, Hiruzen. I'll pay back for the damages. His tone completely shifted when addressing the third Hokage, who only nodded. There is no need to bother about that. Hiruzen waved off the assassin's concerns whilst still smoking from his pipe. The entire exchange seemed to interest him, but he also seemed to be quite uncaring. At the end of the day, the Leaf would continue to benefit from the alliance. Even more so now that Ken had grown stronger. So he was in a very good mood. The Raikage slowly stood up, his back cracking as his spine now stood straight. The Cloud will continue to be part of the alliance, was all that the Raikage could say. After weighing his options, it was the best thing that he could do for the village. And he could not allow his short-sightedness and personal grudges to affect the prosperity and health of his people. Very well. Then we no longer have any issues to discuss. Ken immediately shot up from his chair, standing up and turning towards the door. It has been a pleasure sensing you all again in this fine establishment. The blind assassin waved at the leaders present. It's also been a pleasure to see you on this fine day, Sir Ken. The Hokage smiled as he waved right back, Sakumo behind him mimicking that move. Yorihiko also nodded towards Ken. Thank you for appearing for my daughter's wedding. She may not have shown it much, but she really appreciates it. She looks up to you more than me these days. The current leader of the Uzumaki clan seemed to come off a bit bitter at the end, but it couldn't be helped. Ken was not a figure that anyone could easily compare to. And Kushina had grown up looking at him as the prime example of strength and intelligence that a leader should aspire to have. Ever since he had saved her and Minato, she had admired him. And that admiration turned to idolization after finding out more about him and his many accomplishments. It was not a blind idolization, but she did look up to Ken more than she did to Yorihiko or even the current Hokage. The blind assassin left the meeting room whilst whistling a rather cheerful tone. He passed by a few familiar faces, Anbya he had met in the past, all part of Sakumo's team. Jiraiya was likely still out for the count after getting a wee bit too drunk during the wedding. But Ken was about to meet yet another one of the Seinen. "Well, that's a familiar smell," the assassin commented casually as he turned around and opened a random room within the Hokage's building. Inside was a small laboratory, where a rather stunned man with fair features was sat down and looking at some samples. "Glad to see that you're doing work that's not shady as well, Orochimaru." Ken laughed a bit as he walked forward, ignoring the other person in the room, a woman he didn't recognize at first glance. "Oh, if it isn't Lord Ken. It is truly my honor." Orochimaru, the snake Seinen stood up from his desk. His smile displayed his sharp teeth as he walked towards Ken in a surprisingly subservient manner. Despite the fact that the blind assassin was not wearing his titular mask, the snake Seinen could still recognize him easily. Ken may or may not have supplied Orochimaru with enough funds to allow him to continue his experiments freely, in exchange for a few favors of course. The snake Seinen was smart enough to know to take advantage of such a connection, so whenever Ken was around he would always act accordingly. No need to speak of honor among comrades, Konoha is a powerful part of our alliance after all. Ken smiled as he spoke politely. "It's not nice to be ignored, you know." The woman in the room spoke with a rather annoyed tone. Ken tilted his head slightly before it finally clicked for him. "Oh. You must be the last of the Seinen. Tsunade, if I remember correctly." Ken smiled as he now took a better look at the woman's features. She was wearing rather simple clothing, her features could easily be called beautiful, and her hair was caught in a ponytail that flowed down her back. Ken could feel from her chakra alone that she was quite decent in strength. Upon paying closer attention to her, he could tell she was at the level of a Seinen, though certainly weaker than Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It had become hard for him to differentiate the Seinen from top Jonin though, as he had already gone far above that level, to the point where they all looked the same to him. Cannon fodder. One other standout feature of hers was that she had a rather large bust, making the blind assassin feel sorry for her lower back. "Indeed, this here is Tsunade and she is the best doctor that Konoha currently has. I am merely trying to assist her get over a traumatic incident." Orochimaru stepped forward, nodding slightly as he recounted the task given to him by Hiruzen. "No need to inform him of that," Tsunade muttered, her gaze turning a bit suspicious as she looked at the young leader of the Dark Brotherhood. "Oh, but if it's about overcoming trauma, then I believe my expertise could also be helpful." "Oh, you have experience with this?" Orochimaru seemed genuinely curious when asking that question. Ken smiled a bit, internally he couldn't help but laugh. "I have more experience inflicting trauma if anything. But I guess I can use some of Saburo's research here, I have read through all of it anyway. This would be a good way to gain the favor of yet another Seinen. I am highly proficient in genjutsu and have done a lot of research alongside someone in regards to how it may affect the human mind. I can help her face her trauma and maybe overcome it, though that depends on her as well." He turned his head towards Tsunade as he spoke, gauging her reaction. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, turning to Orochimaru for a second, as if looking for reassurance. The snake Seinen merely nodded, seemingly confirming that Ken was trustworthy. "Very well. If you are willing to help then I accept it." Chapter 196, Paintings, Sea and Emotions. As soon as Tsunade accepted the blind assassin's help, she felt odd, her vision becoming blurry for a moment as she stared at his widening smile and inhumanly perfect teeth. Does he have 40 teeth? She quickly raised her hands to rub her eyes, thinking she was having a panic attack or something. When Tsunade opened her eyes next, she was already in a forest. The sudden change in scenery quickly took her aback, but as an experienced shinboy, she realized what had happened. A genjutsu. Tsunade felt weird, as the images around her almost looked like caricatures of trees. For a moment, they looked like the finger paintings of children, the other looked as if painted by the best watercolor artist in the elemental nations. What the hell is this genjutsu? I've never heard of something like this. Normally, she would have felt some amount of fear at being trapped in a genjutsu, but now she was in a rather safe environment, with even her comrade Orochimaru by her side. She didn't feel like she was in any danger, so she allowed her mind to wander and her eyes to look further into the strange world that now surrounded her. With fascination in her pearly blue eyes, she walked forward, her right hand reaching out to touch one of the colorless trees. And she surprisingly did so successfully. She felt as if she was touching a real tree, yet her hand dragged across the masterfully painted tree bark. Her eyes couldn't help but sparkle, as a smile rose to her lips. And in an instant, that tree splashed into the ground, as if turning into ink right in front of her. The next painting that formed in front of her eyes was of a beautiful sea filled with waves that appeared as if pulled out of yet another masterpiece. Every painting that revolved in front of her. It all felt so real, so right. She had been caught in genjutsu before, but she had never seen one that was this intricate and focused on giving the victim such a unique experience. But her mind was forced to refocus as another color rushed into the corner of her eyes. Red. The beautiful sea in front of her quickly turned blood red, and her mind was immediately encapsulated by irrational fear. It was not just the color, it was also the stench, the feeling on her skin. It was all accentuated greatly. Even as a medical nin, as she served in the bloodiest battlefields imaginable, she had never felt a stench of blood as deeply as she was feeling it now. Some memories flashed before her eyes. Memories of people that had died in her arms, people she had failed to save. In an instant, she started heaving uncontrollably, her hands shaking as she looked down at them, only to see them fully covered in blood. The sea of blood itself seemed to have almost swallowed her up completely for a moment, as fear completely overtook her mind and she felt that she was about to pass out. In that instant, the world stilled, and she was quickly spat out by the ocean, which quickly went still, and all color drained from it. Tsunade's mind calmed down for a moment, as she quickly tried to take control of her breath. This is all a nightmare, this is all a nightmare. Yes, this is nothing more than an illusion. The slug Seinen was ultimately able to regain her composure after a few moments, her eyes quickly taking in her surroundings, that black and white sea was now completely still. What's next now? She shouted into the void of that beautifully dead sea. And as soon as she wondered out loud, the sea started to shift right in front of her. And a figure rose out of the sea, meeting her gaze. It was a tall man, long dark and spiky hair flowed down all the way to his lower back, his pale skin mostly covered within a coat which hid most of his body. She could make out his face. And there was no way to describe him other than handsome, even she couldn't help but blush a bit when looking at him. His features were sharp and manly. There was nothing imperfect about his face. But the thing that stood out most were his eyes. Deep dark pupils seemed to stare right into her soul. Yet, they were almost lifeless, there was no light in them, and no light reflected from them. You're the red dot. Tsunade could somewhat make out the lower half of his face. The upper half had been previously obscured by his long bangs, but she could still recognize him. Wasn't he supposed to not have eyes at all? Wait, no, this is an illusion. You've guessed it. Do not let these eyes fool you, they are nothing more than how I see myself internally. They do not work as eyes would. Tsunade's eyes widened when hearing the assassin's voice. Instead of it being raspy and serious like before, it was now much clearer, gaining an almost melodic intonation. Humph, so what? You created a genjutsu to make yourself look handsome? Ain't that kinda pathetic? Tsunade spat to the side as she spoke. She didn't want to admit how impressed she was by everything, and she was also quite salty at the scare he had given her just a few minutes earlier. I assure you, I could make my body into whatever I want it to be even in the real world. And I have already. There is no telling what I would have actually looked like, this is something I have been doing for well over a decade. I just don't bother with the eyes since they are just decorations anyway. Ken smiled a bit at her pettiness and brashness. There was something rather endearing and amusing about her behavior in his fake eyes, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. Still, he took his time as he spoke out, taking a few moments to enjoy that small illusionary world he had created as well. Humph! If you're so special, why not just grow out some eyes? That way you won't be blind anymore. Tsunade muttered as she scowled a bit at Ken's antics. Sight is simply not in my nature. It is not the type of beast that I am. I have tried before, but I am simply unable to. Maybe it would be possible scientifically speaking to implant eyes on me, but even then there's no telling if my body would accept or reject them. Ken sighed as he remembered some body transforming attempts he had made in the past. Both whilst in his scaled sage mode and whilst in his regular state, regular sage mode for others. That's odd. But why are you sharing all of this with me? Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she looked at the world around them as well, not knowing what to expect next. Your expertise is giving me some interesting insights as well. As I spoke out, many thoughts passed through your mind, many theories that I find intriguing. Tsunade shuddered as Ken spoke. For a moment, she felt completely bare before the man, no the beast in front of her. She felt as if she had no privacy whatsoever, she felt vulnerable. This is not helping me much, red dot. Tsunade spoke out as she slowly took a step back from Ken, who merely tilted his head at her. Sorry if this is a bit invasive, but how else would we get to the bottom of your trauma exactly? The assassin's head tilted to the side, his lifeless eyes not moving one bit, feeling to the Seinen like nothing more than the entrance to the abyss. Even with Ken's explanation, she didn't quite know what to make of the situation, she was not pleased at all in fact. But before she made her displeasure known outwardly, Ken's hair seemed to move, expanding into all of her surroundings and covering her vision as well. She quickly struggled against the hair. How about a regular talk? I'll be honest with you myself. This isn't helping. She felt as if she was fighting against the tides of an ocean, as the hair completely covered her body. Oh, but words could never quite describe a trauma as well as a memory can. Ken's voice sounded out from all around Tsunade as the Seinen finally clenched her teeth and prepared for a fight, turning completely hostile. She struggled, using a lot of her inhuman force and a lot of chirka to break out of that hair, but she couldn't. Eventually, she used all of her strength, the mark on her body glowing vividly as she quickly raised her hand and ripped away the hair that was covering her vision. Only to find out that the hair had been a thick coat of beautiful green leaves. Looking around her, she was now in another forest, this one more real, more tangible, more detailed. What? Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, as a feeling of familiarity sunk into her gut. To overcome a fear is to face the root of it directly. Ken's disembodied voice reached her ears, carried by the wind as if it were nothing more than leaves in the wind. How did? Tsunade froze up before she even finished her question. The blind assassin had answered it already. That sea of red, she had already bore herself fully to him in that outburst. Now, she was not looking at an illusion of Ken's creation, but one pulled straight from her mind. I don't want to do this. Yet, she didn't feel ready. The wound was still fresh in her mind, and she couldn't bring herself to reopen them once more. But before she could attempt to break out of the genjutsu again, a voice sounded out from her side. Those would be the words of a coward. Are you willing to remain as you are? Nothing but a liability, going weak in the knees at even the faintest sighting of blood. Ken's words grated on Tsunade's ears, the anger within her rose up for a moment, overcoming even her rising fear as she lashed out and punched a random tree to her side. Oh, so you have guts. Good, then put them to use. Tsunade's every muscle trembled in anger as she heard the assassin's voice, but she eventually sighed and turned around, walking into that damnable forest, where it had all fallen apart. Chapter 197, facing fear, attempts, and session. Tsunade sighed, her nerves calming down as she walked down the paths of that forest. With every step she took, everything became more and more familiar, and the picture became clearer and clearer. She stood in front of the dying figure of a young teen. The teenager had short light brown hair and hazel eyes. He wore a bloodied dark teal poncho top and light green pants paired with blue sandals to match the headband he proudly wore on his forehead. It was none other than Naoki, Tsunade's younger brother. Growing up, the two of them had been very close. He even had the lofty dream of becoming Hokage. That dream and his inherent lack of talent led to him getting into quite a bit of trouble with a lot of other children. Tsunade had initially started learning medical ninjutsu from a young age to take care of him. It was there that she discovered her inherent talents in chakra control and medical ninjutsu in general. He had lost his life in the Second Shinobi War, and the world hadn't been the same for Tsunade since. She had somewhat lost herself to gambling for a while. She had been closed off in her own bubble as everything around her developed. Meanwhile, her life spiraled more and more out of control. Ultimately, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were able to break her out of those bad habits with a bit of help from the Hokage. The peaceful times allowed them more leisure to help her deal with her internal turmoil and debt problems as well. They were a team at the end of the day. It was a rather large intervention, and the Hokage, who was always stingy, even put his own money on the table to pay the debts she had racked up. It had taken a lot for her to even slightly get over her self-isolation and self-destructive behavior. But now she was back there, in that forest where everything had gone bad. Finding Kawaki, not being able to save him. It was the last nail in her coffin. Her lover, Dan Cat, had already passed away by that time. She no longer had any real foothold in the world aside from her teammates. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru were both very busy during the war, even more so for the third Hokage. So she was virtually on her own. And she was alone even now, as she stared silently at the form of her dying younger brother. She knew it was an illusion, it was nothing more than a sick and twisted attempt to bring her back to that day. To force her to face her fears. She couldn't help but feel disgusted by Ken's methods, but in a sense, it had worked. Without even realizing it, she was not afraid of the blood spilling out from her memories into the illusion. Any fear she might have had was overtaken by anger and disgust. She walked forward, crouching down to Naoki's dying form, only to smile at him. Her hands trembled slightly, her fear still lingered as she now looked down at her hands, only to see them coated in her brother's blood, much like that day. "Sorry, Naoki. I can't heal this one." She spoke out, despite knowing that it was fake. She couldn't help it. Not when seeing the very authentic feeling look of pain on his face. "Be big, sis. Is that you?" That line. It was the exact same. She had failed to respond at the time, she was too panicked, too afraid. Back then she had rushed to try and mend her brother's broken body. She was far too late regardless. "Yes, Naoki. It's me." This time, however, her mind was clearer. Even with her slight fear and panic, she was still able to react calmly. The emotion that overtook all of the others currently was none other than sadness. Grief. In truth, she had never really gotten over her loss, she had only buried that deep inside of her psyche. She may not have liked Ken's methods, but it was essentially forcing her out of her comfort zone. Forcing her to do what was best for her. It was still insensitive and very much unhinged, but she could somewhat see the merit in such a method. "Big sis. Was I ever cough? Did I do it? Did I become Hokage in the end?" His weakened voice made it clear that he had already lost clarity. Naoki was already a step into the Pure Lands. In the past, Tsunade had even ignored that question, which had likely made the barely lucid teenager feel nothing but fear in his last moments. This time, however, she managed to respond accordingly. "Yes, Naoki. You made it in the end." It was nothing more than giving into the delusions of an illusion. But it was still what she should have said at that time. Instead of stubbornly trying to bring life back into her almost dead brother, she should have at least made his last moments as pleasant as possible. I did it. I did it, haha. A tear came out of the young teenager's eye, falling on his cheek as Tsunade wiped it away before it reached the gushing wound on his neck. Even though it was all a lie, Tsunade could feel the emotion coming from her brother. Happiness. It was the best she could do. But as she felt his breath get weaker and weaker, her mind was quickly gripped by panic once again. She had immersed herself too much into the world, and she was now fully back there mentally. Her hands trembled as she instinctively tried to heal the illusion, only for her brother to grab her wrists. "It's fine, big sis. It's fine." That was all he said with his last breath, and Tsunade lost it completely by then. Her eyes filled with tears as she now looked at the blood covering her hands once more. It was only then that the image in front of her shattered like glass, returning to a black and white sea, where she stood in the middle of it all, completely clean. The blonde woman couldn't help but feel a bit of whiplash at the odd change. She could barely even get her emotions in check before Ken rose from the depths in front of her once more. "That went a lot better than I expected for a first session," he muttered as he rubbed his chin. His lifeless eyes seemed to scan her for a moment before he nodded and the entire genjutsu fell apart. Tsunade didn't even get a word in before she returned to the real world, where she found herself on a comfortable chair with Orochimaru and Ken both in front of her. "And she is awake." Ken spoke out first, his calm smile spoke volumes. It was as if he had not just tortured her by forcing her to re-experience her brother's death. But surprisingly, she was not quite as devastated as she had been back then. She was feeling much the same as before the illusion had begun actually. Orochimaru stepped forwards. He was quick to check up on Tsunade's health, sinking a light into her eye to make sure she was fully conscious. But before he managed to do it on both eyes, she fully recovered from the shock, and her anger rose once more. Tsunade slapped Orochimaru's hand away, making the snake Seinen drop the flashlight and slither off to the side. The blonde Seinen quickly marched towards Ken, her face clearly promising pain. But Ken didn't even more. Even as she struck out, her punch aiming straight for his face, Ken only stood in place and looked at her with that same calm smile. Orochimaru's reaction was quite different. His face filled with panic as he had failed to anticipate Tsunade turning violent. Not that he could be blamed, he had also not known the full contents of Ken's session with Tsunade. The snake Seinen still tried to stop Tsunade, but his extending arms failed to reach her in time. Ha! In that punch, she gave it all that she could. But Ken merely lowered his head slightly, blocking her knuckles with his forehead as he took the hit without much issue. Tsunade felt the bones in her fist and arm crack slightly from the reversed shock of her strike. She felt as if she had punched an indestructible and unmoving object. The forehead is usually one of the most sensitive spots in the human body. That does tend to apply to me as well. Tsunade's eyes widened as she saw blood flowing on Ken's face, his calm smile remaining unchanged as she quickly retracted her punch. Just as Orochimaru's hands wrapped around her limbs and pulled her backwards. She struggled for a moment, but her mind and gaze were still stuck on Ken. The blind assassin had put no guard up, he had not even bothered to grow scales to block the strike, something that Tsunade was well aware he could have done. Hell, it would have likely completely broken her arm if he had grown scales. Still, Tsunade's punch would have easily pulverized any regular man's head. But for Ken, it only left a slight mark and caused a bit of bleeding. "Why? Why did you let me hit you?" The slug Senen's eyes narrowed as she watched the blind monster lick his own blood from the side of his cheek. "Oh, it was merely in your right to do so." The wound on Ken's forehead healed in an instant as he stepped forward. Orochimaru's muscles jerked in reaction to the assassin's movement. For a moment he feared that he would squash Tsunade's head like a watermelon. But at the same time, he knew that the blind assassin wouldn't do such a thing. If he wanted to, he could have killed Tsunade in the instant she raised her fist at him after all. He would have had the justification after all. Seeing as how he was still not hostile, and Tsunade had calmed down slightly, Orochimaru let go of the blonde woman and stepped to the side, his eyes still warily studying the situation. "My right? Well, I guess you did deserve it." Tsunade scowled a bit as her eyes narrowed at Ken. "I knew that my methods would be a bit unorthodox. I expected such a reaction out of you. Still, it seems that this first session of ours has worked wonders." Ken slowly raised his hand and pointed to his bloody forehead. And it was only then that Tsunade realized. She hadn't even flinched at the sight of blood. She was so mad that she had completely forgotten about her fear. Even when looking down at her bloody fist, she felt as if she could slightly keep her composure a bit better than before. She still felt very squeamish now that the situation fully set in, but at the very least she was not on the verge of passing out. I was not expecting your methods to actually do anything other than traumatize me all over again, honestly." Tsunade's eyes turned back towards Ken, who simply shrugged. "The human mind is a fickle mistress. If your mind was any weaker, then that would have been the most likely result. But I had placed my bets on you having a stronger mind than most, given your pedigree." Ken slowly took out a handkerchief and handed it over to her, after which he took one out for himself as he wiped away his own blood. Tsunade, with slightly trembling hands, managed to wipe away the assassin's blood from her bruised knuckles. When she looked at the slightly lead material in her hands, she couldn't help but sigh. "No, I am not stronger than anybody. Just a few weeks ago I was a complete mess." The Seinen shook her head as she turned and threw the handkerchief towards a trash can. Orochimaru's eyes traced it for a moment, before returning to Ken's bleeding form. "Don't sell yourself short, woman. Many would have broken down more thoroughly given the circumstances. I guess it helps that you had started getting your life together beforehand." Ken sighed as he slowly turned to leave the room. "Make no mistake, recovery from trauma can be a very long process. Seek me out when you feel ready. The next step is something that you need to make after all. You know where to find me." Tsunade couldn't help but smile as she looked at Ken's departing back. "You're one tough bastard. Even if I decide not to go ahead with your treatment methods in the future, I'll at least seek you out for a drink." The Seinen waved at the blind assassin, while Orochimaru just looked confused by the whole ordeal. "One less job for me, I guess." Chapter 198, Theories, Bloody Princess, and Crash Out. The blind assassin's departure from Konoha had gone without a hitch. No one really got in his way as he walked out the gates, and the blades had already departed, each going his own way or teleporting home. Ken had enough trust in them to not monitor their every move. All three blades he had brought with him could likely survive against just about every opponent they met. No Rouge group of shinobi like the one that had attacked the Akatsuki would be able to entrap them. But what bothered him the most was the sudden rise in the number of shinobi in the world. Peaceful times have led to more genin having time to grow further, for more of them to graduate from their village perspective academy equivalent. This was not that big of an issue on a wider scale. The forces of the alliance were growing alongside the number of shinboi. But the most annoying part was the growing number of rogue shinobi. Deserters in a sense. Plenty of them would end up forming organized groups or joining the Green Forest Union. In a sense, it was good that the Dark Brotherhood was not going to run out of business from its initial source of income anytime soon. But it was also a bad omen, a rather shaky start to what was supposed to be long-lasting peace. And of course, who could forget? The Green Forest Union, which had its members also somewhat trained in ninjutsu. Their foot soldiers were genin at best from what Ken had heard, but their sheer number was great enough to allow them to be called a significant force in the elemental nations. But they were not acting in accordance with any noble clan's wishes from Ken's limited knowledge. They were all gathered around someone they called the Green Forest King, and were only really well known for setting up toll booths across the entire elemental nations. They could be said to be openly going against the nobles by obstructing business in their lands as well as giving birth to a rather thriving underworld. Ken could easily surmise that such a large group also engaged in smuggling of all kinds, as well as any other illegal activities that one could think of. So what's the most likely option? Nobles managed to tame the crazed rogue shinobi using money? Or have they managed to sway the Green Forest Union somehow? But the groups that Hanzo had described, and Ken had studied the corpses of, seemed to not belong to the Green Forest Union. They were all at a pretty high level by Hanzo's addition too. What exactly is going on? Or, maybe I am simply barking up the wrong tree? What if they're employing a different strategy altogether? For a brief moment, as the blind assassin passed through the green woods surrounding Konoha, a thought flashed through his mind. Have the noble clans managed to establish other hidden villages? The territories within the Three Corners Alliance were already places where the nobles held little to no power anymore. Yet they still ruled the lands in name and profited from that period of peace as well. Their lands were still protected by the shinobi of the hidden villages, even if they no longer supplied them with funds. This meant that they had a sudden surplus of funds that could go into the building of villages in their respective lands. It also stood to reason that some rogue shinobi could be broached into joining them with the right compensation or promises. From there, it was just a matter of recruitment. Or brainwashing. I'm reaching too far with my speculations, this is nothing but a theory so far. But I should at least get someone to look further into this. I'll have to ask the other leaders to keep an eye out too. The blind monster shook those thoughts out of his mind as he continued making his way towards the Brotherhood. He chose a scenic route as he pondered over other thoughts and what he had experienced in Konoha. Pure love connecting souls in the Pure Lands, as well as there being more reincarnated people around this world. Really, just when you think you've got it all figured out. The blind assassin smiled as he started whistling a melodic tune. When Ken got back to the Brotherhood, he couldn't help but notice the somewhat somber atmosphere that hung in the air. Walking through its streets, the children were still manning the stores, they were interacting with customers just the same, but Ken could feel that something was off. The oldest generation seemed to be the most unwell. They kept their composure outwards, but Ken could feel their distress. Especially Naomi, the young lady who had always idolized you, to the point of even dropping out of the Chunin exams for her back in the day. It was a rather foolish move on her part, but Ken didn't judge her or punish her at the time. It was purely her choice whether to attend the Chunin exams or not in the first place. But when sensing that she was in low spirits, his mind immediately wandered to you. The little bloody princess had long since grown up. She was already around the age of 22, but her punishment for her past mistakes had not cutie ended over the years. It had changed a bit, she was allowed to continue training to some extent, but she was not allowed to go out on missions until Ken felt that she was truly capable of handling any such tasks. He also didn't allow her to lead any teams of her own, despite most of the top 10 already being able to lead their own team. As one might guess, the little princess was less than pleased about this, and she had complained both to Ken and her father several times regarding that. But Ken was not budging unless she realized what she had done wrong and why her attitude was unacceptable continuously. Yoichi, the daimyo of the Land of Iron, was not able to get involved too much in the internal affairs of the Dark Brotherhood. He did present his dear daughter with the option of returning home, as no one forced her to remain in the Brotherhood. But she didn't like that option one bit. Yoichi's relationship with Ken was about the same as always through it all, though he did send him some letters at the time pleading with him to be more lenient on his daughter. Ken's frustration only grew as he had to explain the extent of her punishment to Yoichi as well as its reason. The old samurai, Mifune, didn't have it in his heart to broach the subject it seemed. But regardless, Yoichi seemed fully on board with it, as he also found his daughter's attitude at the time to be reprehensible. What no one expected was for the punishment to extend over 6 years and counting. Changed or not, the fact that the punishment persisted only meant one thing. She was hardly willing to change in any way. After Morita's promotion to 5th Blade, Yu's rank did not rise much. Rather, she stagnated completely, at least ranking-wise. She was currently number 3, right behind the sickle-wielding assassin Akio, and the physically gifted bull. That fact had immensely frustrated her, and she felt that her lack of experience on the field was the cause of her losses, and she ended up blaming them on Ken. The blind assassin had felt her resentment building up for a while, but he didn't think her crazy enough to act out. At least not up to that point. She was missing from her room, nay from the entire compound. And Ken was sure that she hadn't gone to her father's place, as she was to always report to him when going to her father, and she'd even be given an escort to make sure that she wasn't in any danger on the route. The blind assassin scowled, as his senses also passed over his office, finally getting the chance to inspect it further. And as one would expect, a person was already waiting for him. A brooding masked man of medium height, carrying a large, living blade on his back. It was none other than the first blade, Tasho, Ken's right-hand man. The blind swordsman could tell just from his aura, though the living blade he had adopted was also a dead giveaway. But this time, the odd thing was that he seemed to be missing a right hand. The blind assassin's teeth clenched tightly for a moment, as he continued walking through the village they had built, straight to his office. No one else seemed to be in bad condition within the Brotherhood, some others seemed to be missing as well, but they could have just been out on missions. Ken as a snake, slipped through the small window in his office and slithered on his chair, a move that Tasho noticed immediately. The monster then transformed back into his usual self without even a puff of smoke, as he had already mastered the transformation jutsu. Tasho. Why is you, and your arm, missing? From the very faint scent of blood, Ken was sure that the wound had been inflicted in the same week. Yet the arm was not reattached, meaning it was more than likely destroyed. Saburo was not the most capable doctor in the land, but he was still decent after all. Lord Ken, I regret to inform you. But it seems you has finally snapped. Chapter 199, Reality, Armory Incident and Conflicted Thoughts. Lord Ken, I regret to inform you. But it seems you has finally snapped. Tasho's voice sounded rather grim, and who could blame him when taking the circumstances into consideration. Ken's jaw twitched slightly as he then gestured for his right-hand man to delve deeper into the details. The first blade then started explaining the situation fully to him. A week prior, while Ken was still away at Kushina and Minato's wedding, business was proceeding as usual within the Dark Brotherhood. Tasho was sorting through some items within the armory. His tasks and actual responsibilities had gone down as the years went by and the children took over, but he was still finding plenty of ways to keep himself busy. Documenting the many weapons within their grand armory was one of his favorite pastimes. What he didn't expect was for you to also enter the armory. He thought that she was just there on an errand from one of the blades or something. She was rather calm, as she made her way through the many weapon racks in the armory with slight wonder in her eyes. Tasho had hidden his presence from her, of course. He observed her with some wariness in his eye, especially so when she headed for the furthest corner of the armory. Don't tell me. It was the first blade's thought at the time, as he immediately assumed that she didn't have many good intentions back there. The blades of the former 7 swordsmen of the mist were stored there, and the sewing needle she had once wielded was also there. Tasho slowly started following her, before he felt a small tinge, and he heard a strange whistle in the wind behind him. You won't be stopping me, Mr. First Blade. Before he knew it, he was completely entangled in wires. He had been careless, completely surprised by Yu's sudden attack. No matter what, the last thing in the world that he had expected was for one of the children to betray them, and unfortunately for him, that was exactly what had happened. Now, both he and his blade were ensnared in such a way, that if either moved then Tasho's arms would be cut off. One was especially more tangled up than the other, it was wrapped around from many angles. One wrong move from either Tasho or the same Hata and the first blade's right arm would be cut to pieces. You won't get away with this. These were Tasho's exact words at the time, but you seemed to be one step ahead of him. Oh, I know. The second blade must have already noticed that I killed the 2 guards at the door. You seem to be oddly lucid, despite her crazy behavior and actions. But I am merely recovering what is rightfully mine. Her delusions had unfortunately only gotten worse through the years. No matter how much she pretended when Ken was around, she had already grown sick and tired of her senseless punishment. So she had decided to take matters into her own hands, it seemed. Tasho had no clue what had given her the confidence to go against Ken, but he was not going to stand by and do nothing whilst their brotherhood was being stolen from. But he wanted to act carefully, not wanting to destroy the armory or any of its contents in the process. So, with the small twitch of his finger, and some chakra threads extending from it, he managed to free one of his arms. He then freed his neck from the wires as well, ensuring he wouldn't be able to decapitate himself by mistake. Unfortunately for him, his time had already run out by that point, and the entire underground armory started shaking. And that shaking of the walls caused the strings around his arms and legs to move. The only reason the first blade hadn't also lost his legs was because the same Hada had managed to act in time, biting off the wires and freeing them. The only thing that was lost was an arm. Aside from a few other injuries, he had gotten off quite easily considering the predicament. But he didn't dwell on the injury at all, he instead dashed towards the very end of the armory, only to be greeted by a gigantic tunnel. So she used earth ninjutsu to dig herself off. Hey? Quite risky on her part. Ken muttered as he felt a surge of anger within his mind. She was able to enter because all of the numbered within the top 10 have access to the armory now. She must have devised some way to get around the defensive seal around the walls though. It wasn't a shock, you had also been taught Fuinjutsu, and she may not have been a master, but she was not that bad either. She had most definitely studied that seal a few times in the past though, even if she hadn't gone that far back into the armory in the past. The shocking thing was that she had dared to even attempt such a thing in the first place. To say that Ken was mad would have been an understatement. But he was not one to allow such emotions to overrule his decisions. Tasho, arrange with Saburo to send a message to Yuichi about his runaway daughter. While you are there, arrange for him to make you the best prosthetic possible. Tasho bowed slightly, his balance still being rather good despite his missing arm. That was only thanks to him having a very good foundation, he was likely not going to be able to keep that same balance in prolonged battles. As you wish, Lord Ken. One last thing to mention, some of the children had decided to go and track her down, they were instructed not to engage her in any way, but at least keep tabs on her. The first blade spoke out as he walked out of the room. I doubt they've managed to find her. Call everyone back as well, she may not be in the right state of mind right now, it may lead to her causing even further harm to us. Ken was keen to reduce Yu's damages to the Dark Brotherhood. The less she harmed the better it was for her own good. The first blade nodded, understanding his master's thoughts perfectly. It was already inexcusable that she had taken off the arm of one of the people who had trained her and was beloved among the children. The first blade was either the big brother or the favorite uncle of everyone within the Brotherhood. Well, the favorite uncle besides Akira, was usually more fun but less responsible. Plenty of the members of the Brotherhood would find themselves hard-pressed to forgive and forget, but it would all stem from whether or not Tasho himself could forgive her. But one thing Ken found the most distasteful was how it all could have been avoided. Maybe I took her punishment too far, letting it extend over this long period. But then again, her behavior never really improved, she just continued to pretend to be the perfect student. The blind assassin could feel her inner turmoil to some extent, he realized that something was bound to happen at some point with her, he just didn't know how soon it would be. One could say that there was still some hope within Ken that Yu cared for the Brotherhood that she had been almost raised in for half her life. No. It is possible that she still cares for the Brotherhood, she could have killed Tasho as he was unsuspecting of her. She also could have murdered more recruits on her way out if she took a different route to escape from the compound. Though Saburo would have encircled and murdered her if she did do that. It was rather clear that the anger boiling within her had pushed her into doing something highly impulsive. Something that she was likely going to start regretting sooner or later. The blind assassin was quite conflicted right now. A lot of questions raced through his mind, and the only answers he had were either lacking, felt wrong, or were lackluster. Only one thing was clear. He wasn't going to get any answers by just sitting in his office and waiting around. First order of business would be tracking her down and catching her. She's obviously erased all seals on her that tied her to us, and she was rather decent at covering her tracks. But not as decent as other experienced Anbu. But just because she was skilled, that didn't mean she could hide from the one that had taught her everything she knew for long. I guess it's time to go out for a walk. Chapter 200, Fear, Tracks and Shelter. Yu panted as she continued to flee at full speed across the borders of the Land of Iron. She had done something she couldn't take back. She had finally snapped. In her mind, she had done it for a good reason at the very least, but even she couldn't bring herself to say that she had done it the right way. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had just woken up that day, realized that Ken was away, and saw it as a chance to run away. To seek out her own fortunes in that wide world. To escape from the constant punishment she was incurring due to what she saw as a small mistake done in the past. She made sure to act like the perfect student even after all of those years of being held back. She tried her best to make it look like she regretted her words back then, and that she was sorry. But Ken, despite having no eyes, could see right through her pretenses. He knew not to trust what she expressed outwardly. Instead, he was constantly peering into her soul with his inhuman gaze. As long as she was within that brotherhood, she was never going to escape his gaze, she was never going to escape his punishment. But she had failed to consider what to do after escaping from the Dark Brotherhood. In the first place, she hadn't thought that she'd get that far. She assumed that the others would summon Ken as soon as she left. The blind monster was not someone she could run away from without giving it her all. So for a few days now, she hadn't stopped even to sleep. She had covered quite a distance on her own, but even then she felt that it was not enough. It was almost as if she could constantly feel his gaze on her back, even though she knew that he was nowhere near her. At least she hoped he was nowhere near. She couldn't sense him. But aside from running away, she hadn't made much of a plan. She couldn't go home. Her father would most certainly not stand by her when learning of what she had done. She may have been the apple of her father's eye, but he had already shown that he was not against punishing her if she did something bad. And now she had done something much worse than just bad. She had betrayed the Brotherhood, something that likely would warrant her death. Harming Tasho was not something she had wanted to do, but she had realized too late what her escape through the walls would do to the traps she had sprung. She could only hope that the damage she had done was not grave enough. Tasho was still considered Ken's right-hand man at the end of the day. The only reason she had even managed to trap him was because he simply was not expecting her to. If he had truly been trying to, he likely could have harmed her even whilst trapped. There were certain jutsu that required very little movement at the end of the day. But he didn't want to injure her. Yu was, at the end of the day, one of the children of the Brotherhood in Tasho's eyes. But more importantly, she was the princess of the Land of Iron. This meant that harming her directly would mean breaking any relations between the Dark Brotherhood and the Land of Iron. And Tasho didn't want to do such a thing without Ken's specific orders. Ken could also assume as much. Whilst the princess was still dashing through the woods, sprinting with fervor whilst doing her best to run as far as possible from the Brotherhood and Ken's influence, the blind monster was only just getting started on his pursuit. And his pursuit was a lot calmer than one would expect. Through all of the guilt he felt at failing to notice how quickly she was spiraling, and through all of the anger he held at her actions, he could still see things clearly. His mind could still think, and make out solutions to the problems he was facing. That was what he was best at. In the end, it all centered on something that he had also struggled to learn in his past life and something that he had taught to the children as well in his years. Each situation in one's life can be treated the same as an assassination. At its very bones, assassination is just problem solving. Situations can differ, and things can get complex, but at the base, it all follows the same process. The blind master breathed out a bit of steam as he walked outside of the village, his mind returning to that old lesson he had taught himself. You assess what you have, you identify your opponent and the situation, and you form a plan with those factors in mind as well as any other outside factors that could come into play. And only after that do you act. Ken slowly wandered through the expansive snowy woods around the compound. There is no place for emotions when problem solving. Each step he took left little to no mark in the snow, each gait of his was enough to cover a wide distance as he trusted his nose to search for an all-so-familiar scent. That part was something that she could never quite get right, no matter how much she tried. Emotions were something that the princess seemed to rely on heavily, it was how she could portray her art. But those emotions also led to other mistakes. No matter how skilled Yu was, she always had issues of her own, issues that made her sloppy. For one, she couldn't bring herself to give up on her favorite perfume. It was an extremely high-quality one that she had been using in her youth as well. She would put it on at all times unless she was on missions, it was to the point where her skin was almost always smelling like that perfume. The blind assassin had been around the young girl for long enough to recognize that smell, he could tell it apart from anything in the world. But how could he feel the smell of something that had passed by a few days ago? Well, Ken's four senses had long since surpassed any living being, not just humans. He had long since become what was essentially the pinnacle. He now was Mother Nature's greatest masterpiece, a perfectly evolved creature. Even as the faint fragments of that perfume wafted through the air so faintly that even a dog wouldn't have been able to pick them up, he could still follow that barely existing thread. Even if it was carried by the wind at times, taking different twists and turns from the girl's journey, the blind assassin could still trace her steps. And the moment he fully caught onto that thread, the muscles in his body all flexed and wriggled underneath his skin. With an inhuman surge in strength, he dashed through the forest, whizzing past all trees as his figure cut through the wind, far exceeding the speed of sound. But he didn't stop there. As he felt the wind resistance on his skin, he decided to up the ante a bit more. His face, as well as the rest of his body, was quickly covered by shining dark green scales. His speed had easily doubled now that he had entered his scaled sage form. He already knew how fast Yu was, and he could guess how far she had gotten. The trail of perfume was a bit weak, but he did eventually run into other clues. In her hurry, Yu had gotten careless. As the blind monster also found a strand of her light blonde hair sticking to the trunk of a tree, frozen there. It only confirmed to the blind monster that he was headed in the right direction. And as he was slowly picking up the pace whilst, on her tracks, the princess was slowly but surely getting less and less panicked. Her mind was starting to clear up, her breath was starting to catch up to her. And she could finally find some clarity in the madness that was in her mind. She knew that her current strategy was not sustainable. She was not going to make it too much further, and her teacher would likely be able to catch up to her if she rested. In the end, she only really had one choice to make. And that was to find shelter. Not physical, of course. But shelter from the clutches of the Dark Brotherhood and Ken. Shelter from responsibility. A place that even Ken would hopefully not want to make enemies out during their current political climate. The problem was that there weren't all that many places to fit that description. Or so the disgraced princess thought before she corrected herself as she remembered of a certain organization that held significant strength. I guess there's one place I could go to. One that maybe could shield me from the Dark Brotherhood.